35 country
privilege and distinguished excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and honor to speak before you today at this significant juncture. The WSIS+20 Africa Regional Review. I extend my gratitude to our host, UNICA, and the government of Benin for convening this pivotal gathering. Today is historic, not merely as a reflection of the past achievement, but as a demonstration of unprecedented unity. Rarely have we seen such a cohesive African engagement and alignment on matters of global digital governance. This unity sends a powerful message to the world. Africa speaks as one. When the World Summit on Information Society began 2 decades ago, it offered a vision for an inclusive, equitable, and development-oriented digital future. Africa embraced this vision, recognizing that digital transformation isn't just desirable, it's existential. Our very growth, resilience, and stability depends upon it. Yet, while we have made impressive strides, expanded connectivity, increased digital literacy, and significant innovation, the digital divide remains wide. More than half of our continent is still offline. Infrastructure gap persists. Digital skills shortage limits our ability to secure and benefit fully from emerging technologies like AI, IoT, and big data. But challenges are opportunities in disguise. And this is where Smart Africa plays a role. Through initiatives like the Smart Africa Digital Academy SADA, we have empowered over 10,000 policymakers and regulators, building capacities essential to navigate today's digital complexity. Our digital identity blueprint, through the Smart Africa Trust Alliance SATA, is reshaping digital trust across borders. The One Africa Network exemplifies our commitment to regional integration, creating seamless and affordable cross-border connectivity. Now, at WSIS+20, as we assess the journey thus far, we must also decisively chart our future. To this end, Africa comes united with a clear risk proposal. First, we must deepen our commitment to inclusive connectivity and sustainable infrastructure. Connectivity should not be a luxury, but a lifeline for education, health, governance, and economic resilience. Second, we propose strengthening our frameworks for data governance and cybersecurity, aligned with both our continental vision and the global digital compact. Africa must not just participate in digital governance, but shape it, ensuring our values of equity, inclusion, and human rights remain central. Third, we call for integrated, coherent, multi-stakeholder collaboration. No single entity can manage the digital future alone. Public-private cooperation must evolve into co-creation, fostering tangible digital benefit for all. Furthermore, we must explicitly address emerging technological governance area, including AI ethic, data governance, misinformation, and digital public infrastructure. These are not just peripheral issues, but central pillars to our digital transformation strategy. Finally, I strongly advocate for the development of a joint WSIS GDC implementation roadmap to ensure alignment, coherence, and efficient resource utilization. Africa must proactively engage in shaping global structure such as UNGIS, United Nations Group on Information Society, IGF, Internet Governance Forum, and CSTD, Commission on Science and Technology for Development, to ensure our perspectives and priorities are represented. Together, let us ensure Africa is not just included in the digital age, but leads and inspires it. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed delegates,
Where is it? You will present. Sierra Leone. Eh? You are going to present. Okay. What is a missing country? Is a missing country. We have Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, and Uganda. Uganda. Hey, Jacqueline, you are here. It's Caroline will present. Yeah. All right. Now we have chef on a second.
Bonjour,
7 minutes et puis vous partagez les présentations.
bonjour, chers participants. Nous allons démarrer la séance suspendue hier par la présentation des pays qui n'ont pas pu présenter hier. Je suis Jérémy Adomaou, député à l'Assemblée nationale du Bénin. Je vais inviter la Côte d'Ivoire si elle est prête. La Côte d'Ivoire est prête. Bon, le Ghana est prêt. You are ready? Okay.
No, there is.
Oh, we start with Ghana.
Can you please load my presentation? I sent it to her yesterday, so. Technical team, my presentation, Ghana presentation.
Unity sends a powerful message to the world. Africa speaks as one.
Yes.
When the World Summit on Information Society began 2 decades ago, it offered a vision for an inclusive, equitable, and development-oriented digital future.
Can you please enlarge it?
Embrace this vision, recognizing that digital transformation isn't just desirable, it's existential. Our very growth, resilient,
Good
and
morning,
stability
everyone.
depends upon it. Yet,
My name is
while
Wisdom
we have
Donko.
made impressive strides, expanded
In this place, I
connectivity,
wear two hats.
digital literacy,
The first
and
hat is
significant emerging.
with the
The
civil
digital divide
society,
remains wide.
which is
More than half of our
Africa Open
continent is
Data
still
and
offline.
Internet Research Foundation.
Infrastructure gap persists.
I'm the executive director,
Digital skills
and
shortage
also
limits our
wearing
ability
the hat of
to secure
government
and benefit
because
fully from
I've
emerging
been appointed
technologies
as
like
the
AI,
acting
IoT,
executive director for the
The
Ghana Open,
challenges are
the Ghana
opportunities,
Domain Name Registry.
and this is where Smart Africa plays a role.
Yeah, so I'll just do
Initiatives
a
like
brief
Smart
summary
Africa Digital Academy
or
set
an overview of
we have
Ghana,
empowered over
where we
10,000
started from, and
policymakers and
then
regulators,
where we are.
building
It
capacities
looks like
essential to navigate
my
today's
writings are very small, but then
our digital
I'll go through
identity
it, and then everybody will
through the
get to
Smart
follow.
Africa Trust Alliance SATA.
Yes, so
is reshaping digital trust across borders. The
in
One
the
Africa
case of Ghana, and then
exemplifies
how we
our
started
commitment to
with
regional
our
integration,
ICT journey,
creating
we
seamless
started
and
during
affordable
the days
cross-border
of
connectivity.
Millennium
Now,
Development
at
Goals.
WSIS+20,
And that was when
as we assess the
we
journey,
started the whole
we must
ICT
also
revolution.
decisively
And
chart
then
our future.
everything
To
picked
this
up
end, Africa comes
from around
with a clear vision.
2005,
First,
where
we must
Ghana
deepen our
developed
commitment to
its
improve
first
connectivity
ICT policy,
and sustainable infrastructure.
accelerated development
Connectivity
policy
should not
for
be a
Ghana.
luxury, but a
And
lifelong
then
obligation,
within that policy,
governance, and economic resilience.
there were two things that were identified.
Propose
The
strengthening
first thing was
with
to
data
come out with
governance
the
and cybersecurity
national
aligned with both our
e-infrastructure.
and
And then the second
global
component was the
digital compact.
e-application.
Africa must not
So
just
within that
participate
period,
in digital government,
we went through
ensuring our
a
value,
vigorous
equity,
implementation of
human
the
rights
policy,
remains
coming out
central.
with the infrastructure,
Third,
laying
call for
the fiber optic cables throughout the whole country,
multi-stakeholder collaboration,
and also coming
more
out with a
stable
national
connectivity,
data center.
and manage the digital
And
future.
then,
Public-private cooperation must evolve
so
into
once
creation, fostering tangible digital.
the infrastructure was in place, now the next thing was
Furthermore,
to
we must
start developing the
emerging
e-applications.
technological governance
So
area
the
including AI
government
ethics,
through the
data
National
governance,
Information
misinformation,
Technology Agency
digital
under the
public
Ministry of
infrastructure.
Communication
These are not
um,
just peripheral
embark on
essential pillars to our
assisting the various ministries and
strategy.
agencies
Finally,
to implement the
strongly
various
for the development
e-application onto the
joint
National
WSIS
Data Center.
GDC
So currently,
implementation roadmap
as I'm speaking,
to ensure alignment, coherence,
we
efficient
have
utilization.
the
Africa must proactively
e-passport,
engage in
and
shaping
then
structure
last 2 weeks,
such as UNGIS,
another version of the passport was
on
introduced.
information
That is
technology,
introducing
IGF, Internet Governance
a
Forum,
chip kind
and
of
CSTD
based
Commission
passport. So
on
within the
Science and
passport, you have
Technology
an
for Development
embedded
to ensure
chip in it
our perspectives
that
and
when you
priorities
get to the
are
airport, you can
represented.
just scan the chip and then
Together,
all your
let
details
us ensure
pops out.
Africa is not
So
just
that has been implemented. And then we also have e-parliament.
and
We have the
inspire.
e-health.
Thank
We have e-agriculture.
Excellencies,
We
distinguished
have
ministers, esteemed delegates,
e-immigration.
ladies and gentlemen,
And we have
it's a privilege and
e-procurement.
honor to speak
And
before you
then
today.
we have
This significant
e-registration. That is with the
WSIS
Registrar
+20
General
Africa
Department,
Regional
where
Committee.
all companies
And my gratitude to our host,
go online to
Uganda,
register.
and the government of
Our
Benin
tax systems
for convening
have
this
all
pivotal
been
effort.
digitalized, and then we
Today,
also have a platform for that. So
not merely
uh,
as a reflection of the
organizations,
past achievement,
companies doing
but
business,
as a demonstration of unprecedented unity.
offices of
Rarely have we
the
seen
tax
such a cohesive
revenue
African engagement and
offices.
alignment on matters
So
of
you can
global
just sit
digital
in the
governance.
comfort of your home and then you
This
apply
unity
everything
sends a powerful
online,
message
pay your
to
taxes
the world.
online.
Africa speaks.
As I'm speaking, most
When
of
the
the
World Summit on
payment
Information
platforms have
Society
all
began
been
to
integrated
syndicate,
into
it offered a vision
the
for
digital,
an inclusive,
the
equitable,
e-application
and
platform. So
development-oriented digital
once
future.
you
Africa embraced,
apply for a service, you can equally
recognizing
pay
that
online
digital
using
transformation
either your
isn't just
credit
desirable,
card
it's
or your mobile
essential.
money
Our very
to
growth,
make payments.
resilience, and stability depends
Apart
upon.
from that, implementing all of this,
While we have made
we also recognize or identified
expanded
another
connectivity,
issue that we have
increased
to
digital literacy,
address.
and significant
That is
innovation,
getting people
the
to
digital
use the
divide remains
platform.
wide.
So the government
More than
came out
half
with
of our
a
continent
program
is still
called
offline.
e-transform.
Infrastructure gap
So
persists.
through the
Digital
e-transform,
skills shortage
the
limits
Ministry of
our ability
Communication
to
came out
secure
with a
and
program
benefit
to
fully from emerging
build the
technologies,
capacity of all
AI,
government
IoT, and digital.
employees, government officials
Challenges are
to
in disguise.
be digitally
This is
compliant
where smart
and
Africa
also certify
through
some of them
initiatives like
in the
Smart
use
Africa
of
Digital
digital
Academy in Data,
tools
we
within
have
government.
empowered over 10,000
So that has also
policymakers
been
and
done.
regulators.
Then another
Building
important
capacity
component was
is essential to navigate
to
today's digital
also introduce
our digital
something called the
identity blueprint
Ghana Open Data
through the Smart
Initiative
Africa Trust Alliance
because government
initiating digital
feels like
trust across borders. One
whatever
African network
work or whatever
exemplifies our
work that
commitment
government
to regional integration,
is doing,
creating
the
seamless
data that government produce is
cross-border
for the
connectivity.
taxpayer. So
Now,
there was that need to also make
as we
all
assess
those
the
data
journey thus
available
far,
to government.
we must
So
also
government
decisively chart
initiated
our future.
the open
This
data
Africa
platform
stands united to
where
proposal.
we
First,
made some of those
we must
data
deepen our
available. And
commitment to
then
inclusive connectivity
through
and
that, you
sustainable
could see the
infrastructure.
participation of our civil society, even
Connectivity should
the
not
tech
be a
hubs also
luxury,
coming up,
but
taking
a
those data
lifeline for education,
and also assisting
health,
government in
governance, and
addressing some
economic
of its
development.
issues.
Second,
Example
post
is
strengthening
the
our
agri
framework
sector.
for data governance and
Those
cybersecurity
data, the
align with
tech
both our continental
community
vision
was able to use
and the
it
global
to
digital compact.
actually inform
Africa must
government on
not
some of the
just
things that they can
participate
do and
in
also
digital
produce some
governance, but
applications
shape it,
for
ensuring
government.
our values of equity, inclusion,
Yes, data
human rights
protection
remain
also
essential.
came in as at that time. So as I'm speaking, we have data protection commission that also helps in addressing some of these things that we see going on. And then apart from that, government also have to have this continuous program in training the citizens. So government came out with the Kofi Annan ICT Center, in other words, called the Advanced Information Technology Institute. And then through this institute, came out with programs to train government institutions and also public universities on the use of digital skills, and also introducing some of the open source tools to the community. And then just to mention some of the organizations that are also helping, we have one organization called GIFEC, that is Ghana Investment Funds for Electronic Communication. They have also been mandated to roll out community network programs across the rural communities where some of the big telcos don't want to go. Because of the fiber network throughout the whole country is connecting all government agencies, institutions onto the national data center. GIFEC also take it upon itself to come up with programs to take community networks to rural communities, and then also connecting them onto the data center for communities to also have access to most of the government applications, the e-applications that they are
Est-ce
releasing.
que vous pouvez conclure en 1 minute? Le temps est passé. Merci.
So I'll finish now. Can you go to next stage? No, go. Next. Next. Next, go again. Go again, next. Okay, so you can see the image that I have on the screen there. That building that you see there is the National Data Center. That data center has a little over 600 rack space with modern equipment in the data center that you see there. As part of it, you see the color in yellow, that is the Kofi Annan ICT Training Center. And then there's one in red, that is where the Cybersecurity Authority building is now coming up. Can you please go to the next stage? The next page. Next page. So as part of this program, there is, yes, the next page is this. As part of the data center, this solar power system was introduced recently. That was last year. We also saw the need to introduce a solar system to power the entire data center. So as I'm speaking, we have the solar, the whole data center running on solar, and also we have the national electricity grid also connected, and then we also have 3 standby huge generators to power the national data center. Yes, but there is also another important thing that we have to look at. It looks like we are not paying attention to. That got to do with the Ghana domain, the domain name systems within our countries. We are not paying attention to this. And then, Magda, I think we need to look at this critically and see what we can do to empower most of our African countries with a domain name system, the domain name registry. Everything that we do now runs on the domain name. Even if someone wants to attack you, it's through your DNS that they can attack you. So if you have a strong domain name system within Africa, that is where we can say we are beginning to secure ourselves from the bad boys within the global stage. So I think with this, I will stop here. If there are any
Merci.
questions, I will come in and then answer.
Merci. Mais merci au représentant du Ghana qui a fait 11 minutes. Je prie les présentateurs qui vont suivre d'essayer de tenir dans le délai parce que nous avons accusé du retard hier et il faut qu'on rattrape ça dans la journée. Sa présentation, disons, sur 2 points, les infrastructures et les e-applications dans les différents domaines. Je pense que vous avez suivi le détail et vous aurez à lui poser des questions tout à l'heure. Nous allons passer au second pays et je ne sais pas si la Côte d'Ivoire est prête maintenant. Donc, la Côte d'Ivoire, merci. 7 minutes rigoureusement, s'il vous plaît.
Okay. Bonjour, mesdames, bonjour, messieurs. J'ai le plaisir de représenter mon pays au pied levé parce que je ne suis pas institutionnel, je suis un entrepreneur privé. Donc, je vais parler au nom du privé. Et du coup, j'ai eu l'idée d'orienter mon intervention sur le numérique comme support des industries. Et depuis 25 ans, comme j'apporte des solutions à l'industrie de l'électricité, je passais quelques slides sur ce sujet. Comme on l'a dit dans toutes les présentations, il n'y a pas de connectivité sans l'électricité. Et l'Afrique a une situation actuelle déjà qu'il faut regarder. Mais pendant que nous regardons la situation actuelle, tout à l'heure, je vais projeter des chiffres, la situation future se dessine avec les voitures électriques, avec les drones, avec tout ce qui se passe en termes d'innovation. Next. Donc, nous allons parcourir rapidement 5 points qui sont d'abord notre expérience sur l'Afrique et quelques grands acteurs du monde que nous avons côtoyés. Ensuite, nous allons donner quelques références sur l'accès à l'électricité en Afrique. Ce sont des chiffres de 2022, donc la situation a dû bien évoluer dans certains pays. Et nous allons présenter un slide l'industrie de l'électricité, les difficultés et les quelques recommandations que nous pouvons faire. Next, please. Donc, Ebuti, c'est une société ivoirienne qui est créée depuis 14 ans et qui évolue dans la recherche de solutions d'électrification sur le continent. Nous avons fréquenté quelques grands noms. Par exemple, certaines de ces sociétés cherchent des solutions depuis 160 ans à la problématique de la distribution d'électricité. C'est dit l'importance de ces sociétés-là. Vous avez à Paris, par exemple, Suez, qui a mis des infrastructures depuis 100 ans et qui continue de réfléchir comment se projeter. Donc, je donne ces chiffres en arrière pour que l'Afrique sache l'importance de l'électrification et les enjeux que l'électrification porte. Et donc, notre parcours sur l'Afrique, moi, j'ai personnellement fait un certain nombre de pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, l'Afrique du Sud, la Gambie, le Mali, la Guinée, le Sénégal, le Maroc, le Togo, le Bénin, la RDC. Pendant ces 25 dernières années, j'ai parcouru l'Afrique en train de participer à la recherche de ces solutions-là. Next. Donc, vous verrez là, et je dis ce sont des chiffres de 2022, la situation a dû bien évoluer, des sources de International Energy Agency, le taux d'électrification en 2022 sur les habitants. Alors, ces chiffres parlent d'eux-mêmes. Je prends le cas du Maroc. Si vous voyez que le Maroc comme le Maroc est électrifié à 100%, le Maroc peut se permettre le TGV. Donc, le Maroc peut se permettre d'accueillir aujourd'hui des sociétés pour faire des batteries électriques, donc se projeter dans ce qui est déjà une actualité pour toute l'Afrique. Mais quand on est électrifié à moins de 20%, 30%, on ne peut pas parler de TGV, on ne peut pas encore parler de data center, on ne peut pas parler de beaucoup de choses. Donc, next. La difficulté, donc le schéma de l'industrie de l'électricité se compose sur trois grands axes, la production, le transport et la distribution. Et ces trois axes sont très liés, en fait. Et ce qui se passe en Afrique, tout à l'heure, on va voir un certain nombre de problèmes, c'est que la gestion de la production est un tout petit peu détachée souvent du transport et même complètement détachée de la distribution qui requiert plus de moyens numériques pour maîtriser l'électricité, la quantité d'électricité produite. Donc, il y a beaucoup de pertes. Next. Ces sujets-là sont résumés dans ce que j'ai appelé les difficultés. Next, please. Voilà. Donc, si vous voyez, j'ai utilisé des termes simples pour ne pas rentrer dans quelque chose que tout le monde comprend. On a la mauvaise qualité des réseaux. Donc, ça, c'est un réseau Afrique qui a été pris cette année. On a le manque d'investissement dans les infrastructures, la perte d'électricité, on vole le courant, on fait des branchements illégaux, ça c'est ce que tout le monde peut comprendre. Il y a des pertes techniques, les câbles, donc comme vous voulez voir, ne sont pas de bonne qualité, les achats ne sont pas forcément de très bonne qualité. Il y a le mauvais comptage, l'électricité quand on produit, on transporte une quantité, on distribue la quantité. Et si la quantité n'arrive pas dans les maisons des gens, il y a des pertes et le comptage n'est pas bien. Tout le monde connaît ici que le releveur vient, il met un chiffre qui arrange et lui et le client. Toutes ces pratiques-là font qu'on n'a pas d'électricité. C'est aussi simple que ça. Mais il y a quelque chose sur lequel je voudrais bien insister, c'est le manque de compétences sur le domaine de l'électricité. Mon pays, alors là, pour le coup, je peux parler de mon pays, a créé il y a très longtemps une école pour la formation d'électriciens à Bingerville, le CME. Beaucoup de pays africains francophones le savent, parce qu'on avait déjà anticipé sur la formation des ressources. Le domaine de l'électricité n'est pas un domaine facile, c'est un domaine très compliqué qui exige des compétences à niveau égal. Next. Please. Non, rapidement, aujourd'hui, il se passe sur le continent un certain nombre de réflexions, de projets sur lesquels nous proposons de participer sur la réflexion, de la conception déjà, parce que ce qui se passe, c'est que quand on a la production, je vais parler en francs CFA, d'un investissement de 100 milliards de francs CFA, le président de la République, les ministres sont contenus. À la distribution, on demande au directeur de la distribution, donc on lui donne un budget de 10 milliards ou 20 milliards de francs CFA, donc ça fait 120 milliards. Quand on arrive à la distribution, à la recherche de solutions, pour sauvegarder ce qu'on a produit, mais on appelle le directeur informatique de la société d'électricité et on lui donne 500 millions ou 1 milliard au mieux pour sauvegarder quelque chose qu'on a créé avec 130 milliards de francs CFA. Vous voyez le gap. Et le ministre, le président n'est pas au courant de ce qui se passe dans la recherche de technologies, alors qu'il a déjà payé assez cher et c'est une chaîne liée qui ne peut pas se séparer. Du coup, la digitalisation de la distribution est un enjeu capital. Et je me propose, avec tous ceux qui sont intéressés, de continuer ce débat-là. Surtout, depuis hier, j'ai pris le contact de beaucoup de ministères du numérique. Mais on parle du numérique, de connectivité, de tout ce qu'il y a fait, mais je n'ai jamais vu d'appel d'offres sur les sociétés d'électricité où le ministère du numérique est impliqué. Ils sont impliqués dans les data centers, dans tout ce qui se passe, mais la source de tout ça est l'électricité. Donc, j'invite les sociétés, les ministères du numérique à s'intéresser à ce qui se passe dans la digitalisation de la distribution de l'électricité. Next.
Encore 1 minute, s'il vous plaît.
Pour la suite, ceux qui veulent continuer de parler de ce sujet, j'ai laissé complètement mes contacts. Je suis Ibrahim Aboma, directeur de la société Eburtis. Et ce sujet est très intéressant. Je suis allé à Washington pour parler avec la Banque mondiale, j'en parle avec la BAD, j'en parle avec les investisseurs. Poser la bonne équation pour l'électricité. La très bonne équation. Merci.
Merci. Nous voudrions remercier le représentant de la Côte d'Ivoire, dont la présentation est basée essentiellement sur l'électrification, qui est en lien avec la mise en place des systèmes de l'information. Je voudrais, avant de continuer, prier les présentateurs d'aller mollo doucement pour permettre à l'équipe de traduction de suivre le pas, hein, pour permettre aux autres de bien nous suivre. Merci. Je voudrais demander si le Zimbabwe est prêt, ou Sierra Leone ou Ouganda. Qui est prêt dedans pour passer en même temps? Zimbabwe? Sierra Leone? Zimbabwe? Okay, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, moderator. Since it's the first time for Zimbabwe to be given the floor, let me take the opportunity to express our gratitude to Benin for hosting the WSIS+20 Africa Review meeting. The Zimbabwe presentation on what has been done so far on the WSIS action lines. Let me start by saying that through the WTDC, Zimbabwe is pledged to connect currently uncovered rural and remote areas to carry out research and development that can assist the country in identifying gaps in its technological and policy development. And in this aspect, significant progress has been made in implementing the pledges. Their key results in Zim actually concentrated on infrastructure, that is the WSIS C2 and SDG 9 areas where Zimbabwe has actually come up with the Smart Zimbabwe 2030 master plan that has actually enhanced issues around mobile penetration, broadband, and internet penetration. Also, e-government, that is WSIS C7 SDG 6, where Zimbabwe established an e-government portal, e-passport, e-cadastre, and quite a number of initiatives. Then the financial inclusion, WSIS C6 and SDG 1 and 6, around mobile money and financial inclusion. Then the other key result is ICT education, where we are concentrating on WSIS C7 SDG 4 around e-learning and digital classroom. I don't know if my presentation can be beamed, but anyway, I'll present it. I'll continue. Major highlights from the progress that has happened in Zimbabwe are the following main sector trends is at the fourth quarter or the end of 2024. Zimbabwe's active mobile subscriptions, as you might all know, Zimbabwe is a country of around 16 point something million people, but the active mobile subscriptions, yes, this might also depict multi mobile numbers per particular individuals, but the subscription has grew up to about 15.6 million as at the end of the fourth quarter of 2024, where also active fixed telephone subscriptions have also gone up to around 2.9 million. where the fixed tele density has increased to 1.94 in the quarter under review. Also, the statistics are showing that active internet or data subscriptions grew also to reach 12.4 million by the end of 2024. And mobile penetration rate has increased to 102.26%. Internet penetration rate has increased to reach 81.49%. Broadband penetration, which is key in the use of emerging technologies, has increased to 79.39%. Mobile and or financial inclusion is over 80% of adults on mobile money platforms such as EcoCash and One Money, to name just a few. The ICT GDP contribution in 2024 in Zimbabwe stood at 6.9%, as depicted on the SADC ICT index. Let me get into the bridging of the digital divide, where key issues that needs to be attended and that can assist Zimbabwe and the rest of the developing world in bridging the digital skills gap. These actually include promoting affordable access to ICTs, setting up of the digital training centers, and coming up with digital training programs tailored for potential industry employees, so that skills training is not simply generalized, but it's actually a bespoke to fit the use or application around emerging technologies. An adult digital skills training for the aging, and appropriate educational and collaboration by regulators with industry stakeholders identify emerging digital skills needs and develop the strategies to address them. So such proactiveness actually supports digital skills development, and Zimbabwe is leveraged on that to create a more skilled and competitive workforce for the digital age. And this is what Zimbabwe has done so far to bridge the digital gap. There are quite a number of initiatives that the government of Zimbabwe is rolled out and is still rolling out. These include Zimbabwe's Girls in ICT scholarships for girls to study STEM subjects at universities and colleges. The other initiative to bridge, especially the gender digital gap, is the She Tech initiative, the Women in ICT programs, the digital skills capacity building programs, where people living with disabilities are given specialized training on the basics of ICTs. Also, to bridge the urban-rural digital divide, the government of Zimbabwe is capacitating rural schools and marginalized communities through setting up school computer laboratories and the digital innovation centers, where training on ICTs is conducted. And it's also under the emblem of Connect a School, Connect a Community initiative. This has seen more than 3,500 predominantly rural schools being capacitated with computer laboratories and connected to the internet. There's also another initiative which we dub a DigiTrack initiative, where a mobile ICT laboratory track is actually used, targeting rural safe centers and the marginalized communities. And the target for 2025 is to reach out to about 1.5 million people in the rural areas. And to date, we are actually approaching around 150,000 trainees. And we are hoping as we get into the year, there will be accelerated rollout of this initiative. Also, Zimbabwe is involved in innovation hackathons, robotics and AI challenges that are being done in schools, that are being done in communities to identify talent and potential projects and startups that can be commercialized. There's also on the health side, the rollout of the telemedicine and clinics on cloud that has actually been launched by the president during our Independence Day celebration this year on 18th of April. Maybe to drill down a bit on smart education, where the drive is to be so inclusive, equitable, and to make sure that there's quality education, leveraging on emerging technologies. In Zimbabwe, we have developed online learning platforms that are ICT-based. This, as I alluded earlier, has seen almost actually over 3,500 of the 9,000 schools now having ICT laboratories. That is actually more than a third of the schools now having ICT laboratories across the country. Lately, the government is now also leveraging on the low Earth orbit satellite connectivity that we are actually leveraging through the Starlink satellite network that has been licensed recently. And on the online development educational platforms, we now have what we call Ruzivo in our local language, which loosely translates to knowledge. And we also have an AI powered chatbot. We call it Zivai, Ziv AI. It's Zivai in our local language, loosely translated.
Encore une minute, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, thank you. And we also have developed an Othello. Also, it's also an AI chatbot that can actually be capable of conversing in our vernacular and local languages. On ICT for disaster risk reduction, Zimbabwe, yes, in collaboration with ITU, has developed the National Emergency Telecommunication Plan and also came up with the ICT for Disaster Reduction Management Implementation Plan. And this has seen actually Zimbabwe, since it also hosts the ITU equipment, has managed to deploy the equipment, yes, with the help of ITU to Mozambique during the recently floods that they've experienced, and DRC as well requested the same, but was actually assisted from Geneva. On artificial intelligence governance, Zimbabwe, with the support of UNESCO, has developed the AI readiness assessment methodology report on ethics, adoption, and governance. And this report is due for launch anytime and will be posted on the UNESCO website. Also, Zimbabwe is working on an AI strategy that will provide guidelines for the development of sector-specific AI policies and implementation plans. And on cybersecurity, Zimbabwe has enacted the Cyber and Data Protection Act and established the Data Protection Authority. And now it has already started licensing the data protection officers for institutions and businesses that collect personally identifiable data from the public. And also around the issues around the importance of data, Zimbabwe, with the support of ITU, has actually done a strategic foresight co-creation workshop and also a digital innovation profile. It has been developed to ascertain where we are in terms of digital footprint and where we have to be in the near future around the global ICT development. Lastly, let me just pinpoint some of the quick takeaways that we have learned as a country, and that what we need to ramp up on. There is a need definitely to infuse universally held values and ethical dimensions into the digital economy. We also need to collectively and responsibly with our stakeholders to foster inclusive information society and have our leadership champion the common good and safeguard the privacy of data for the public that will be online. We also need to come up and ramp up on awareness and education in the use of digital technologies in our systems. There are quite a number of recommendations. Yes, I don't think I would need to dwell much on this, Chair. All I can say, definitely, we need to harness the power of digital technologies to achieve sustainable development and economic growth for our people. Thank you. I submit, Chair.
Merci, merci. Sans transition, nous allons inviter l'Ouganda. Je ne sais pas si l'Ouganda est prêt. L'Ouganda est prêt? La Sierra Leone? Sierra Leone. You can start, Sierra Leone.
That is very ready.
Is it ready? Ah, okay.
But the people, why are you not uploading our presentation?
I thought it was done alphabetically.
Okay.
Ce n'est pas grave, la Sierra Leone n'a qu'à présenter. Vous allez faire par la suite, madame.
Good morning, all. I am, well, on behalf of the government of the peoples of Sierra Leone, let me thank UNECA for organizing this and the people of Ghana, of Benin. My name is Dr. Josephus Brahima, and I wear two hats in the sense that I am both an academic and a civil servant. I lecture philosophy, media ethics, education, and law as a lawyer. And as a civil servant, I am the professional head of the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. Let me state that the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education is a very new ministry that started in 2018, and we joined in 2019. The current government sees human capital development as a human right, and that's the core of its governance system. So in 2018, the Australia Ministry was unbundled, creating two ministries, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Education and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, of which I am the professional head. In 2018, the government of Sierra Leone introduced free school quality education. And our own ministry, the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, was asked or was mandated to focus on technical and higher education. using technology as a tool to drive this process. The above was born out of the fact that out of our national experience, when we had the Ebola outbreak in 2014, that brought the whole educational system to a grinding halt. No school, from preschool to the universities. So in 2019, when we came in, when I took over in tandem with some of the directors, we decided that we wanted to go digital and technology should be at the heart of the quality service delivery in education. Now, our ministry, with support from the EU, we started and put in place a platform called the Learning Management System. And so this system was very vital in helping us to see through COVID. So when COVID struck in 2019, we were able, using that platform, to reach our students in all tertiary institutions in the country online. Whilst this was up and running, we had asked, and these are all in place, all our higher education institutions, be it private or public, to do the same. All of them have running platforms. To make better what we currently have, we then developed certain policies. We developed policy on TVET, and at the core of the delivery of TVET should be technology. And of recent, we've just developed a policy on science, technology, and innovation, and a council, a national council, in respect of same, is now up and running to drive this process forward. As regards TVET, to be very specific, we've asked that technology be at the heart in the service delivery. So all our government technical institutes, we have 11 in 10 districts. We have 16 districts, so we have 11 in 10 districts. We are supplied with computers, and these computer rooms, we are given solar panels because of the erratic nature of power supply in our country, and all of them was given thermal plants, as it were. Again, through the World Bank, we have trained 18,000 young persons in various growth sectors, including ICT. And even those who are reading other disciplines like agriculture and nutrition, they were also given basic skills, ICT skills. This was to enhance the possibility of employability, be it self or through others. Since the introduction of the free quality school education, our universities in Sierra Leone could not absorb the number of students who are opting to pursue higher education in 12 of the higher education institutions, the universities in our country. As a result, we have decided and developed an ODL policy, an open distance learning policy, using technology to enable universities to absorb more numbers. So the ministries are aware of the cost of internet and the availability of same. And so, of recent, we have started working with Starlink to install the gadgets or equipment in all tertiary institutions. That process is ongoing. In order not to leave anyone behind, we have plans to make these universities serve as hub so that those who are non-students living around the universities can access the internet. We chose Starlink because it's very easy for them to set up their gadgets as the satellites are nearer to Earth and less demanding of power. And we also want to state that even though we have received fiber optics was landed in Sierra Leone over 10 years ago, we are still to go into very hard to reach areas in the country. We are also of the view that the ministries should not be left behind. Because as a ministry, we are responsible for training the mindset of our country, the minds of our country. We're using technology as it were to bridge the urban-rural divide because we want to create equitable access, transparency, and accountability. As I had said earlier, our universities are all using online platforms through which students apply and they gain admissions. What about our ministries? All the ministries in Sierra Leone are online. But we do not have a one central platform that we use. And so that gives room to so many data scattered all over the place. The government to address this is now working on what we call a one gov. That's a one-stop shop. That is in the process. Let me say that we have challenges that has been enumerated by others before me. The cost of internet, power supply, all of those, the capacity of staff to handle these very high-end issues of connectivity and related issues. So in respect of capacity building, the Ministry of Technical Education has made it a policy to give priority to all the ladies who opt to study STEAM in our universities. All of them are granted scholarships. And those who have the requisite qualifications are given priority when we have international scholarships to go overseas to enhance their knowledge and skills. The other issue of poor infrastructure is Sierra Leone is not accepted. And so currently we're working with certain groups. We are working with UNECA, for example. We are working with UNIS in China, NSDC in India, just for us to ameliorate what currently obtains. We know that our societies are rule-based and the internet space can be used for nefarious purposes. And so, quite recently, noting that cyberbullying is on the increase and other crimes, we've enacted a Cyber Crime Act of 2024.
Encore
in
une
order
minute,
to
s'il vous plaît.
protect,
Une minute, s'il vous plaît, pour clôturer.
in order to protect our citizens. Let me end by saying that we've also done other things which I want to make mention of. We have created, or rather established, innovation hubs in few of the universities in Sierra Leone. And we are proud to see that we have in the Mano River Basin, the first drone corridor. So we use drones as it were to deliver much needed medical aid in hard to reach areas. So thank you very much for your attention and God bless.
Merci. Nous allons passer à la dernière présentation. Je pense l'Ouganda. Uganda, you are ready?
And gentlemen. Yes, so I'm called Caroline Aguti and I work for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development as an Assistant Commissioner in charge of Health, Safety and Environment. And I will be presenting on behalf of Uganda. We take this opportunity to thank the government of Benin for hosting us and UNECA for inviting us to be part of this discussion. Okay, the next. Yes, that will be the structure of my presentation. Next. Now I can't read what I put there myself. Okay, so Uganda recognizes WSIS framework as a cornerstone for inclusive and ICT-driven sustainable development. And Uganda has action lines across all the sectors in terms of energy extractives, education, health, agriculture, transport, service delivery, and governance. And on our national efforts, we are geared towards reinforcing global targets, SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, SDG 9 industry, innovation and infrastructure, SDG 12 responsible consumption and production, and SDG 16 peace, justice, and strong security institutions. Uganda's digital journey is guided by African Union agenda.
D'accord, merci. Please, you can speak slowly.
But you told me 7 minutes.
Yes.
So...
L'équipe de traduction n'arrive pas à nous suivre, donc c'est vrai qu'on est limité dans le temps, mais il faut aller doucement, s'il vous plaît. Thank you.
Okay. So Uganda's digital journey is guided by the African Union Agenda 2063, especially the Aspiration 1, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And our interventions prioritize resilient infrastructure, energy access, innovation, and environment responsibility. Uganda's approach illustrates that ICT are not just enablers, but central pillars of economic transformation, especially when embedded in sustainable sectoral systems. Next. So in terms of our legal framework, which would fit well in action area 1, government and stakeholders, we have our constitution of 1995, Uganda Vision 2040, and Digital Vision Uganda. And these are operationalized through the National Development Plans and the National Broadband Policy 2018. Currently, Uganda is implementing its National Development Plan 4. And the key policies and strategies include the National ICT Policy, the e-waste management policy, the e-government policy framework, and multiple draft frameworks on telecommunication, open data, infrastructure sharing, spectrum management. And the key legislations are Access to Information Act, the National Information Technology Authority Act of 2009, Electronic Transactions and Signatures Act, Computer Misuse Act, Uganda Communications Act, and the Data Protection and Privacy Act. And the other supporting regulations that have been enacted by Uganda Communications Commission, support to guideline sensing, consumer protection, digital authentication, cybersecurity, and data governance. And these are licensing regulations of 2019, e-signature regulations of 2013, and the National Data Bank regulations of 2020. Next. So in terms of the institutional framework, our ICT issues are managed through a multi-layered institutional framework in terms of policy, regulation, and then at the operational level. We have a ministry responsible for ICT and national guidance that play the policy role. Then we have the Uganda Communications Commission that plays the regulatory role. And then we have the National Information Technology Authority that manages the ICT infrastructure. So this gets into operation. We have the Uganda Post Office Limited that offers postal services. We also have the Uganda Institute of Information and Communication Technology that focuses on the aspects of training and research in ICT. And we have Uganda Broadcasting Corporation that manages public broadcasting. And we have the Uganda Media Center that provides information and communication services. And then the academia, we definitely work with the universities to provide courses that are related to computer science and information technology, and also the private sector are involved in ICT provision and infrastructure development, but also in capacity development. Next. We focused on our NDP 4, and we are looking at the status where we are. In terms of action area 2, information and communications infrastructure, we have a broadband coverage. And in terms of the different gigawatts, we have 76% at 2G, 72% at 3G, and 55% on 4G. We have the national backbone infrastructure that has expanded to 4,387 kilometers. In terms of the telecommunications towers, we have 5,204 and a fiber network of 47,771 kilometers. The internet penetration is at 63%, with 19.5 million mobile internet subscriptions, but the last mile access is still limited. In terms of digital literacy, 20% of the population is digitally skilled. In terms of devices and access costs, internet costs have been reduced to half, but the devices and services remain expensive, and cyber security instances are still high at about 71%. Telecom revenue is about 1.7 trillion as per December 2024. Next. So in terms of, next slide, please. So in terms of our strategic goals, we expect that by 2029-2030, we shall have increased our broadband coverage to 70% and boost digital literacy and enhance internet usage from 16 to 45%, and strengthen e-government service satisfaction, improve cybersecurity posture from 50.65% to 60.65%, support innovation with the 45% of the local products that are commercialized, expand ICT investment from 1.8 to 2.3% of the GDP, and improve compliance with data protection and privacy account to 30%. Next. So in terms of, I am not sure, I think you're projecting either my old slides. Okay. So in terms of electricity, we are focusing on data centers and integration. And Uganda has a 600 megawatts hydropower plant that we have just commissioned last year, and it's now operational, and we are going to host a government data center that will ensure energy security for digital infrastructure. And this will support resilient data hosting, cybersecurity, and rollout of e-government services in accordance with SDG 9. And this also is linked to WSIS target 1.5, connectivity and access to public digital infrastructure, but this is still in undeserved areas. We also support the East African Power Pool, because definitely we appreciate that in terms of if we don't have reliable transmission and distribution network, connectivity across the regions becomes a challenge. And in terms of the East African Power Pool, we are supporting with the transmission network to South Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We also export power to Kenya, and we are also constructing the East African crude pipeline to Tanzania. So in terms of access to information, C3, digital transformation, should be C3. 41.6 million active mobile subscriptions, and the population of Uganda is 49.9 million people. And we have 1,960,000 fixed lines and 18.2 million smartphones. The mobile money transactions, 2.15 mobile transactions. Next.
Encore une minute, s'il vous plaît, pour conclure. Une minute.
Now I first have to put on this thing to understand the French, eh?
1 minute to finish your communication.
Now you see. Okay. Okay, so in terms of capacity building, Uganda, we have an Institute for Information and Communications Technology. Then we also promote the use of artificial intelligence for planning. And then we have the universities and the private sector. So in terms of security, we have e-government services, e-visas, services available. We offer digital car number plates now. We have a national identification system that is aligned with our passports. We have revenue services that are e-connected. We do birth registrations, marriages through our Uganda Registration Bureau. We also strengthen national security against cyber threats, improve service delivery, and supporting digital transformation. So in terms of the enabling environment, we do weather forecasting and climate prediction, data collection and monitoring, early warning systems, monitoring and modeling greenhouse gas emissions, e-waste management, use of remote sensing and geographical information systems to monitor natural resource degradation. And we have an environment database for environment licensing. So, and in terms of ICT applications, in terms of advancing digital inclusion literacy, ICT in education, the government has established ICT laboratories in 1,400 public secondary schools and provided high-speed internet to 485 schools, equipping students with digital skills. We also have public access centers upgraded, 37 national libraries and public access centers with ICT facilities. And in terms of gender inclusion, Uganda WSIS celebrates International Women's Day with Girls in ICT Day, promoting female participation in technology, aiming to bridge the digital gender divide. And this is in line with SDG 4, integration of ICT in schools, enhancing learning outcomes and digital literacy, and SDG 5 initiatives encouraging equal participation of women and girls in ICT. In terms of digitalization of Uganda's electricity grid, Uganda's energy access is at 56%. Uganda Electricity Distribution Company is deploying advanced metering infrastructure and supervisory control data acquisition systems, supports real-time data management, reduces technical losses, and improves response time. We also have the energy efficiency, which is SDG 7.3, accountability in distribution and transparency through digitalized billing, which also aligns well with WSIS target 2.3, enhanced energy management through ICT. In terms of our energy transition plan, Uganda has an energy transition plan that we launched about 2 years ago. Uganda is currently implementing an energy policy that has rolled out a number of renewable energy projects that will be contributing to transition to clean energy, and this enables digital control and monitoring via remote sensing, and also facilitates off-grid solutions in rural areas supporting SDG 7.1 and WSIS target 2.2, access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. The energy transition plan includes digital tools for energy planning and modeling, and also emphasizes capacity building in ICT and the energy nexus linked to SDG 7, 13, and WSIS target 4.1 on digital literacy for sustainable development and support and promotion of the East African energy pool. I'm about to finish.
Vous pouvez conclure?
I'm concluding, yes. In terms of sustainable extraction of minerals, which is action line 7 on applications, Uganda is proud to have critical minerals that are very critical for the digital transformation. We have cobalt, lithium, rare earth elements, graphite, cobalt, iron, nickel, aluminum, and this underpin the digital transformation. But there is very critical that we look at the aspects of environmental sustainability to reduce carbon emissions from the production of green minerals and the e-waste associated with the digital technology, focus on the aspects of human rights to ensure implementation and also ensure implementation of the extended producer responsibility. And the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is developing traceability systems that will use blockchain and digital registries. And we're also promoting transparency, environment governance, and cross-border trade efficiency in line with SDG 12.2 and 8.2, and supports WSIS target 5.1, ICT for sustainable natural resource management. We also have a database for registration of artisanal and small-scale miners, and we have a digital licensing process for mining and petroleum. And in terms of our digital governance in oil and gas, we monitor our oil and gas activities using digital environment reporting formats, support environment compliance and citizen oversight, and we integrate GIS, remote sensing, and digital auditing systems aligned with SDG 16.1 effective institutions. And this addresses WSIS target 11.1, transparent governance using ICT. In terms of e-waste management and digital circular economy, Uganda generates about 41 million kilos of e-waste. And now we have a legal framework developed to support extended producer responsibility and private sector partnerships. We also contribute to SDG 12.5 and WSIS target 6.2 on promoting sustainable disposable of recyclables using ICT. Challenges: Uganda, like any other African country, has limited accessibility and affordability, digital literacy gaps, limited infrastructure, uncoordinated ICT initiatives, funding constraints, limited integration, and moral degradation. Uganda is progressing in deploying ICT across all sectors, including energy and extractives, and these transformations reinforce WSIS outcomes, enhance SDG, and contribute to African Union aspirations. Continued investment in digital infrastructure, policy coherence, and innovation is key, and there's need for skills enhancement, more research, and affordable capital. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Vous avez fait 22 minutes, madame. Merci. Nous sommes à la fin de la session 3, la session sur la présentation, les présentations nationales. Nous allons enchaîner tout à l'heure avec la session 4. Nous remercions tous les présentateurs pour la session 3 et prions les participants qui ont des questions et des préoccupations de bien les garder pour la fin de la session 4. On les fera ensemble, les questions et les réponses des sessions 3 et 4. Mais avant de démarrer cette session 4, l'organisation me prie de vous dire que la pause est déjà prête. Elle durera 15 minutes rigoureusement, et on revient en salle pour démarrer la session 4. Merci.
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 Vous avez des relations avec la dame?
Comme elle devait passer, je l'ai laissé un peu.
Donc, pas clair.
Please take your seats. We're going to start again.
You didn't hear.
We're very late on the program. Take your seats, please. Merci de vous asseoir. Nous recommençons. So welcome back. Our next session is about WSIS challenges, opportunities, and emerging trends. So the session is also about identification and discussion of the specific challenges that we've had for the past 20 years in terms of implementing the World Summit of Information Society, both the action lines and the Tunis agenda that we got respectively in 2003 and 2005. And some of the reasons why we maybe haven't advanced is, as we have been talking about yesterday, governance issues. We just heard about electrification issues. If we don't have energy, it's hard to have ICTs working. We also heard about one of the things that I truly classify in terms of the emerging issues that we have, which is simply that we were rather being eaten by plastic. And one of the things that we need to keep in mind is recycling as we go into the ICT sector, because all of the components that are in our equipments can be harmful to our water levels, not to mention, of course, the use of water, for example, for cooling down data centers. So it is really, really important that we keep all of these things in mind while we're trying to jump into what we call the digital world. So for this session, I have Honorable Jacqueline Amonguin. Yeah. So we're good. Jacqueline is going to take her seat. And then we have someone representing also Benin, Donc, nous avons un représentant du Bénin qui va parler aussi sur le panel. C'est vous? D'accord. Donc, c'est le gouvernement qui va parler. We have a representative from the private sector from Nigeria, Jimson Olufowe. Jimson is here. Wisdom is also here. Yes. And we have also a representative from academia, Prof. Charles Esimone from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University. And then we have Clara Nyinu, who is the representative of the youth in Benin. So I'm going to be very strict because we're really running late. And I have a few questions that we're going to respond to questions first. And then afterwards, we'll have questions. And as we said, you know, if you had questions about also the presentations of the countries that were made before, this will be your chance to ask questions. So I'm going to start with Honorable Jacqueline. Okay. So one of the things that I'm going to ask you is about the policy frameworks and regional collaborations in terms of the specific experiences that you've had, you know, about policies to support infrastructure development and attracting investment. And I think this is something that you can develop as a representative of the, you know, parliaments, and in terms of how basically you're making enabling laws locally to make sure that things are advancing digitally on the ground. Thank you.
Ok, merci madame. Merci, je m'appelle Jacqueline Amongin. Je suis member député Ouganda. I am so excited to meet all of you, and I will be responding to the few questions in regards to African parliamentarians' role and how they can effectively shape the digital governance frameworks in relations to the digital governance, and also aligning to the WSIS+20 outcomes. I will be very brief since we are time limited, but I would say as a member of parliament, representative from Uganda, and also representing Uganda in the regional parliament, I'm honored to discuss the critical role African parliaments can play in shaping digital governance frameworks. My focus on this question is going to be on one, the importance of digital governance in Africa and the role of parliaments, and then how do we harmonize with the international frameworks and domesticating them at the national level. I would say
all of that in 2 minutes, Jacqueline.
Yes, I'm going to do that. I flew to speak, so really I cannot return without saying all this. So digital governance is crucial for Africa's development, enabling economic, social progress, and improved governance. Effective digital governance framework can promote digital inclusion, potential citizens' rights, and foster innovation. So to me, I know that the role of parliament is very critical, because parliament is a summary of everyday sectors of our governments in terms of legislations. So digital inclusion is critical because it cuts across all sectors, and therefore parliaments have to play a critical role in ensuring an oversight on digital inclusion in their day-to-day legislative role. So enacting laws that promote digital inclusion and protecting citizens' rights is key. and conducting oversight and ensuring accountability in digital policy implementation, engaging with stakeholders, and realigning their legislative processes to the African parliaments can enact laws that promote digital inclusion, such as universal access laws, data protection and data privacy laws, cyber security laws. An example from Uganda include the Access to Information Act 2005 and the Protection and Privacy Act 2019. Apparently, at the East African Regional Parliament, we are championing a data governance and data privacy law, which will be tabled for first reading in June. We are hopeful that when this law comes into effect, the federating countries within the East African region will be able to improve or revamp on their existing digital laws to fit into the current trends of the emerging technologies, which includes the Internet of Things. We've been talking about the artificial intelligence. We've been talking about so many other emerging technologies. But on a continental level, I'm envisioning a situation where we have a model framework law on data governance and data protection. And I would like to call upon the participants who are in this WSIS review that as we continue reviewing WSIS+20, we should be looking at strengthening our legislative frameworks so that they are able to fit into our strategy of promoting access and inclusion for all. And that is the niche where we come in as parliaments. I would like to really, in a special way, to thank UNECA for involving parliamentarians, because most times the parliamentary role is critical. I know all the other stakeholders are important, but when you bring parliaments on board, then there is harmony, and you know that they are able to pursue the agenda in terms of enabling environment, enabling law, and ensuring aligning with the GDC and WSIS+20 outcomes. African parliaments can align their digital governance frameworks with the international frameworks that I've already mentioned, including incorporating principles of digital inclusion, human rights, and multi-stakeholderism, ensuring that digital policies and laws are aligned with international commitments. As I conclude, Madam, African parliaments can play a critical role in shaping digital governance frameworks that promote digital inclusion, protect citizens' rights, foster innovation, enable enacting laws, conducting oversight, engaging with stakeholders, and providing capacity for parliaments at the continental level to be able to be a good example and critical stakeholders in ensuring that digitalization is for all. I would like to thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amogen. And I think the two words that I really want to keep here is about parliaments as part of multi-stakeholders that are needed to build this digital construct that we want for the continent, to make sure that they are accountable and responsible, just like each and every one of us. So that is really wonderful to hear, and also the provision about working together. Because, you know, the one thing that we always forget is that we're working in silos most of the time, and we cannot continue. You know, we can't continue having disparate frameworks on the continent that are not helping the Africa continental free trade area that we want for the development of our people. So thank you very much. Next, I'm going to go to my left-hand side. Et alors, demander à notre donc représentant du Bénin, de quelle façon est-ce que les gouvernements africains peuvent mettre dans la balance la digitalisation rapide ou la numérisation rapide que l'on veut avec le souci que nous avons, que nous connaissons très bien, qui est que simplement, nous devons prendre le temps de bien mettre en place tout ce qui est comment ça s'appelle, frameworks autour de non seulement la collaboration, la mise en partenariat, comme on vient de l'entendre de notre collègue du Parlement, des lois, que ce soit sur les données, que ce soit donc sur l'électrification, que ce soit sur l'éducation, l'utilisation de nos langues et tout le reste. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire ensemble pour faire avancer ça, plutôt que de travailler en silo et de toujours dire moi j'ai fait, mais en fait, on n'arrive jamais à regarder à nos propres avantages comparatifs par rapport à ce qui pourrait être fait avec les pays de la région ou de la sous-région pour qu'on n'ait pas à tout le temps recommencer les mêmes choses. Merci, M. Gaspard.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je suis Gaspard Datonti, je viens du ministère du numérique et de la digitalisation. Vous posez très rapidement là la problématique des cadres qu'il faut mettre en œuvre pour booster la digitalisation. J'ai essayé d'analyser un peu le profil de tous ceux qui sont à cet atelier. Et sans risque de me tromper, je pense que nous sommes tous des aînés de l'histoire numérique de nos pays. Cette histoire a commencé pourtant récemment, je me rappelle un peu autour des années 90-95 avec l'arrivée de l'Internet et la démonopolisation du secteur des télécommunications. C'est pour dire que c'est une histoire qui se construit également au Bénin et les 10 dernières années constituent vraiment la phase la plus marquante de cette histoire où le gouvernement, à travers une vision de son président, le président Patrice Talon, a clairement exprimé la volonté de faire du Bénin un pays qui constitue une plateforme des services numériques pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et donc, tout est parti de cette vision. Et à partir de cette vision, le Bénin a mis en place une déclaration de politique sectorielle à partir de laquelle toutes les politiques et stratégies ont été élaborées. Je n'en veux pour preuve que le code du numérique, qui est aujourd'hui un code qui régit les communications électroniques et qui fait l'envie de tous les pays qui sont voisins et qui permet de renforcer la sécurité du cyberespace béninois, également qui attrait les investisseurs. Puisque quand vous parlez de numérique, il faut forcément créer un cadre qui donne de l'attirance aux investisseurs. Et le code du numérique du Bénin est l'un des premiers outils qui ont été mis en place pour créer ce cadre-là qui peut faire venir les investisseurs, les sécuriser et réglementer tout ce qui est communication électronique. Et en dehors de ça, j'ai parlé tout à l'heure de la déclaration de politique sectorielle qui s'exprime à travers les politiques et les stratégies. On peut citer également la stratégie de données de sécurité numérique qui permet de sécuriser le cyberespace béninois, parce que vous venez de le dire, la technologie accroît à grande vitesse. En même temps que cela accroît, il y a des velléités qu'il faut freiner. Et donc, en même temps que vous faites des investissements, vous devez réfléchir à la sécurisation de ces investissements et donc développer tout ce qu'il faut faire pour renforcer la cybersécurité et accélérer l'adoption des services numériques. En dehors de cela, au niveau du Bénin, nous comptons beaucoup sur les compétences locales. Aucun écosystème numérique ne peut se développer sans l'implication, vous savez, des startups. Et en 2023, le gouvernement a pris cette initiative de ce qu'on appelle le label startup, qui aujourd'hui permet de donner des incentives, de donner des attractions fiscales, techniques et financières aux jeunes entreprises qui portent une innovation dans les secteurs stratégiques de la santé, de l'agriculture, du numérique, etc. Et donc, c'est une réalité aujourd'hui. Je peux vous dire qu'il y a quelques semaines, la première liste de startups labellisées a été publiée par le gouvernement du Bénin et c'est quelque chose que nous saluons. En dehors de ça, on n'évolue pas justement en silo au Bénin, on évolue au sein d'une communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, on évolue également au sein de l'Union monétaire ouest-africaine et à travers ces différentes organisations, on bénéficie ou on est sponsor d'un certain nombre de projets qui visent la digitalisation, la transformation de l'aviation publique, mais qui visent également à harmoniser les politiques en termes de cybersécurité et également réglementer un certain nombre de choses dans le domaine des télécommunications, notamment le roaming. Donc, le Bénin est membre de ces organisations et joue activement son rôle de leadership au sein de ces organisations. Je veux citer également, pour finir, madame, puisque le temps est limité, quelques organisations au sein desquelles le Bénin évolue. On a l'Alliance Smart Africa, on a vu tout à l'heure l'adresse du DG de Smart Africa. Le Bénin est justement leader sur un certain nombre de projets de cette organisation africaine et qui fait de très bonnes choses. Nous intervenons également en tant que membre actif au niveau de l'UIT sur certains projets spécifiques, notamment ceux qui sont relatifs à l'implication des jeunes filles dans les TIC. Récemment, on a célébré cette journée-là et le Bénin a marqué de main forte cette journée. Donc, ce sont autant d'organisations, l'UAT et l'ISO, au sein desquelles le Bénin essaie d'apporter son expérience réussie au cours de ces 10 années, mais également essaie de prendre de la bonne graine au niveau des autres pays afin de consolider l'écosystème qui se construit et qui promet de belles choses pour les générations, pas d'aujourd'hui, mais de demain et du futur. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment, le Bénin, de nous avoir succinctement raconté donc ce que le pays est en train véritablement de poursuivre et en fait d'y arriver, ce qui est absolument vraiment merveilleux. On vous félicite et merci encore de nous accueillir pour cette session ici. Je voudrais juste faire un petit aparté pour parler, par exemple, justement donc de l'UAT, l'Union africaine des télécommunications, qui est une organisation, je pense, dans laquelle beaucoup de nos pays participent et qui, tout à l'heure, 2-3 pays ont parlé, par exemple, de numéros d'urgence. Je ne sais pas si vous savez, mais par exemple, c'est dans la ligne de ce que nous voulons mettre en place sur ce continent, au niveau de l'UAT, la résolution 100 qui a été portée par toute l'Afrique au niveau de l'Assemblée mondiale de la normalisation a mis en place donc la résolution 100 qui voudrait que l'Afrique porte un numéro unique d'urgence pour justement toutes les catastrophes naturelles, pour nous permettre justement de collaborer tous. crucial and important, or else we cannot pretend to go into the digital world. So I'm going to turn to our private sector representatives, and Jimson, if you can tell us about innovative financing models, that can help public-private activities and partnerships so that, the private sector can be part of this digital world that we want. We all know by now that governments cannot do it alone. So how do we make sure that the partnerships that private sector bring are also to the benefit of everybody and not simply private sector? Thank you very much. Yeah, I have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Jimson Olufuye, Chair of the Advisory Council of Africa City Alliance and the Principal Consultants at Contemporary Consulting. Once again, I want to appreciate UNECA and the government of Benin for bringing us together, because in this hall, we have all the stakeholders, the private sector, the civil society, the technical and academic community, and I can see some youths around too. So it's a balanced, multi-stakeholder engagement framework that we have in the hall right now. And on the basis of that, I want to make this first declaration that in Africa, even other regions of the world, if government does not move, nothing moves. If UNECA or the government of Benin did not agree to say, okay, you guys come, nothing will happen. So the second point I want to make is that the government has control of about 75% of instrument of power, okay, especially financial resources. They control huge budget every year, and they have capacity to reach out to create new wealth. So, and on the basis of that, I want to say that when the government collaborate with the private sector in particular, and of course other stakeholders, they can fast track development. You can really move fast, very fast. And that's why even in the developed world, like the US, most of the economy is driven by the private sector. So we need to pay attention to this innovative mechanism, because I'm in the private sector and I know how it's worked. I consult for the government. We build data center. We do cybersecurity. We're involved in digitalization. We involve even in creating AI applications and so on and so forth, and a good working framework. So there are a number of innovative ideas. Number one, there's blended finance. This combines public, philanthropic, and private capital to risk investment in digital infrastructure services. There are use cases about this. That is, government development banks provide first loss guarantee or concessional loans to attract private telecoms and data center investment, like with venture capitals. I have friends that are venture capitals, they're doing it well. Sukuk is another one. And the use of Universal Service Fund. At the IGF last year, there was a panel where they reviewed Universal Service Fund use, and it wasn't a good news in Africa. So the government need to pay attention to the use of this Universal Service Provision Fund so that the underserved areas can be reached in partnership with the private sector. Please know that, again, private sector is always ready to support government, to fulfill their mandate. It's the mandate of the government, and we are ready to support it. Then also, Digital Infrastructure Fund, specialized investment vehicles that focus on broadband, cloud, on data center, and digital platform. There is this model that came out of PIDA, that is the project for infrastructure that the African Union Head of State, they came up with in 2012. And with that, the African Development Bank and some other stakeholder, private sector too, they formed the Africa 50s ICT investment platform. Africa 50s ICT investment platform towards the realization of the 2063 agenda. So this framework is working, and there are a lot of intervention happening from African Development Bank with other stakeholders. Then there is what is called Data for Development Partnership. Tech firms collaborate with public institutions to provide anonymized data set for public service delivery. The examples are in mobile data used for public health surveillance or traffic management, or even in agriculture. okay, where farmers are giving information about where they can sell their produce. And this helped a great deal, wherein private sector can get some commission even from the use of the facility. Then shared infrastructure, public-private partnership, that is co-location. That has been encouraged a lot in Nigeria. Collaborative model for co-building and operating digital infrastructure. Government should encourage it, build towers together, deploy fiber together. By the way, the government of Nigeria, though we have 35,000 fiber link, they are rolling out 90,000 fiber link in collaboration with our private sector right now. And so we could have such framework that reduce even capital expenditure and even operating costs and improve rural coverage. Another point model is digital skills investment bond. This impacts investment instruments targeting the youth, digital upskilling, or tech entrepreneurship. Right now, they are training about 3 million youths in Nigeria, 3 million. That is 3 TMM in Nigeria to capacitate them in the digital skills. And that will help a lot to come up with new businesses, new startup activities.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, there is an innovation and incubation fund, okay, public-private venture capitals and catalyst funds, which support local tech startups. So the banks, large corporations, we work together to deliver this in the health sector, in the education sector, in many other sectors. Then finally, again, cross-border regional.
No.
When you look at cross-border, so we need to encourage cross-border. Let me use the opportunity to alert my friend in Cote d'Ivoire that I would like to have engagement with him, even in Cote d'Ivoire, in Kinshasa. Let us, brainstorm. All the private sector people here, let's come together. There are some big things we need to do, cross-border regional. Let's begin to put to practice what we talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimson. Totally agree. Together we go far. Alone, we might go quickly, but we maybe won't be achieving as much as we need. So one of the things that that is, I think, beneath what Jimson has been talking about is really including the private sector in terms of what governments are doing on the ground. We don't give enough light of day to the private sector in general whenever we're talking about digital transformation and activities in general. The government wants to go, yes, ahead and build stuff, but we don't really give the private sector the light of day to bring them into what they're supposed to do, because they're part of this ecosystem that we're building. So it is really, really important that we talk together. And it's important also that the private sector, as Jimson just said, that they come together for the continent to look into what is it that their own comparative advantages, and make sure that, they show that they can do it. So thank you very much. I think I'm going to now move to Wisdom, who is here to also represent not only civil society, but the Africa Geospatial Data and Internet Conference. It is one of the things that we haven't really talked too much about in terms of connectivity. One of the things that I have worked on since 2013 in this region is the use, for example, of TV white spaces for connectivity. There's no reason when we have, TV pervasive on the continent that we cannot use this to actually connect rural areas. It is absolutely doable. We have the technologies, and, we need just the legislators, we need the regulators, and we need the governments to work with the broadcasters to make this a reality. So, Wisdom, how can also civil society organizations effectively, advocate for not only the inclusion of, civil society, but also, everybody's right. Everybody's right. And, and when we say right, we also say responsibility and accountability for each one of us. So How can we make that happen? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Wisdom Donko, the Executive Director for Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. We also have the Africa Community Network organization that we try to go into rural community and then help them connect onto the internet. And also I'm the chair for the non-commercial users constituency within ICANN. And then we do most of this advocacy. So thank you very much for this question. Yes, civil society has a unique and critical role in ensuring digital policies are truly inclusive. First, we must actively participate in policy-making processes, contributing to digital strategies and holding institutions accountable to inclusive standards. Our advocacy must be backed by evidence, community-level data that reveals the real challenges faced by women, persons with disabilities, and rural population. We also need to work on civil society groups and then bringing together these groups and to advocate for the less privileged ones. And then importantly, civil society should not only demand access, but also drive programs that build digital literacy and empower underserved communities as digital creators and leaders. Lastly, we must take these voices to global platform, ensuring that African perspective and culture shapes the digital future of Africans. So we all will agree. And then with the private sector, yes, I do acknowledge that they are doing a lot of work, but most of the time, they look at their pockets. And then you can all attest, the rural communities, we are still lagging behind. And we need to find a way to get into those communities. Those are the places that we need to be thinking about. And that is where civil society are saying some resources at least need to be made available to these groups as well, so that places where a private sector doesn't want to even go, civil society can reach. One of the things that we keep talking about is spectrum allocation. You know, spectrum allocation most often is big organizations that are using it. If me as a civil society, I have this allocation of spectrum being allocated to me, I'll say, okay, I'll decide to move into the rural communities and also try to help them. So these are some of the things. And also, we have groups like the NCUC, which is a non-commercial stake users constituency within ICANN. And then what NCUC does is, it's like a watchdog. We watch the DNS and then make sure that policies that are being implemented favors the users, the poor users, the farmers, and all of that. So that is what we do. And then we also have access now, for example. You know, they are also championing this internet shutdown. Any country going into an election, for example, you know, they have that tendency of shutting down the internet. And that is where access now, you see them coming in strongly on governments, going after them not to shut down the internet during the election. So finally, the role of civil society in this national development is very key. And then they also need to be supported somehow to go into areas where people don't want to go.
Thank you very much, Wisdom, and thank you for staying in time. And as you said, one of the things that we absolutely need is all stakeholders to be at the table when we're talking about, you know, national strategies. So it is absolutely crucial and important because civil society is always there to remind us that fragile parts of our communities are left behind when these things are being put together. I think we talked yesterday about one of the fundamental issues that we have, which is that internet as a whole and the web doesn't really speak our languages. So that is one of the, I think, challenges that we absolutely have. And I'm really hoping that our two speakers from academia are going to probably also touch on that to not only show us, some of the issues that academia faces in terms of coming together to be part of this process. We hardly ever see you there. We see you at the meetings, but on the national platforms, it's hard to really see, for example, a collective of chancellors from universities coming to say, this is what we need, this is what we want, and in terms of education, we need the government to support us in doing these type of courses, or, if we can't do that, is there a place that maybe, Nigeria and Benin can share courses that are available at Nnamdi Azikiwe University and that are not available at Abomey Calavi? Name it. We're in the same time zone. Again, comparative advantages, so we can really make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot because we always want to do the same things. Everybody wants to do the same courses, the same. And the problem is we don't have enough capacity because we don't have the teachers, we don't have the money and all of that. So I'm going to start with you, Professor Charles Simone. And if you can tell us about, homegrown innovations, maybe in terms of courses, in terms of agreements, in academia that could help us go forward, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm pleased, like many others have also said, to be part of this meeting. And I thank you, Madam Moderator, because you have hit the nail on the head about the need to involve academia in many of the innovations that we're trying to bring abroad. And because this has not been happening in many African settings, you can see that there's a very big gap that ordinarily shouldn't have been there. First, I want to say very clearly that universities and academic research centers in Africa, they are not just teaching points, but they are potential engines of innovation, and they are positioned to address our continent-specific developmental challenges. That is a fact. And if we begin to see things this way, to force us, so to say, to consciously involve academia in some of these policies and programs we're making, especially in terms of bridging the digital divide. There are a couple of issues that are key that roles that academia could play to foster this kind of collaboration. The first one, very fundamental, is the need for curriculum reform. I've been a vice chancellor for over 5 years. What I've noticed is that where we want to be in Africa, if we want to do research in Africa for Africans, we need to do a paradigm shift in the curriculum in terms of what we give to students. We have had experiences where many of our graduates, when they go and they want to work in very many big tech, they need to be retrained again. They need to be retrained again. And that's not so good for employers of labor. That's not also good to generate or stimulate the innovative mindset that we want to propagate. So curriculum reform is very critical. And just to put it straight on the point, what we need from government is funding. Because if you want to change our curriculum so that we'll be very versed in hands-on, there need to be proper funding to change the infrastructural landscape. Many universities, the infrastructure is so dilapidated. They barely have time to do practicals in Africa. They do cram everything. People do rote learning. Rote learning is what they do. Hands-ons are not there, and it's a fundamental issue. We need to look at the budget that we allocate educational sector for education. UNICEF has, made a mandate about 6% of our budget should be for education, but many governments don't even allocate as much as 2 or 3% for education. That's a fundamental problem. We also need to have more partnership with even the private sector to train our students. I call that empirical learning, where people from industry are part of the teachers. Somebody, experts in cybersecurity, experts in ICT companies, they should consciously be part of the teaching process in our universities to develop that talent that we need. Very crucial. Also need to create localized research and funding. It should be targeted, right? People should not do research because they want to get promotion, but research that will solve the problem of Africa. And this has not been there. And this has to do with policy also. And our parliamentarians are here. In my university, we did a lot of things to force people to begin to do research that is translational, and became part of the policy because in Nigeria, the universities have a degree of autonomy. And we let them know that if you need to get promotion to another level, need to see grants, need to see impacts that your research is making. And it became a big problem at that time. But Senate passed that, my university, and the people started doing research that will solve community problems. And we're advertising that on our local radio stations. It had a lot of impact, and a lot of small-scale industries have emanated from some of those processes. You see, talents are there, but they just need to be energized one way or the other. And but policy is important. If we could do that in our university, but if we now have it at the policy level that this is what we want our universities to do, I think that's going to help. Universities should also be centers for innovation. Innovation hubs, incubators should be part of the university ecosystem. And that also needs critical rejigging of the thinking sets and minds of our people. In our university, we have had some startups who have used AI, for instance, to do agriculture pest control. That's young students, undergraduate students, they were able to use AI to develop pest control mechanism. And we are sure that if such, startups are taken up, it will make a lot of impact. We've also developed an AI-based, what we call computer-based test, where lecturers don't, because a lot of, I don't know whether it happens in other countries also, but in Nigeria or some other institutions, so sometimes there's impersonation, right? People write exams for others. But we develop an AI-based CBT test, which could generate questions automatically. You just throw in what you have given lectures, it develops the questions, marks them, and can detect impersonators. We tried that in several large-scale exams, and it was very, very, very effective. Fourthly, we can also look at open data ecosystem. The academia should be involved in that. They should support it. And, oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Professor Esimone. And I think one of the things that I'm going to, the only thing that I'm really going to talk about is curriculum reform. It is absolutely imperative that we really tag to what is the end goal, backtrack from there and look into what is it that our private sector needs, what is it that our governments need, and to make sure that we have profiles of people who are coming out of our universities that are really up to the task. It is just crucial. The rest can come by itself. So my next panelist, Professeur Rezan, merci d'être avec nous et je vais donc passer à vous pour vous demander comment est-ce que vous pensez aussi que le monde académique peut travailler avec les gouvernements et donc les décisionnaires en général pour être sûr que nous arrivons à ce que le professeur Simone vient de, ce dont il vient de parler, en disant qu'il faut absolument que nous ayons une réforme des curriculums pour être sûr que nos enfants, nos jeunes, sortent de nos universités avec non seulement les profils qu'il faut, mais qu'ils puissent véritablement être productifs à la sortie des universités. Merci beaucoup. À vous le temps.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je suis Eugène C. Ezin, directeur de l'Institut de formation et de recherche en informatique de l'Université d'Abomey-Calavi au Bénin. Alors, dans cet institut, nous avons des bacheliers qui optent pour des filières comme génie logiciel, sécurité informatique, Internet et multimédia, intelligence artificielle, système embarqué et Internet des objets. vous constaterez évidemment que ces filières sont des filières émergentes. Je peux vous dire déjà que les curricula sont élaborés de concert avec les entreprises parce que nous ne formons pas les apprenants pour nous-mêmes, c'est pour qu'ils aillent sur le terrain du travail. Donc, les entreprises s'associent à nous et nous élaborons en tenant compte des besoins du marché, des curricula qui répondent à leurs préoccupations. Et je peux vous dire que cette expérience est très enrichissante parce que l'environnement numérique aujourd'hui au Bénin permet d'atteindre ces objectifs. Nous avons, par exemple, au niveau de la cybersécurité, en 2023 et 2024, pour des concours organisés au niveau de la CEDEAO, ce sont nos étudiants qui ont gagné les premiers prix. Ça montre que nous avons une certaine compétence en formation au niveau de l'Institut au Bénin aujourd'hui. Lorsque je regarde un peu l'Agence des systèmes d'information numérique, disons la structure mère qui s'occupe des informations numériques au niveau du Bénin, le directeur a déclaré tout récemment que 50% des employés de cette agence-là viennent de l'Institut de formation et de recherche en informatique. Quand on regarde un peu les statistiques, nous avons près de 90% du taux d'employabilité, simplement parce que dans la formation, nous mettons l'accent sur l'entrepreneuriat. Déjà en deuxième année, il y a des étudiants qui ont des contrats à l'étranger avec des entreprises et gagnent déjà de l'argent déjà depuis la deuxième année. Ce qui fait que nous avons une ouverture plus globale, non seulement locale, pour donner la chance à nos apprenants d'être compétitifs, non seulement au plan national, mais aussi à l'international. Alors, lorsqu'on regarde un peu ces éléments-là, nous abordons des thématiques, disons, émergentes compte tenu de l'évolution des technologies. Par exemple, nous avons des étudiants qui travaillent bien au niveau de la blockchain, par exemple, de l'intelligence artificielle, de l'Internet des objets, juste pour développer des solutions qu'on peut utiliser sur le terrain. Et nous insistons à ce que les projets de fin d'études débouchent toujours avec un impact au niveau du développement. C'est l'un des éléments pour lesquels nos étudiants sont compétitifs parce que vous ne pouvez pas prétendre finir une formation chez nous sans devoir impacter un domaine précis lors de vos projets de recherche. Alors, concernant les curricula, comme je vous l'ai dit, nous les avons élaborés avec des entreprises, ce qui fait que ça facilite le stage de ces étudiants et en facilitant leur stage au niveau des entreprises, vous voyez très bien que déjà, le stade d'immersion et le stade de fin d'études deviennent des facilités parce que ces entreprises-là viennent aussi à l'université pour enseigner dans nos formations. Ça veut dire que dans nos formations, ce n'est pas seulement des enseignants qui ont la casquette universitaire qui nous accompagnent. Des entrepreneurs qui sont dans les entreprises aussi viennent partager leurs connaissances avec nous. Voilà un peu ce qui se fait au niveau de l'Institut. Évidemment, il y a des défis au niveau de la recherche qui se posent. J'ai entendu tout à l'heure parler des langues. Et la problématique des langues est une chose importante parce que la première chose, il faut la disponibilité des données de nos langues. Malheureusement, vous allez constater que nos langues ne sont pas suffisamment dotées en termes de ressources pour pousser la recherche à ce niveau-là. C'est vrai, des efforts se font. Actuellement, personnellement, je travaille avec un étudiant, un doctorant, je vais dire, pour la traduction automatique du fongbe en français sans avoir besoin d'un intermédiaire, d'un interlocuteur pour traduire ce que l'un dit dans une autre langue, etc. Mais nous souffrons actuellement au niveau de la problématique des données parce que, imaginez-vous, on a dû faire des enregistrements nous-mêmes, etc., pour parvenir à ce besoin. Si ces données-là pouvaient être disponibles sur des plateformes ouvertes, je crois que ça va booster le secteur de la recherche aussi, par exemple, au niveau des langues, au niveau du côté africain. Voilà rapidement ce que je peux apporter comme petite contribution par rapport à la question que la modératrice a appelée. Merci.
Merci infiniment, professeur Reza, et je vais rebondir sur ce que vous venez de dire. C'est absolument crucial. D'ailleurs, en matière d'utilisation de langue, par exemple, toutes les diacritiques qui sont utilisées dans les langues africaines ont été codées dans Unicode il y a plus de 20 ans. Donc, nous avons le matériel déjà pour le faire et nous avons aussi, je pense, au niveau continental, un groupe sur les données ouvertes. Oui, exactement. Donc, ce serait bien peut-être que nos universités fassent partie aussi de ces groupes-là et les instituts pour pouvoir véritablement participer et amener leur contribution à la chose. Merci infiniment, professeur Raisin. Et on va finir avec Clara. Clara, qui est notre représentante donc, de la jeunesse ici. Et Clara va nous parler de toutes les barrières que les jeunes dont ils souffrent sur ce continent, hein, où on aime bien avoir un certain âge et où le respect vient avec les cheveux blancs. Mais comme on dit souvent, la valeur n'attend pas le nombre des années, hein. Et donc, merci Clara de nous éclairer un peu sur comment est-ce que tu penses que la jeunesse doit non seulement être là, mais prendre part à tout ce processus parce qu'après tout, c'est pas seulement notre présent, c'est votre futur. Donc, à vous de le faire. Merci. À toi la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous, je suis Clara Ninou, analyste en cybersécurité et je travaille actuellement à Global Optim Bénin. Alors, je suis ici aujourd'hui pour représenter la jeunesse béninoise et parler des opportunités, des défis que rencontre la jeunesse béninoise à saisir les opportunités du numérique. Alors déjà, j'ai fait une petite remarque, c'est que je ne vois pas beaucoup de jeunes ici parmi nous pour ce bilan. Moi, je ne remarque pas personnellement. Et quand je parle de jeunes, la tranche d'âge que moi, je propose, c'est de 18 ans à 35 ans. Ouais, excusez-moi. Non, c'est une remarque que j'ai faite. Je me suis demandé, mais où sont les jeunes? Où sont les jeunes? Excusez-moi, c'est vrai, vous êtes jeunes aussi, mais moi, je parle des jeunes de 18 ans à 35 ans. Donc voilà, je me suis dit, j'ai remarqué quelque chose, c'est que les jeunes ne sont pas représentés lors des activités comme ça. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes là, nous parlons d'Internet, du numérique, de l'intelligence artificielle. Mais ça, ce sont des opportunités dont les jeunes bénéficient principalement. Aujourd'hui, les réseaux sociaux, ce sont surtout les jeunes qui en profitent. L'intelligence artificielle, ChatGPT, Gemini AI, c'est les jeunes. Mais voilà, les jeunes qui utilisent ça, qui rencontrent des difficultés, ne sont pas là pour en parler. Je m'excuse, mais si je vous demande, par exemple, quand vous posez une question à ChatGPT, comment est-ce que vous devez poser la question en tant que scientifique pour avoir une réponse optimale? On ne vient pas juste et on dit fais-moi ci. Il y a une façon de le faire en fait. Et donc, il faut que nous puissions, en tant que jeunes, être représentés auprès de vous pour discuter. L'année dernière, j'ai participé à l'IGF Monde grâce à un financement. Nous étions 2 à être financés grâce au secrétariat de l'IGF. Déjà, je n'ai pas remarqué de soutien de notre gouvernement déjà de ce côté-là. Je me suis posé la question de savoir pourquoi, mais bon, ça, c'est encore une autre partie. Lors de ce forum, nous étions à peine 5 Béninois. Au niveau de l'Afrique, je pense, je ne peux pas faire un point vraiment comme ça, mais en tant que jeune, c'était à peine une vingtaine. Alors qu'au niveau de l'Occident, de l'Europe, il y en avait beaucoup. Il y en avait beaucoup. Alors que c'est lors de ces conférences-là, de ces forums-là, qu'on peut rencontrer des personnes importantes, qu'on peut discuter avec eux, qu'on peut parler de nos projets, de nos innovations, des idées que l'on a. Mais voilà, dans ces forums, on ne trouve pas le support, en fait, pour pouvoir aller dans ces forums pour discuter. Nous avons plein de projets. Il y a quelque temps, je discutais avec des amis sur leur projet pour voir qu'est-ce qui se passe, comment ça évolue. Et ils me disaient que le problème qu'ils rencontrent majoritairement actuellement, ce n'est pas un problème de financement en fait. Parce qu'au niveau du gouvernement béninois, il y a beaucoup d'initiatives qui sont faites pour accompagner les jeunes. Alors je demande, c'est quoi le problème? On me parle de mentorat. Ils ont le financement, ils ont l'idée, mais ils ne savent pas comment l'implémenter. Alors qu'il y a des professionnels du milieu qui ont de l'expérience, 20 ans, 35 ans d'expérience, qui maîtrisent, qui savent, qui connaissent les circuits qu'il faut prendre en fait. Et pourtant, nous les jeunes, nous sommes là, nous avons le financement, nous avons l'idée, mais nous n'avons pas l'accompagnement, nous n'avons pas le suivi qu'il faut en tant que tel. Bien sûr, il y a des hackathons auxquels on participe et à la clé, on parle de mentorat. Mais on remarque souvent que ce n'est pas vraiment appliqué en fait, c'est un truc vague qui est là. Il n'y a pas de suivi en fait pour accompagner. Alors moi, je voudrais appeler le gouvernement béninois ainsi que tous ceux qui sont là, qui travaillent au niveau de l'Afrique, à accompagner les jeunes, pas seulement du côté financier, mais également au niveau du mentorat. C'est très important. Parce que quand moi j'ai posé la question, c'est ce qu'on m'a dit. Le mentorat, ce n'est pas un problème de financement. Si nous cherchons, nous allons trouver. Mais le mentorat, on nous donne l'argent et on échoue. On se demande pourquoi. On se rend compte que c'est parce que nous n'avons pas les qualités. Nous ne savons pas comment nous devons gérer en fait. Alors il faudrait vraiment que les gouvernements de l'Afrique pensent vraiment à instaurer un programme de mentorat important pour accompagner les jeunes dans leur initiative. Il y a également un autre problème important que moi j'ai soulevé, c'est au niveau de l'anglais. Ici, c'est une chance pour nous que ce sommet ait lieu aujourd'hui au Bénin et non en Éthiopie ou bien à Zimbabwe. C'est une chance pour nous, c'est un pays francophone. Mais si ça avait eu lieu en Éthiopie, par exemple, il y a le problème de la barrière linguistique. Moi, j'ai vu beaucoup de profils ici. Je ne sais pas vraiment comment les aborder puisqu'ils parlent anglais. Je parle anglais, je ne parle pas vraiment anglais, je parle surtout le français, mais je ne sais pas comment les aborder parce qu'ils n'ont pas le temps. Il faut que je puisse les intéresser du premier coup. Comment je fais quand je parle le français? Comment je fais? Et c'est vrai que le gouvernement béninois a mis l'anglais depuis le primaire, en fait. Mais je félicite le gouvernement, mais quand on pose la question aux enfants, tu peux parler en anglais, ils disent « Hello, good morning, my name is Clara ». C'est tout. Ils ne peuvent rien, ils peuvent même pas dire. En fait, je voudrais vraiment appeler le gouvernement à ce truc-là. Moi, quand j'ai terminé, je suis en 3e année de licence en sécurité informatique à l'IFRI, donc je salue déjà mon directeur. Donc, c'est parce que j'ai participé au forum l'année dernière que je me suis rendu compte que l'anglais, c'était important. On nous disait l'anglais, c'est important. Mais tant que vous n'êtes pas confronté à la réalité, vous ne savez pas que c'est important. Je ne pouvais pas parler. Le docteur Kossi, mon mentor, me disait, mais tous ceux qui sont là, tout le monde ne comprend pas l'anglais. Calme-toi. Je disais, mais non, il parle anglais, je dois parler anglais. Mais maintenant, comment je vais communiquer quand je parle le français? Alors, il faut vraiment, je ne sais pas comment on va faire, parce que le système qui est en place là, il ne marche pas. Le système au niveau de la langue anglaise, il ne marche pas. Les meilleurs documents en intelligence artificielle sont faits en anglais. Cybersécurité, c'est l'anglais. Énergie, on parle de l'électricité, les documents, tout est en anglais en fait. Tout est en anglais. Alors, comment est-ce qu'on veut, même quand je parle de représentativité des jeunes dans les forums, en fait, s'ils ne comprennent pas l'anglais, ils vont parler de quoi? Comment ils vont parler? Comment ils vont aborder? Bon, je pense que j'ai beaucoup parlé déjà. Je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Clara. Elle a parlé avec son cœur et c'est absolument important. Elle a parfaitement raison. Nous avons des lacunes et des grosses lacunes à combler. On vient de parler de justement la réforme des curriculums. Oui. La réforme des curriculums, c'est pareil. C'est pas seulement à l'université. Nous avons ce souci-là véritablement, carrément au niveau même du primaire. Et avant ça, même de la crèche et tout le reste. Il y a une chose qui était là. Souvent, je dis, nous sommes plus royalistes que le roi parce que nous utilisons ces langues-là comme si elles étaient véritablement les nôtres. L'accompagnement des enfants pour qu'on arrive à faire en sorte que ces langues-là soient véritablement appropriées ne se fait pas du jour au lendemain. Il va falloir que nos ministres de l'Éducation viennent ici. Hier, je parlais du West Africa Energy Pool. Pourquoi? Parce que justement, c'est un des principaux acteurs de tout ce qui est digital sur ce continent. On ne peut pas les oublier, d'accord? Parce que tout simplement, toutes nos grilles électriques, toutes nos grilles d'eau, toutes nos grilles d'éducation et tout le reste vont se retrouver au fur et à mesure sur Internet et c'est crucial et important que non seulement ils soient tous là, mais que eux, à travers la jeunesse, qu'ils découvrent les différents métiers porteurs aussi au fur et à mesure, d'accord, de ceux qui, voilà, elle fait de la cybersécurité, mais en fait, elle peut faire cybersécurité appliquée à pas mal de secteurs. Et à ce moment-là, selon la forme du réseau, et de ce qui doit être en fait, l'interopérabilité des réseaux et tout le reste, il est crucial qu'elle arrive à savoir voilà, comment gérer tout ça au niveau de l'eau, ça aussi. Donc, qu'aussi, et tous les autres, je vais dire, voilà, vous avez votre travail, je crois, sur la table. La jeunesse au Bénin requiert absolument la participation non seulement à la gouvernance à l'international, mais à la gouvernance aussi à la maison. Et je pense que le Bénin a un FGI national. Et est-ce que vous avez alors un FGI juste pour la jeunesse? Ah, bah, très bien. Alors, donc, bah, on va s'atteler à faire en sorte que vous parliez un peu de tout ça et que, voilà, qu'on continue aussi.
Je voudrais dire un bref mot.
Oui, Clara.
Nous avons un FGI national et nous avons un FGI des jeunes.
Très bien.
Actuellement, on prévoit en juillet pour organiser la section 2025 et je suis la vice-présidente du comité d'organisation de ce forum-là. Là, je fais un appel direct aux partenaires pour le financement. Donc, vous pouvez nous accompagner également dans cette activité-là. Merci.
Merci. Merci infiniment. En tout cas, merci à tous nos panélistes. Thank you so very much to everybody for having been here. And apologies again, Matar is saying we don't really have time for questions. Yes, you want to talk? Okay, go ahead, Matar. Thank you very much to everybody for one or two maybe.
No, je voulais. No, we don't have enough time, but I just want to intervene after this lady. Elle a complètement elle a parfaitement raison parce que le problème qui se pose, nous, on discute de l'avenir. Quand on parle de technologie, on a adopté des résolutions qu'on appelle le futur que nous voulons. C'est le futur que nous voulons pour notre jeune génération. Donc, elles doivent être impliquées, la future génération doit être impliquée dans les discussions. On ne peut pas prendre des décisions pour des gens qui ne sont pas là. Et ça, c'est un problème qui se pose pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. En général, quand vous organisez ces genres de réunions où on parle de l'avenir, du digital, et la raison, quand on parle de ChatGPT, ce n'est pas pour nous, c'est pour eux. Quand on parle de biotechnologie, quand on va parler de nanotechnologie, cloud computing, ce n'est pas nous, c'est eux. Il faut qu'ils soient là, les jeunes. Et en Afrique de l'Ouest, surtout dans les pays francophones, on ne voit pas une très bonne participation des jeunes dans des forums comme ça. Vous organisez ce forum, on l'organise dans plusieurs pays, en Afrique de l'Ouest, en Afrique de l'Est et australe. Il y a une implication. Si vous allez dans la salle, la moitié est remplie par les jeunes. Donc, c'est des leçons à tirer au niveau de cette réunion pour que la prochaine fois, qu'on implique plus les jeunes et les personnes avec handicap. On n'a pas vu les personnes avec handicap ici, c'est important. Quand on parle de la mobilité, des gens qui ont des problèmes avec un de leurs membres ou bien avec les yeux, tout ça, il faut qu'ils soient impliqués dans cette société de l'information. À la CIA, nous avons un programme dédié pour les jeunes et pour les personnes handicapées, qui ont des handicaps. On fait des programmes de formation pour les personnes qui ne voient pas bien, les personnes même qui ne voient pas, les personnes qui sont handicapées. Et c'est des formations qui durent 2 semaines et après, ils sont capables d'utiliser les technologies de l'information pour régler leurs problèmes. Et je pense que c'est un message que la fille a lancé à l'ensemble de l'audience pour qu'il y ait plus d'implication des jeunes dans les discussions relatives à la technologie, même au changement climatique aussi. Ils seront impliqués. Il faut qu'on les implique dans tous les secteurs. Quand on parle de l'énergie, on a besoin des jeunes pour qu'ils comprennent bien. Quand on parle de la cybersécurité, le problème, c'est chez les jeunes. Il faut qu'ils comprennent les effets négatifs de la cybersécurité. Quand vous parlez de l'intelligence artificielle, il faut qu'on leur dise, allez-y, mais il y a des limites. Et ils doivent savoir ça. Et ce sont les jeunes de demain, parce qu'on parle de l'Afrique, on va avoir 42% de notre population. 42% de la population jeune mondiale sera africaine. Donc, c'est ces Africains-là qui vont construire le monde de demain. Il faut qu'ils soient dès maintenant engagés, impliqués dans toutes les discussions qui vont se passer pour l'avenir de l'Afrique et l'avenir de demain. Sinon, l'Afrique va rester comme ça. On sera toujours derrière. Et ce sont les jeunes qui sont la force motrice du continent. En tout cas, merci
Matar.
beaucoup et félicitations à la
Comme nous t'avons donné la parole, je vais aussi donner la parole à Hussam qui a...
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
30 secondes.
Ah oui, en vitesse. Non, mais ce que je veux dire seulement pour notre jeune ami, c'est que quelle est la recommandation? La recommandation est déjà de faire des programmes de capacity building pour savoir comment discuter les réglementations, parce que ce n'est pas la même chose. Il y a des conférences où les jeunes peuvent participer pour discuter les défis qu'ils ont sur les projets, les fonds, les choses techniques. Ça, c'est une façon. Mais ce qu'on est là, on est en train de discuter réglementation. Et pour ça, c'est bien de la participation de jeunes, mais on veut qu'ils soient traînés pour pouvoir traduire ça dans des défis de police, de réglementation, dans des suggestions de réglementation. Sinon, ça ne va pas ajouter grand. Deuxième chose, en ce qui concerne le langage, c'est une autre chose aussi. C'est pas, je ne pense pas avec l'avancement de l'intelligence artificielle, etc. C'est un problème un programme d'éducation de langage anglais, etc. Maintenant, il y a des translations simultanées de langage avec tous les outils d'informatique. Je suggère que sur le Bénin, il y aura quelqu'un qui fait un programme qui soit bien connu et qui soit utilisé soit dans des discussions directes, mais surtout sur les discussions en ligne. Et ça existe déjà. Nous, quand on participe dans des conférences en ligne, il y a toujours des sensations simultanées qui existent et qui facilitent beaucoup les discussions. Alors, c'est ce que je suggère, au moins pour le moment. Merci bien. Bonne journée.
Merci, Hossam, même si je ne suis pas tout à fait d'accord sur certaines choses avec toi, mais ce n'est pas bien grave, on a le temps d'en discuter. Et oui, je sais, M. Bamba, bon, allez, 30 secondes. Hein,
Oui, 30
et puis
secondes.
après, on arrête. Hein.
30 secondes, OK. Alors, je voudrais porter la voix du secteur privé et adresser un message très clair à la jeunesse à travers la jeune dame. Nous, tous les jours, on parle des chiffres. Moi, pendant 3 ans, j'ai cherché à former des talents sur le SIG dans mon pays, dans la région. J'ai envoyé quelqu'un du Bénin. Pendant 3 ans, ils n'ont pas su faire. J'ai un financement BOAD. J'ai à peu près 300 000 dollars à investir. Pendant 3 ans, ils n'ont pas pu faire. Celui qui a pu faire, je l'ai trouvé à San Diego, aux États-Unis, pour faire ce projet-là. Parce que les éléments dont j'ai parlé aujourd'hui ne sont pas des petits éléments. Les jeunes doivent travailler. Ils doivent étudier. Tous les sujets que j'ai commencé aujourd'hui, les cahiers de charges font 500 pages. Hier, on m'a dit qu'il y a un jeune qui a démissionné parce qu'il ne sait même pas lire le cahier de charges de 500 pages. J'ai enseigné pendant 20 ans des jeunes. J'ai enseigné pendant 20 ans des jeunes. Quand je montais ce projet de 500 pages, je travaillais de 19h à 6h du matin. Ça, c'est le privé. Il y a des chiffres, il y a des conditions. Quand vous allez à la BAD, à la BOAD, à la Banque mondiale, quand vous dit que vous avez un projet de 20 millions de dollars, c'est un chiffre. Et vous devez l'exécuter. Et il se trouve qu'on est obligé d'aller ailleurs parce que les jeunes restent sur Instagram, Facebook et tout. Récemment, j'ai embauché quelqu'un, un jeune Ivoirien que j'ai envoyé de France pour venir me faire un document que je viens de dire. Je dis, essayez de me résumer ce document. La personne est partie sur ChatGPT pour me ressortir, quand on parle de cloud, pour me ressortir, on est dans le nuage. Je dis, mais c'est quoi le nuage? Mais ils avaient passé un truc à ChatGPT pour me sortir quelque chose, pour me parler de quelque chose dont je parle depuis 25 ans. Le temps compte.
Le temps compte.
Le temps compte et les jeunes doivent travailler. Travailler et travailler. Ils passent tout le temps sur Facebook, on n'arrive pas à embaucher, on est fatigué et mes 300 000 dollars, je les envoyais en Inde. Voilà. Les voitures électriques,
Voilà,
Non,
c'est ça.
on arrête, on arrête. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bamba. Et je suis absolument d'accord. On va continuer la discussion après, s'il vous plaît, parce qu'on a une autre session avant le déjeuner. Non, non, non. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît. Je sais, je sais, je sais. On est tous très frustrés, mais on va arrêter. Merci, merci beaucoup.
Il faut qu'on soit à la recherche de l'information. Oui. Après la vidéo. Une formation sur TikTok là. Personne ne se connaît. Quand tu ne peux pas raconter n'importe quoi, mais je pense que faut discuter encore de ce sujet. C'est ce que vient de dire. Non, mais il faut il y a beaucoup de solutions. Non, c'est pas vrai. Même pour les attaquants, il y a un programme d'exception pour les meilleurs de la vie. Et au niveau de la, on accompagne les entrepreneurs chaque fois. Il y a la formation, il y a le bon courage. C'est ce que l'État dit, ils n'ont qu'à étudier, elle n'a pas fait l'État pour prendre les informations. Et la communauté humanitaire, par exemple, on a ça, aujourd'hui on a mis en place
S'il vous plaît, on va commencer la deuxième session. Let's start the session number 5. Amr. We have Francis. The delegate of Tanzania. Nazar. And DRC. Wait, Eric. Mozambique. We're going to represent Mozambique. Bon, on va commencer. Continuez après. Please check if GIZ is online.
Yes, Dr. Makta, I am here.
Please check. We have GIZ and also Kenya Data Commission online. Amar,
Yes.
over to you.
Yes. Dr. Makta, can you confirm if you can hear us?
So, brothers and sisters, adopted by the Executive Council of the AU in February 2022. It's a very important document. This document is a guideline. It's only a guideline. It's a policy framework, and it's not a legally binding document, but it gives very good guidance to member states, to African member states who wish to have an adequate and an efficient data-driven ecosystem in their own economies. What's also interesting that's happening in Africa, I'm not sure if all of you know this fact or not, that when we're talking about personal data, you have to categorize data. You have to make a big difference, a huge difference between what's sensitive data, which is personal data, and of course, child data, and the data that can be used and can be shared with everyone. So there's a huge difference between both. So without categorization of data, that will not, you will not have a proper and secure and efficient data-driven economy. So now we have on the African soil 42 countries, and this is a very good number. We have 42 countries. They have specific laws and legal bills on protection of personal data. So this is the start. The start if you want to have a digitally transformed economy, if you want to have which take us to digital ID. And I remember yesterday, Honorable MP from Benin, he was talking about this issue at the end of the session that we are presenting the national efforts as well. So without further ado, and without taking too much time, because I'm not here to speak, and I'm here only to listen and to try to moderate as much as I can. But and I'm trying to hold myself whenever I get the microphone to talk about two important issues: AI and data. I can't hold myself back without just keep on talking too much, which I shouldn't be doing. We have very interesting speakers. We'll be listening from the experiences of various African countries, from the various regional organizations as well in Africa. So, we have the different regions they are represented. We'll be listening from Burundi and from Congo DRC, Mozambique, Tanzania, Benin. We'll also be, also learned from Mokhtar that there is Kenya online as well. And please just make sure if Kenya is online. Yes, yeah, I'm going by like member states, yeah, definitely. And after Kenya, yeah, thank you, sister. They're online. And definitely, last but definitely not least, but I was just going by order, member states first, and then read organizations, international organizations, and we'll be so much interested to learn more from GIZ on their expertise, especially in Africa, in data governance, and just to acknowledge GIZ as well. The policy framework of the AU data governance was done in support, financial and technical support of GIZ. And thank you so much, GIZ, for giving the utmost support to Africa, especially in this very critical point. And that was also in collaboration with their knowledge partner, Research ICT Africa. So without further ado, I will hand over to my brother, Francis from Burundi. And if you can, as you can see, we have only 1 hour and we have around 6-7 speakers. So if you can just brief us in 6 minutes on the Burundi's expertise on this issue. Thank you so much. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Est structuré pour l'élaboration d'une stratégie nationale de gouvernance de données avec l'appui de l'UNECA, qu'on remercie. Donc, c'est un processus participatif qui a débuté par une auto-évaluation nationale suivi d'un atelier multipartie prenante. Et le processus se poursuit. C'est un processus qui se poursuit avec des ateliers thématiques avec l'ensemble des parties prenantes, ça veut dire que le secteur privé, le secteur public, les ONG, les représentants des partenaires au développement, la Banque mondiale, l'Union européenne, le PNUD, justement pour faire une co-construction. C'est vraiment une approche que nous saluons de la part de l'UNECA, une approche nouvelle, dans la co-construction de la stratégie de gouvernance des données. Donc, ce qui nous a déjà permis d'identifier des acquis solides. Nous avons déjà un cadre législatif existant en cybersécurité, notamment la loi sur la cybersécurité promulguée en 2022, des infrastructures en développement, data center national, des projets d'OCIRT et un engagement politique fort. Donc, cependant, il y a des réformes majeures qui sont prévues. Il y a l'adoption d'une loi globale sur la gouvernance des données, couvrant la protection, ouverture, valorisation et partage des données. Il y a également la création d'une autorité indépendante de protection des données personnelles, harmonisation avec des conventions internationales, notamment la convention de Malabo et de Budapest. Il y a mise en œuvre d'un cadre national d'interopérabilité, d'un cloud souverain et des clauses d'inclusion numérique dans les politiques publiques. Donc, c'est vraiment un projet qui vise à garantir la gouvernance éthique, interopérable, inclusive des données, avec un lien de l'agenda de l'Afrique 2063. Donc, je vous remercie. Je pense que j'ai fait moins de 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, brother. That was just on order. And I was even astonished because I owe you like 4 minutes. So maybe we can keep this at the end. So for questions, yeah, sure. I'll just put it away. Yeah, thank you. So if we can move now to Congo DRC, and before giving the floor to my brother from DRC, and thank you so much, my brother Mokhtar, for this reminder that we have also to acknowledge the vital role that GIZ is not only doing for the African Union as an organization, the mother organization in Africa, but they're also giving utmost support and unwavering cooperation with on the country level. So I was told that it was they helped Burundi, and of course in cooperation with a large partner UNECA, UN ECHA. So it was with Burundi, Congo DRC, Mozambique, and Tanzania. So, and of course, when the turn comes to our brother from GIZ, we'll be learning more from him on their expertise on that. So once again, thank you so much, GIZ, especially GIZ Africa team, for all the efforts that you're doing to help develop our African continent. So maybe our brother from Congo DRC, if you can brief us on the challenges that you have faced and how did you overcome them? And of course, you can touch on any other aspects if you wish, that you have faced all the challenges while you are delivering a governance framework for data. So you have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Merci pour les 6 minutes accordées. Alors, je pense qu'il est ici important de dire que la RDC prend à cœur la notion de gouvernance de données, parce que si je m'abuse, le code du numérique, l'ordonnance loi numéro 23/10 du 23 mars 2023, porte en lui la question de gouvernance de données dans son livre 3, oui, contenu numérique et tout ça. Et donc, vous constaterez avec moi en lisant que il est prévu la création d'une autorité de protection des données. Cette autorité de protection des données sera chargée, avec l'application des mesures d'application, sera chargée de s'assurer de la sécurité dans la gestion des données et de la fiabilité également, dans le transfert, dans le traitement et tout ce qui va avec. Et donc, comme au Burundi, nous avons reçu le mois dernier les experts de l'UNECA qui sont chargés qui étaient, disons, chargés de l'élaboration d'une stratégie globale de gouvernance de données, mais aussi chargés de proposer un programme de renforcement des capacités assujettis aux acteurs clés, sinon décideurs au pays. Et donc, puisque nous sommes en attente de ces stratégies, ils nous ont recommandé certaines choses que je vais probablement vous lire ici, notamment la finalisation de l'opéralisation du code avec toutes ces mesures d'application, dans l'APD, l'autre temps de protection des données, qui est jusqu'à ce jour une mesure d'application. Mais bon, nous avons assisté à quelque chose de quand même inédit. Pourquoi? Parce que la RPTC, qui est l'autorité de régulation des postes et télécoms au Congo, s'est vue attribuer certaines missions de l'autorité de protection des données jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Et donc, il y a déjà ça. Comme recommandation, il y a également le renforcement de l'identification numérique nationale On a entre autres, justement, c'est ce dont j'ai parlé hier avec quelques collègues. Il y a l'Office national de l'identification de la population qui est en train de travailler avec le ministère des Postes, Télécommunications et Numériques pour justement cette identification. Il y a également l'instauration d'un régime de certification et d'audit national, la clarification d'une responsabilité interinstitutionnelle qui est vraiment d'une grande importance parce qu'il est important, tout aussi important d'établir les rôles de chacun pour s'assurer d'une gestion efficace et sécurisée des données. Il y a également le fait de favoriser les mécanismes d'ouverture des données, le soutien à l'inclusion et aux initiatives accès numérique portées par les entreprises et les universités. Mieux intégrer le secteur privé dans l'élaboration des politiques publiques, mettre en place un mécanisme de suivi et évaluation participatif pour adapter la stratégie aux évolutions nationales et internationales en vue de garantir son efficacité à long terme. Alors, pour ce qui est des infrastructures, nous pouvons dire que, bien que nous n'avons pas encore, disons, un centre de données national, on peut déjà compter un data center des finances publiques, vraiment restaurant en finances publiques, mais aussi la présence de 2 privés, dont Raxio et Open Data, qui opèrent déjà. Et voilà. Alors, je vais profiter de cette occasion pour répondre aux 2 questions de M. Maktar que j'ai reçues par mail quant aux priorités actuelles pour le développement de la stratégie de gouvernance de données en RDC et comment elle s'aligne sur l'objectif émergent de l'économie numérique. Il est important de dire que le gouvernement congolais s'attend à ce que cette stratégie en cours d'élaboration fasse preuve d'inclusivité, de performance, tout en s'appuyant sur une approche interactive et ancrée dans les réalités locales. Cette stratégie devra être également conçue pour structurer un écosystème de la donnée cohérent, sécurisé, interopérable et orienté vers la création de la valeur publique, économique et sociale. Quant à la question 2, relative aux efforts de renforcement des capacités entreprises pour s'assurer que les décideurs politiques soient suffisamment équipés pour la mise en œuvre effective de cette stratégie, on peut déjà soulever le fait qu'il y ait une volonté politique déjà manifestée, surtout quand on prend en compte le grand projet que nous avons chez nous, le projet de transformation numérique, qui implique tout ce à quoi nous faisons allusion ici, mais également la vulgarisation du cadre légal auprès des acteurs clés dans la mise en œuvre effective de cette stratégie. Et sans être plus lent, je pense qu'ici, il faudrait que nous disions que nous entendons vraiment à ce que cette stratégie, dans cette stratégie soit inclus, disons, tout ce que nous avons fourni aux, comment dire ça, aux experts de l'UNECA, aux experts consultants de l'UNECA. Nous aimerions vraiment que toutes ces attentes et tout ça, qu'ils fassent vraiment, comment dire, en tout cas, qu'ils tiennent compte de tout ce dont on a parlé lors de leur consultation. Merci.
Thank you so much, dear brother. And first, I wish to thank you so much for giving us, in a very good nutshell, the efforts that Congo DRC has been doing in order to enact and to implement the data protection law, and all the efforts as well for data localization, and on touching on different aspects that, of course, has to do at the end of the day with the data governance system in your respective country. And thank you so much, of course, for keeping the time, and I owe you 2 minutes, but thank you so much. Following to what we learned from our 2 brothers from Burundi and Congo DRC, let's move to Mozambique. I know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that Mozambique does not yet have a specific law or a legal bill on data protection, protection of personal data, but yet there is a specific article in the Constitution of Mozambique, and to the best of my knowledge, it's Article 71, 72, that calls for the importance of having a legal bill, especially a legal bill for protection of personal data. I also know that there are, of course, a lot of efforts that they are doing in Mozambique in order to have a specific law and to protect personal data by large, and at the same time to try as much as possible to localize the local data inside Mozambique. So maybe my sister from Mozambique, of course, I won't talk on behalf of your country as best as you'll do, and we'll be, of course, looking forward to learning from your good self. Please, you have the floor.
So thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thais Gomes, and I'm speaking on behalf of UNECA, and currently I am the local consultant that has been working on this perspective of implementing and having in view data protection law, and also a data governance strategy regulation in Mozambique. First of all, as was already mentioned, Mozambique has not yet data governance, data protection law. Is still in the process of implementation and approval by the parliament. But as it is, it has been in the public consultation. And in this process of having the public consultation, we are trying to have a data protection law that is more tailored to our needs and also to our reality. Also taking into consideration that we are facing a digital and technological. There's my presentation there. So a technological. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, that one, the previous, please. And we are facing a technological, the technology in Mozambique is still going through a lot of transformation. We're going through a process of digital transformation, whereby we have a new ministry taking care of technology specifically and digital transformation and all the initiatives that have to go through. But first, we would have to know why we worry about the digital transformation in Mozambique, and also why data governance is important. As mentioned in the beginning of this panel, it is important to have a data governance strategy, first because we need to build trust in data-driven processes. You can go now to the next slide. And now in this next slide, we show what are the current framework that we are dealing with, and what are the inspirations for us to build a data governance that is more linked to the necessities of Mozambique, and also not only Mozambique, but as Mozambique integrated in the AU, because we are not supposed to grow alone. And we have this view of having the same collaboration as the EU countries in terms of how we manage data. So we are basing ourselves in the AU data policy framework, and also in the Malabo Convention, which we have approved. And not only we have this mention in the Constitution that has to do with data protection, but we also have the Law of Electronic Communications, which has a particular chapter that has to do with data protection. And we're also have various dispositions in regular law or normative aspects that have to do with the respect in labor law for data protection. Currently, the financial sector is the one that has been dealing more with data protection factors, which has been also facing issues. We can go now to the second slide to show what are the current issues that we have been dealing with, or main points that we have been dealing with. Please proceed to the next slide. The first issue has to do with data sovereignty, because not only we are facing a moment where the data is more located outside Africa and outside Mozambique, because we have big data companies that have been dealing with the data of Mozambicans and the data of Africans itself more than the states itself. So that's an issue that we are trying to solve, and not only bringing the data sovereignty as a reality, but also we are facing a reality where most of the countries actually have to attract investment in technology in Africa and in Mozambique. Another issue or main point that we are focusing is interoperability that we have vaguely and like we have talked about throughout yesterday and today, which is an issue that has to do with the fact that we have different systems in the ministries in Mozambique, because we are supported by different initiatives, namely by the Global Bank and BNI. Interoperability has been an issue because we may have one ministry taking care of one specific sector in terms of implementing systems, and then the other sectors wouldn't have the same access to ICT resources. Also, we have continental coordination, which needs to be done. When we talk about evolving in the cyber security sector and also the digital space, we cannot see only Mozambique as if we were an island. We need to look things as a cooperation between the country and the continent itself, and that's something that we are supposed to deal with in this data governance strategy. Another issue is national data strategies. We need to have national data strategies in order to apply this in a way that first brings awareness as to how we need to deal with data, also in how the state needs to see data. Proceed to the next slide, please. On this next slide, we see the key alignment actions that Mozambique needs to be aware of, which would be for the first one that has to do with establishing national coordination bodies. Now we have a ministry that takes care of this digital transformation and the communication sector. But also we have the regulator, which is the National Institute of ICTs in Mozambique, which has been doing a great job in actually joining all of these sectors of activities, of economic activities in Mozambique into one, so we can first build an identity in terms of unity of what we have to and of how we need to deal with a universal standard of governance of data in Mozambique. Also, there's a point about use of regional legal benchmarking, which would be also seeing what other countries are doing, what is the EU doing, and what other developed countries are doing. We cannot only assess on how us as an underdeveloped country is developing, but we also need to check what we can do to be on the same state as other countries, because technology is advancing fast and we need to advance fast as well in the same frequency. There's also a need for integrate interministerial digital policies, because the biggest issue, it's not even having a law that really determines that or data governance, but actually implementing it and bringing awareness in the public sector. And also, as a last key alignment action, there is to promote public and private partnerships. INTIC, which is the Institute for the National Institute for ICT in Mozambique, has been collaborating with the private sector to also implement all of these initiatives that have to do with data governance in Mozambique. So this would be, in short, what are the initiatives and for building trust in data-driven processes in Mozambique.
Well, that was perfectly overwhelming, and thank you so much, my dear sister. I really enjoyed the presentation, and you, of course, definitely you were on time. And although what I really learned from my dear sister, that although Mozambique does not yet have a separate legal bill or specific legal bill for protection of personal data, but they are taking all the prerequisites that you have to have before having this act. So I also liked the national coordination that you're doing, because you know, like when we're talking about data in general in any of our respective countries, it involves different organizations, different government institutions, and different government, different ministries. And all of our ministries, and we have to admit it's a fact that all of them, they feel so much of sovereignty over the data that they own because for numerous reasons. So like the fact that you have a body and a governmental body that is responsible to oversee the process of governing data in your respective country. So of course, I can tell. Of course, I'm not in a position, of course, to judge at all. But from past experiences from my own country and other countries, whether in Africa or outside Africa, I can tell that maybe like within a very few period, you will have your data law out there. So thank you so much, my dear sister. And of course, when we open the floor for questions, I'm sure that there will be several questions will be directed to you as well as to my other two brothers from Congo DRC and Burundi. So let's move to Tanzania. Our brother from Tanzania, I know that you have your act on protection of personal data. It was, I guess it was passed 2 years ago, I think so, yeah. And it was, and you also have like an special organization or agency that looks after the implementation of personal data. So maybe you can tell us more of your experience on the implementation process. Or of course, if you wish to touch on any other aspects, we'll be more than happy. Please, you have the floor for, try to make that 6 minutes as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brother Chair, for the opportunity to present about Tanzania. It takes a bird, 2 wings to fly. So my question is about, balancing between data protection and the innovation. That is question number 1. But before I continue, my name is Dr. Nazarius Kirama. I work for the Internet Society, and I'm also the member of the African IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group. The data protection in Tanzania came into force in 2022, and basically it is an offshoot of the Constitution of Tanzania, 1997. Article 16.1, the right to privacy and personal protection. So it came to force. It had been sitting in Parliament for like 10 years before that. And we are very happy now we have the data protection, and it is in the implementation phase. And we have created a data protection agency commission that, now we have Eza, who is solely, committed and is working on the issue of making sure people's data are protected, as well as overseeing the issues of cybersecurity as well. We have the privacy to protect, and at the same time, we have the nation to protect as well. So that is where the balancing act, emanates from. Is, national security importance? Of course, yes. Is the privacy of individuals, whether Tanzanian or non-Tanzanians, important? We say yes, but it has to be balanced, and we have to use a balanced approach. The legal safeguards through the Personal Data Protection 2022, we are enforcing by making sure we have regulations. So the regulation has come into force in terms of making sure the data subjects understands what regulations, what their role, what are they supposed to do, as well as the data processors, and so on and so forth. So it regulates the processing activities and establishes the personal data protection to oversee the implementation. It also draws, like I've said on article number 16, of the Constitution, which ensures the right to privacy, extending this to digital context. It also allows innovation with accountability by outlining lawful basis for data processing, including consent, legal obligations, and legitimate interest. So that is very key. On the issue of cybersecurity strategy and institutional support, we have a comprehensive national, we don't have a comprehensive national law yet, but the Cybercrime Act of 2015, sorry, targets the offenses like hacking, identity theft, and cybersecurity. On the E-Government Act in 2019 and its regulation supports secure interoperability between government systems. So the government systems have got to talk, but they have got to be secure as well. On the digital innovation, you know, we have implemented a Digital Tanzania program, which expand the secure internet access, boost e-services delivery, and promote digital entrepreneurship. That is what we also have on the GovTech and the open data initiatives to foster innovation while ensuring these platforms adhere to data protection standards. So having the law has been a very good ventilating space where each individual organizations and whoever that is interested in processing data, you know, knows which limits, you know, she or he faces. On the policy directions, the framework that we have seeks to avoid the trap of security versus innovation by integrating privacy, trust, and the prerequisites for digital growth. One of the innovations that we are using also, and it is very interesting to promote innovation in Tanzania, is through regulatory sandboxes. And also the private, public-private partnership that comply with the existing data laws. So with, you know, innovation, because, you know, sometimes you might have laws that prohibit and inhibit innovation in terms of what people, especially young people, can do or not do. So it is very innovation friendly. On the question number 2, what challenges in Tanzania facing in harmonizing national and regional data governance frameworks? A limited ratification of continental frameworks. Tanzania has not yet ratified the Malabo Convention, although the right-hand side of the Malabo is on the data protection side of the equation, but we are getting there. This also affects the alignment with CFTA protocol on digital trade, which emphasizes interoperability and legal environments. On the capacity and readiness, Personal Data Protection Commission is a newly established in 2024 and is still building enforcement capacity. Like I've said, we are now in the regulatory phases and in the regulatory phase, and regulations have been created and are currently being implemented and tested in the Tanzanian context. We have judicial and law enforcement and private sector awareness around data rights and cross-border standards is also uneven. on the regulatory framework, on regulatory fragmentation, various cyber security laws, Electronic Transaction Act, and the E-Government Act, and the PDPA operates in silos. So with overlaps and potential conflicts are about to be born. But we are bound to continue to work on that, to harmonize all these legislations, so we have a very harmonic environment for the users, the investors, and for everyone as well. So with that, I will be looking forward to any questions that the audience might have.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, my dear brother. It's really good to, very quickly, because I don't want to take much of the time, but it's really good to see a mixture of the different experiences that we are having on the continent. So some countries, they are on the way to have the legal bill. Others, they have it, but they haven't yet implemented it. Others, they started implementing it, but they faced some challenges, and they talked to us about the challenges they're facing. So it's really good to have a mixture, and we learn, all of us, we learn from the different expertise that we have on the continent here. Very quickly, because we still have 3 more speakers, so I'll hand over to Benin, our hosts. I was told that there are 3 entities, but ASIN, MND, APDP, but I'm humbly asking if only 1 speaker from Benin, just in the interest of time. So Benin, you have the floor. If you can make it as short as possible in 5 minutes. So we have 2 speakers, yeah? But okay, if we can you just like divide that 5 minutes between both of you, if you can make it more interactive? Because I don't want to deprive anyone from speaking. Of course, you have the right to speak and to present the experiences of your own organization. So, okay, let's just start, and you can hand over to your brother after you finish. Would you start, like, should we go by ladies first? Okay, please go ahead.
Ok. Alors, je constate que de 6 minutes, on est passé à 5 minutes pour le Bénin. En tout cas, merci. Bonsoir à tous. Bonjour à tous à nouveau. Je suis Linda Laourou Kiki, conseillère juridique à l'Agence des systèmes d'information et du numérique. L'agence, je vais dire, la seule agence gouvernementale dans l'écosystème du numérique qui est en charge de la mise en œuvre opérationnelle et de l'exécution des projets du secteur du numérique. Cette agence répond sous la double tutelle du ministère du numérique et de la digitalisation ainsi que du ministère de l'économie et des finances. Eh bien, le but, je vais dire, le but de l'agence, c'est transformer le quotidien du Béninois par le numérique. Et ces missions se déclinent à travers 3 points essentiellement. La dématérialisation des services publics, que vous avez dû remarquer, le portail national des services publics. C'est également le déploiement de la connectivité. C'est la couverture du service universel et j'en passe. Et donc, pour revenir dans le vif du sujet, la gouvernance des données, comme on l'a dit, eh bien, tout part pour notre part de la vision du gouvernement. La vision du gouvernement de la République du Bénin, en tout cas, en 2016, sa vision a été pour le Bénin, en tout cas, de transformer le Bénin en la plateforme des services numériques de l'Afrique de l'Ouest en vue de l'accélération de la croissance économique et de l'inclusion financière. C'est ça la vision du gouvernement de la République du Bénin. Et de cette vision, le gouvernement a mis en place un cadre légal. Donc en 2017, on a eu un cadre légal, on va dire harmonisé, robuste et intégré. Ce cadre légal n'est rien d'autre que la loi 2017-20 du 20 avril 2018 et qui a été révisée en 2020, 21 pardon, et qui n'est rien d'autre que notre code du numérique. Et le code du numérique au Bénin, c'est le socle légal. C'est ce socle qui regroupe ou regorge l'ensemble des tests régissant les activités du numérique, en tout cas en République du Bénin. On a été prétentieux avec 6 matières, principalement. On a les réseaux et communications électroniques pour le livre premier. On a le livre deuxième qui a couvert les outils et écrits électroniques, tout ce qui est signature électronique, cachet électronique, horodatage. On a le troisième livre qui a couvert les services de confiance. Le quatrième livre s'est occupé du commerce électronique. Le cinquième livre a pris en compte la protection des données à caractère personnel et le sixième livre, la cybersécurité et la cybercriminalité. On va dire qu'on a été ambitieux en couvrant l'ensemble des activités du numérique. Et encore, aujourd'hui, on parle de l'intelligence artificielle. Le Bénin également s'est inscrit en 2023, quand il y a eu la révolution réglementaire, en tout cas, en adoptant sa stratégie nationale de l'intelligence artificielle et des métadonnées. Donc, rapidement, pour vous présenter d'où le processus, en tout cas de déploiement de la gouvernance des données est parti, c'est d'une vision de l'État. Ensuite, la mise en place du cadre légal. Et après, nous sommes passés à la mise en place d'un cadre réglementaire. Le cadre réglementaire permet effectivement, facilite l'application efficace et effective des dispositions qui sont prises dans le cadre légal. Et donc, le cadre réglementaire n'est rien d'autre constitué d'abord que de la stratégie nationale de la sécurité numérique. Donc, cette stratégie nationale dont la vision est de créer un cyberespace sécurisé, en tout cas pour une économie numérique florissante. Donc, c'est déjà ça la vision. Et de cette stratégie nationale de la sécurité numérique découlent les règles de politique de la sécurité des systèmes d'information de l'État. Et ces règles ont été adoptées également au Conseil des ministres. Et ce sont ces différentes règles qui sont suivies aujourd'hui généralement par l'administration publique, mais encore par les structures également privées. On est allé plus loin dans le cadre réglementaire avec les règles, régissant les règles de la politique de protection des infrastructures d'information critiques. S'il y a une différence, les infrastructures, les règles régissant la politique des infrastructures d'information critiques couvrent à la fois les structures publiques comme privées qui opèrent des infrastructures critiques. En revanche, la PSSIE, comme on l'aime le dire, couvre la sécurité des systèmes d'information de l'État. Donc, quand on part plus loin, on constate que notre loi dont on est en train de parler, du cadre légal, cette loi consacre le droit à la propriété, à la protection des données à caractère personnel, qui est un prolongement naturellement du droit fondamental du respect de la vie privée des personnes, garanti par notre constitution béninoise, mais encore par les instruments juridiques internationaux et régionaux auxquels le Bénin a adhéré ou les a ratifiés. Je veux parler par exemple de la Convention 108 et de ses protocoles additionnels. On a également l'acte additionnel de la CEDEAO sur la protection des personnes également, relative à la protection des données à caractère personnel, auquel le Bénin a adhéré. Autant d'actes pour montrer que le gouvernement du Bénin, en tout cas le Bénin, s'est engagé dans une dynamique d'un ensemble coordonné de politiques, de normes et de règles entendant dans la gestion efficace des données. Et vous avez également voilà, la loi qui a institué l'autorité administrative et indépendante de protection des données à caractère personnel, qui assure donc cette mission de régulation, cette mission de de sanctions également et une mission de contrôle sur tout ce qui a trait à la protection des données à caractère personnel. Et le Code du numérique encadre aussi la sécurité des systèmes d'information en érigeant donc des obligations spécifiques pour les fournisseurs de services numériques, pour également les opérateurs d'infrastructures d'information critiques. Et le code prévoit relativement des infractions, des infractions, en tout cas des dispositions relatives aux infractions, j'allais dire, informatiques en général. Et il ne faut pas ignorer, quand on parle des données, on parle également de la propriété intellectuelle. Donc, le code a spécifié un certain nombre de dispositions, en tout cas des dispositions applicables en termes d'infractions liées à la propriété intellectuelle. Donc, il y a, vous remarquez, une cohérence entre la protection des données et, disons, les exigences de la disponibilité, de l'intégrité, de la confidentialité, qui sont les principes clés nécessaires dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre d'un système d'information sécurisé. Et je parlais tout à l'heure de la stratégie nationale de la sécurité numérique, où j'ai rappelé effectivement que son ambition, sa vision, c'est de créer un cyberespace sécurisé, attrayant pour une économie numérique florissante. Et dans cette dynamique, on a adopté la PSSIE et la PEPIC. Donc, au Bénin, nous avons également, si vous voulez, un certain nombre d'acteurs. Les acteurs clés, j'ai parlé de l'Agence des systèmes d'information et du numérique, qui est le fleuron, en tout cas dans l'écosystème, et qui essaye de fédérer l'ensemble des acteurs impliqués dans l'écosystème numérique au Bénin pour atteindre les objectifs du gouvernement. Et nous avons également la CIN, j'ai dépassé.
If you can try to conclude as much as possible, just to hand over to your colleague, but please conclude. I'm really sorry. I hate to cut you off, but please proceed.
OK, très bien.
Try to be as brief as possible, please. Thank you so much.
Alors, juste pour rajouter, on a le BJC, certes, que vous connaissez aussi, qui est une équipe nationale de réponse aux incidents de cybersécurité, donc sécurité informatique. Et cette équipe est un point de contact, en tout cas national, en cas d'incident relatif au système d'information en général. Et sa mission principalement, c'est de veiller, de détecter, de remédier et même de coordonner tous les incidents, en tout cas liés les incidents informatiques généralement. BJC, certes, opère également avec un autre acteur qui est dans l'écosystème aujourd'hui, c'est le CNIN. Donc, c'est le Centre national d'investigation numérique. Donc, le BJC, certes, qui travaille étroitement avec le CNIN dans le cadre de la riposte sur les incidents de sécurité numérique qui interviennent. Et bien, l'autre volet également qu'on devrait prendre en compte dans le renforcement mutuel, c'est la formation. Beaucoup d'initiatives de formation et sensibilisation, même des acteurs, des décideurs sur la cybersécurité en général. Et il y a des initiatives de détection des talents, détection des talents qui sont primés et qui sont même formés à la cybersécurité. Autant d'initiatives, des bootcamps, des jeunes filles également qui sont regroupées et bénéficiant de formations intensives sur la cybersécurité. On a eu dernièrement 100 jeunes filles qui ont été formées et les plus talentueuses bénéficieront de formations complémentaires. Et on a bien sûr des infrastructures sécurisées, le data center national, qui est juste l'apanage de la souveraineté numérique et des données dont on est en train de parler. et qui est une infrastructure sécurisée, robuste, résilient et intégrant les principes de disponibilité, d'intégrité, de confidentialité des données. On a également un cadre d'interopérabilité qui a été adopté, qui facilite les échanges entre l'administration et pas que aujourd'hui, hein, que les acteurs privés sont également de plus en plus impliqués, un cadre donc d'interopérabilité sécurisé, toujours pour participer à une bonne gouvernance, une bonne gestion des données. Autant de plateformes, hein, j'ai parlé tout à l'heure de la plateforme du portail national des services publics qui permet de fédérer les services publics en ligne, qui sont les services publics qui sont dématérialisés par l'ensemble des ministères, des agences, des structures en tout cas de l'administration. Autant d'initiatives qui sont prises par le gouvernement et que l'on pourrait partager dans la gouvernance des données généralement. Et qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait dire d'autre sur... Je vais peut-être passer la parole à mon collègue pour dire juste un mot. D'accord.
Merci, madame. Et qu'est-ce qu'il faut ajouter après tout ce qu'elle a dit? Fort des droits et des pouvoirs qui lui sont conférés, comme diraient nos amis juristes, l'autorité de protection des données à caractère personnel prend des actes réglementaires, prend des décisions. Elle n'attend pas le gouvernement pour prendre des actes réglementaires pour encadrer la protection des données à caractère personnel, parce que sa mission principale, c'est de veiller, ce n'est pas de protéger, c'est de veiller à la protection des données personnelles. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire dans ce cadre? De petits actes quotidiens sont posés. Je vais en citer quelques-uns. Nous avons labellisé des structures qui ont le droit de former sur le droit du numérique. Ils reçoivent des labels, ça a un coût, ça dure 2 ans. Je peux vous dire, vous payez 3 millions, vous pouvez former le nombre de personnes que vous voulez, mais 2 ans après, vous devez renouveler parce que le droit du numérique évolue. On ne délivre pas ça ad vitam aeternam. Alors, pour être DPO, le code du numérique du Bénin, vous savez, c'est un code assez complet. Vous pouvez être délégué à la protection des données personnelles à l'intérieur de la structure. Vous pouvez vous installer en freelance. Mais pour le faire en freelance, vous devez faire ce que nous appelons une certification des compétences du délégué à la protection des données personnelles. Cet examen, c'est l'autorité qui vous passe l'examen et qui vous délivre le certificat. Nous en avons fait tout récemment. Et quoi d'autre? Nous avons le certificat de mise en conformité. Ça veut dire quand vous avez fini toute la procédure de mise en conformité, l'obligation, quand vous avez tout terminé, vous devez demander le certificat de mise en conformité que vous affichez comme une médaille qui vous a été décernée. Et quand j'entre dans votre bureau, que je vois ce certificat, je sais que celui-là, il a accompli toute la procédure, tout ce qui lui a été dit de faire, il l'a fait et vous convenez avec moi. Vous avez des structures, je viens chez vous, je vois ce certificat chez vous, chez l'autre, je ne vois pas le certificat. Vers quelle société je vais m'adresser, à quelle société je vais m'adresser le plus régulièrement? Ce certificat, c'est comme une médaille décernée. Nous avons le contrôle des accès qui ne s'applique pas encore. Le contrôle des accès qui ne s'applique pas. Lorsque j'arrive à la guérite, que vous prenez ma carte, vous inscrivez mon nom et prénom, ne faites-vous pas déjà un traitement de données à caractère personnel? Quelles sont les dispositions? Est-ce que vous êtes mis en conformité pour faire ce traitement? L'autorité de protection des données à caractère personnel a essayé de réglementer cela et l'a interdit. On ne l'a pas promulgué encore, mais cette façon de procéder, de prendre les cartes, d'inscrire sur un document, un registre, nous trouvons que c'est une violation, un manquement des données à caractère personnel parce que je peux venir donner de l'argent, récupérer toutes ces données-là, récupérer tous ces numéros-là et aller en faire ce que je veux. Or, nous avons le devoir de veiller à la protection des données à caractère. Le dernier point que je vais ajouter, c'est nos listes de présence-là. Nos listes de présence, quand vous prenez les listes de présence conçues par l'autorité de protection des données à caractère personnel, nous avons au bas, si ça pouvait circuler, ce que nous appelons la mention légale. Parce que déjà, quand nous établissons la liste, c'est un traitement de données à caractère personnel que nous faisons. Or, quels sont les principes que nous avons respectés pour faire ce traitement-là? Au bas de nos listes, vous avez la mention légale. En acceptant d'inscrire votre nom sur cette liste, vous acceptez le traitement de vos données. Cette liste est établie pour faire la statistique des participants à cette formation, pour vous adresser des informations par la suite, et vous pouvez nous contacter à telle adresse, et cette liste est conservée pendant 12 mois, au bout duquel elle sera détruite. Donc, nous avons un modèle standard de liste de présence que nous faisons passer quand c'est nous qui organisons la formation. Au départ, je l'ai dit, les photographes qui nous prennent à tort et à travers, nous l'interdisons. Il nous arrive de prendre les photos et de les déchirer. Je vous remercie.
Well, thank you so much, my dear sister and dear brother, for the very super comprehensive presentation. And thank you so much, my dear brother, for giving us a real model of how you process the protection of personal data. And I was smiling at the end of your presentation because you were, I know that you didn't mean it, but you were pointing fingers at the photographers here. So yeah, so I hope that they're not frightened and they're not sent away and like they're committing any kind of violation to protection of personal data. I know that I owed maybe the 3 minutes and 2 minutes that I owed to my two brothers from Burundi and Congo DRC. I feel that they are indirectly have decided to give to our brothers and sisters from Benin since they're hosts. So just make sure to treat us very well during lunch, which I'm sure it will happen. Thank you so much. Well, okay, without further ado, and we still have 2 more speakers online. I kindly invite Kenya to take the floor, and if you can just brief us make it as possible in 4 or 5 minutes, please. And you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll try and make my presentation as quickly as possible. 5 minutes.
Excuse me, sister, you're muted.
You can hear me? I've unmuted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the network may be. You can hear me. Let me put off. Okay. Allow me to pick. Thank you for the opportunity. I really wish to thank Dr. Olufuye because it is because of him when we met last week in Nigeria that he mentioned this, and also the organizers for giving me the opportunity to appear here despite the short notice. My name is Immaculate Kasai. I am the Data Commissioner for Kenya. I'm also the Vice President for the Network for African Data Protection Authority. Our chair is Mr. Hiro, the Data Commissioner for Niger, and our second Vice Chair is Maria, who is the Data Commissioner for Angola. The Data Protection, the Network for Data Protection Authority has 25 members out of 39 in Africa.
You're just having a hard time to try to interpret. So try to, as much as possible to get closer to the microphone. And thank you so much.
Let me turn off the camera so that it's easier to...
I think this is louder. This is better.
Okay. If I may continue. The Network for African Data Protection Authority has 25 members. Okay. The Network for African Data Protection has 25 members. We had its edition last week. One of the commonalities is the need to harmonize data protection frameworks across Africa. From a Kenyan perspective, let me quickly mention the Ministry of ICT in Kenya is responsible for matters ICT, including data governance. And I wish to bring the greetings from our minister and our peers. And one of the key issues that the government is keen on is its open data and also the data governance framework. On the data governance framework, as a country, what we have done is set up a committee that is looking at how best to work on issues matters data governance. Just as a quick distinction, of course, data protection primarily focuses on the collection and storage and deletion of responsibility around personal data. From a regional perspective, of course, we know the Malabo Convention is one of the key issues. When it comes to issues around data governance, the issue of the data is much wider. And when it comes to issues around Kenya, Kenya enacted the Data Protection Act in 2019. One of the key issues we have done as an authority is develop the 4 sets of regulation, set up over 10 base guidance notes, and of course we have registered over 10,000 data controller and data processors. We have also resolved over 7,000 complaints, issued determinations and penalties among us as part of our intervention. At a regional level, Kenya is part of in both regional East Africa Data Protection Authorities and also part of the Network for African Data Protection. The Kenyan government, like I've said, has commissioned a technical working group to actually review the Data Protection Act to just look at the emerging issues. From a data governance perspective, Kenya has also commissioned a technical working group to develop a national data policy and data governance framework. We have also participated in the African Free Trade Protocol, digital trade, where issues of cross-border data transfer are actively debated and negotiated. In addition, Kenya is part of the regional East Africa Forum, where we are discussing data governance framework so that we can adopt a common across East Africa. Just as I conclude, because we have very short time, I just for the participants to reflect on some of the challenges we begin to see in this area of data protection is lack of a harmonization framework. Not all countries have ratified the Malabo Convention. We don't have a shared way of doing enforcement across Africa. Awareness creation is still a big challenge. Human capacity is an issue because, of course, issues around data protection is an emerging issue. So we still have challenges in terms of that. There's limited resources for data protection authorities to do their work. And of course, there seem to be, and also, of course, one of the things we continue to experience when people develop the mutual legal assistance, when it comes to investigation, data protection was not one of them, despite it having cross-territorial issues. So that is one of the issues that we like to push forward, mutual legal assistance. We help data protection authorities to undertake comprehensive investigation, because many times the platforms that host personal data are not based in Africa. I want to end there and say this is a good initiative. We look forward to future collaboration. Thank you.
Much for the sister from Kenya, and thank you so much for bearing with us and for giving us a brief on what Kenya is doing. And I know I've been waiting for a long time online, and because I'm putting myself in your shoes, usually it's a bit challenging if you're waiting for a long time, especially online, and you have other commitments. So thank you so much for bearing with us. And I'm sure if there are any questions, I hope that you can still be online with us for any further questions after we finish the session. So thank you so much once again, my dear sister. And so we've heard from various member states, and we've heard from various national expertise and experiences on that particular issue. But let's hear from our international partner. Let's hear from have a holistic point of view, to have a comprehensive one. I can see my dear friend and brother Sam Kuko online from GIZ Africa. So Sam, please, it's really good to see you once again, although it's online. And please, you have the floor. And thank you so much once again for being with us and staying for that long. Please have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. I will present our data governance in Africa initiative. Please, can you hear me?
Excuse me, Sam. I think you're muted, or it's from our side.
Please, can you hear me?
I can't see the icon from here, but are you muted, Sam?
I am not muted. Can
Okay,
you
yeah,
hear
now
me?
we can hear you. Please.
Good. Nice to see you again, Amen. And thank you very much for this opportunity. So I will use a few minutes to present our Data Governance in Africa initiative, and then I'll share a number of focus areas that we are working on. So the Data Governance in Africa initiative is a 60 million euro project financed by the European Union together with European countries, Germany, Finland, Belgium, France, and Estonia. And the implementation is being done by GIZ. Of course, that is why I am here in this workshop. Enable from Belgium, Expertise France, ESDE from Estonia, House from Finland, and then Digital Africa. And we are doing this in partnership with the African Union Commission. And with this initiative, we are working on 3 levels. So on the continental level, national level, and then regional level. And we are working on 3 specific objectives. So our 3 areas of focus are data policy and regulation, which I will focus more on later. And then the second focus area is on data value creation and cross-border data flows. And then the third one addresses digital infrastructure facility. So here we support the establishment of internet access points and data centers. Now, specifically on the data policy work, we, on the continental level, so far as it was mentioned, we supported the development of the African Union Data Policy Framework. And currently we are working with the African Union Commission and other partners to implement the African Union Data Policy Framework. This year, we are working on the continental level to develop the continental open data strategy and also to develop the data categorization and cross-border data flow framework to guide countries that are formulating data policies on how to address issues around cross-border data flow. And this also comes with a mechanism for data sharing, which I know a lot of our African countries are interested in. On the regional level, we supported ECOWAS last year with the revision of the Supplementary Act on Personal Data Protection within ECOWAS, and also the East Africa Community with the development of the EAC Data Policy Framework. On the country level, we are supporting a number of countries, as has been mentioned. So I can find some of our partner countries in this workshop. We have requests from more than half of our AU member states, and the requests usually come through the African Union Commission. At the country level, for instance, we are working also with partners like UN Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Maktar Sek, for also inviting us. Together with UNECA, we are working in Mozambique, in Tanzania, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We are also working with Smart Africa, Digital Impact Alliance, and several partners, including Research ICT Africa, that the moderator mentioned. And finally, I want to conclude by sharing two areas that are of interest to us. The first one is on the data categorization and secure cross-border data flow. So our project is working towards supporting the African Union and African stakeholders to develop a vibrant data ecosystem as part of establishing a single digital market on the continent. And we feel that the issue of cross-border data flow is important because if we have to trade among ourselves, we will exchange data, and so we need to address how data must flow securely. And here we are working with the African Union Commission this year to develop the framework. And then the second one is on the country policies. Our aim is that we can support as many African countries as possible to develop national data policies and strategies, but we are interested in the approach that is used. So I think in the earlier session, Dr. Maktar Sek and Mr. Wisdom Donko from Ghana also mentioned we are interested in inclusive and participatory approaches towards developing data policies. So yeah, this is also the recommendation from the AU Data Policy Framework, and I'll refer you to page 39 that recommends that our data policy should be developed using inclusive and participatory approaches. So here we are looking at all segments of society, including the public sector, private sector, civil society, academia, women, the youth, people, persons living with disability, persons living and have some sort of disadvantage in terms of geographical location and what have you. I think I will end here, and I look forward to answering any questions that may arise. Thank you once again.
Sam, for giving us a very good brief and comprehensive at the same time on what GIZ is doing. Actually, the work of GIZ on the African continent, whether on the regional or the national levels, is remarkable. So just very quickly, in Egypt, for example, we have very good experience and a very good collaboration with GIZ, not only GIZ Egypt, but GIZ Africa as well. And I remember, of course, the workshop that we had on data governance 2 years ago, and we were in direct collaboration with our brothers and sisters from GIZ Africa. It was on data governance, of course. So thank you so much, my dear brother Sam. And it's really good to know that actually it was a surprise, a very good surprise to me that more than half of the African Union member states have approached GIZ and the EU Commission to request technical assistance from GIZ on particularly on data governance and to have a policy on protection of personal data and a framework on how to guide and regulate our data. So thank you so much. I know that we should be ending like
we are opening up data for you to come after me. So what are you also doing for us to address this, for us to have that executive buy-in in order for us to be able to develop quickly on this? Thank you.
Thank you, dear brother. I'll hand over to Nigeria. If you can be as brief as possible, and please get closer to the microphone.
Yeah, this is Jameson Olufuye. Well, it's been proven that sandboxes framework is quite effective in evolving smart regulation, especially in this age of AI, data governance, and interoperability. So my question is to the panelists, any one of them that want to pick it up. Are you considering this seriously? Because I didn't hear anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MP from Uganda. Please, my sister. Go ahead.
Okay, I commend all the presenters, but I have one question for Sam, the last speaker. He was very elaborate on data protection and data governance in Africa. I'm wondering how you can work with legislators, because in Africa, compared to the other continents, there is every member country is struggling with coming up with cyber law, coming up with data protection law, because this is a new kind of era. I'm wondering how you can work with us, the legislators in the continent, to make sure that we come up with a model framework on this particular area that can be easily replicated and addressing the scenario in the member states. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MP. I have a question. Yeah, there's a question in the back. Can you introduce yourself, please, brother? Open the microphone, please.
Thank you. Cadre CISO of Benin Assembly. Thank you. Il existe une guerre qui ne se voit pas, celle qui se passe sur le dark web. L'humain est désormais le maillon le plus faible en matière de sécurité numérique. L'enjeu n'est plus que législatif, mais sociétal. Mais cependant, les défis restent énormes, notamment la question du financement de la cybersécurité au niveau des institutions. Comment la CEA, les organisateurs peuvent nous accompagner au niveau des institutions de la République du Bénin sur les questions de cybersécurité, les questions de formation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Just in the interest of time, we'll just go very quickly with the questions. Sam, are you still online? There were two questions.
Yes.
I hope
yes, I heard the second one and not the first. I heard the one on how we can work with legislators on the continent.
I'm not sure if Sam can hear us or not, or there's a technical glitch on the sound issue. Okay, just in the interest of time, there was another question. It was directed to any of the panelists who wishes. Sam, here.
I think I
Hello?
can proceed as we wait for Sam.
Yeah, sure, please.
Hello, I can hear the moderator.
Jameson was talking about smart regulation. And I think somebody's... And one of the items that we have been discussing in Tanzania during the digital economy strategy 2034 is how we can now begin to use the beauty of smart regulation. Don't reinvent where you don't have to invent. Using all these, AI abilities that are available to be able to have smart regulation. So that is something which is under consideration in Tanzania, and we have a very progressive ICT commissioner, the ICT Commission Director General, and he's a very able person, and I think all countries in Africa should now embrace, smart regulation, because with the smart regulation, it can get away and do away with a lot of digital laws that and regulations that are very are not progressive. I think that would be my response to that.
Thank you so much, dear brother from Tanzania. I hope, Gibson, that this answer satisfies your question. Well, yeah, but we can do this in the interest of time over lunch, because I know we still have to answer the two questions to our posed to our brother Sam. So I can see from the chat over here, it's a bit far, but thank God I still have a good eyesight, that Sam heard the second question on the collaboration and work with legislators and MPs, as Honorable MP from Uganda has just raised it. The first question was from my brother from Ghana. Please, Ghana, can you just repeat the question, just the question, but get close to the microphone, please. So Ham can answer two questions and we conclude. Yes, please, repeat the question, please. But briefly, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted to understand from him on the continental open data strategy. We do have the open government partnership, which most countries have signed on open data. So I just want to understand how different is what they are trying to bring.
Thank you so much, Sam. If you heard that both questions, you can have the floor and go ahead, please. If you haven't, just let me know.
Yeah.
I'll try to brief them to you.
Yeah. Yes, I did. Please, Amma, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so on the second one, for us as GIZ, we are here to provide the support. However, we provide the support in partnership with our partners. So on the continental level, it's the African Union Commission and organizations like Smart Africa. So yes, I agree that it's a challenge working and trying to harmonize the data related policies on the continent. And I agree also that legislators coming in to agree on a framework at the continental or regional level would help the work at the country level. It has, however, not been easy, because also let's bear in mind that the countries are sovereign. So it's one of the challenges. But the good news is that in our work with Mozambique, the focal person mentioned that we should even provide data governance for MPs. That way, when their data protection law, the draft bill gets to Parliament, it would be very easy for the MPs to understand the issues and also to pass this. And the second one is on, I think the question is the difference between the open source partnership and the open data strategy. So I think there is a difference. The open source partnership, I think, is more broader, and it does not cover just data. The continental open data strategy seeks to provide some recommendation on how AU member states can harness the open data. And this work is being done also in conjunction with the Data Governance Committee set up by the AUC. And I know that a number of countries in this workshop are represented on this committee. And I am sure we will get time to also talk during the Africa IGF and the UN IGF. And so in the interest of time, Mr. Wisdom Donko, I will end here and I will find time for us to discuss this further. And thank you.
There's a last question raised by our our brother from the Benoit's parliament. It was directed to ECA, but it was on how ECA can help African countries on supporting and cybersecurity training and training of protection of personal data. So maybe this could be done over lunch. And I will, of course, ask your indulgence, honorable brother from the Parliament of Benin, to talk to our brother, Dr. Mokhtar, over lunch, because in the interest of time and in the interest because I know that we are standing between you and lunch. So I wish to thank you all for your patience, for all your questions, and thanks so much our panelists, whether the ones that are in-house or online, and for giving us a brief on the whether national or regional experiences on protection of personal data. Thank you so much, and let's see you again. Enjoy lunch, bon appetit. Thank you.
Thank you. The lunch is ready now. You have only 1 hour.
Okay.
Donc
Private
le repas
sector
est
people.
prêt. Donc vous avez 1 heure de temps. We come back here at 3 o'clock. What time? Yeah.
Private sector people, let's meet
Let's
over
come
lunch.
at 3 p.m.
Private sector, come let's meet over lunch. Maybe get a table, meet over lunch and chat. Yeah, only lunch. We have a lunch meeting.
Lunch talk.
Yeah, we'll go together and take a table. Please just take a table there. Yes. Please, interpreter, help interpret this so that others can get it.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Chers collègues, je voulais dire que les gens de business vont se rencontrer pendant le déjeuner, ensemble. Alors, private sector, meeting together over lunch. Merci bien.
Okay. You have to start. Let me call our several panelists. Professor Senaj, come on. Come. No, you come here. Come. I table him. Wait. Sit. No, you after. Yeah, sit. Yeah.
Where do you want me to sit?
Sit anyway. Okay. Anyway.
Can sit here.
Technical, les techniciens, est-ce qu'on a les personnes en ligne? On doit avoir 3. ITU. Bon après-midi, donc on va commencer notre session. En 2005, le monde a adopté l'agenda du sommet mondial sur la société de l'information. Et en 2026, l'établissement de l'Internet, du Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet. Et en 2024, adoption du pacte numérique au niveau du sommet du futur. Donc, pour ces 3 agendas, généralement, beaucoup de gens disent qu'il y a des duplications, mais il n'y a pas de duplication. Donc, cet exercice, c'est d'essayer de vous montrer la complémentarité entre ces différents agendas. Qu'est-ce qui doit être pris en compte de part et d'autre. Donc, je vais donner la parole d'abord à Gitangali. Are you online?
Yes, instead of Gitanjali,
ITU.
I'll be representing.
Yeah, ITU. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of International Telecommunication Union, and of course, greetings for my colleague Gitanjali Sa. So hello to everyone, and we would like to thank you for inviting us and considering us to join this meeting, provide a brief contribution on the topic of the WSIS implementation and its linkages with the GDC and other global frameworks. We, of course, recognize and deeply value the crucial role that the regional commissions have played in advancing the implementation of the WSIS process at the regional level, and in particular, the continued commitment and the leadership of the...
Introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Vladimir Stankovic, and I'm a program officer at ITU here based in Geneva. First, hello, Dr. Makhtar, and it's great to see you and all the friends from the region again. The last time we met was during the meeting in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where we are bringing a lot of great memories, and we have been working since then on continuing the collaboration, strengthening towards the WSIS+20 review taking place on the 16th and 17th December in New York by the General Assembly of the United Nations. So going back to the importance of this year, we would like to highlight that within the past 20 years, WSIS has focused on people and not just technology, ensuring that everyone shares in the benefits of the digital progress. Second, we also made the framework for collaboration on digital, bringing the private sector, civil society, the technical community, and others to reflect the digital world's diversity and complexity. And third, we've built the adaptable and agile governance process to keep pace with the opportunities and challenges of the emerging technologies. Now, looking at the WSIS action lines, 11 of them, and the 18 WSIS action line categories, they have given stakeholders a clear framework to tackle evolving digital challenges from infrastructure and ethics to capacity building and cybersecurity. We want to give special recognition to key outcomes of WSIS and to two complementary processes, the Internet Governance Forum for Global Digital Governance Issues and the WSIS Forum for Grassroots Digital Development. As for the impact of WSIS on the UN's work, it is essential to mention the role that digital now plays in advancing the global development goals. We've seen the world to go from 1 billion internet users in 2005 to more than 5.5 billion today. From dial-up to 5G networks, from fragmented efforts to multi-stakeholder collaboration. 2 decades ago, WSIS has stood the rest of the time as a powerful example of inclusive digital cooperation in action. Some other aspects of existing WSIS mechanisms that have been spearheaded by ITU and its UN partners also include the WSIS stock-taking database that was established in 2004 and has been maintained by ITU since then, now having more than 15,000 entries. Of course, as an integral part of the WSIS stock-taking, the WSIS prizes has been a successful platform to highlight the best practices. We are just about to finalize the 2025 WSIS prizes selection phase, and hopefully next week we will know who the 90 champions of the WSIS prizes 2025 are. You should know that this year there was a huge increase coming from the region of Africa, with more than 80 projects being nominated. So we look forward to seeing who will be the champions and winners coming from the African region. Let's all pay attention to the next week's announcements and promotion of this great work. The winners of the WSIS prizes will be announced during the WSIS+20 high-level event in Geneva, which is taking place from 7th to 11th of July. We do want to once again appreciate a strong commitment that was expressed also during the meetings and our collaboration in all these 20 years coming from the region. And we'd like to continue inviting you to collaborate with ITU and of course to continue contributing to the WSIS process in many different ways and in many different channels. Of course, we are all looking forward to the review taking place in December. We are now waiting for the COFAX to come up with a background paper, which all will be contributing and shaping the future of WSIS. Prior to that, of course, understanding what are the achievements of the 20 years and what are the challenges that we are yet to accomplish. And we cannot do this by ourselves. We have to join forces and use the existing mechanisms of the 20 years of experience and expertise coming from the stakeholders from around the world to really address challenges in proper way. Of course, there is many more updates that I would like to highlight, particularly for the region of Africa. But maybe this would be a good moment for me to make a pause and listen to the questions that might come from the floor. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let me now move to the Office of Tech Envoy.
Hi there. I hope you're able to hear me.
Very well.
Fantastic. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci beaucoup pour cette invitation. I will be speaking in English and maybe to start to build a bit on what my colleague Vladimir was saying about the relevance of people and not just technology in what we are trying to do as one UN. And as you rightfully mentioned, the 2024, the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact that is part of the Pact of the Future is an important milestone. Because again, it builds on what member states agreed in 2005 and reiterated in 2015 with the WSIS process, but also identifies a lot of new areas that are relevant for today's society. First and foremost, artificial intelligence, but let me elaborate a bit on why there is another dimension that is particularly relevant for Africa, because it put people and development and human rights at the center of this architecture and identifies the enablers for digital cooperation. So there is an important section on data, and data is explicitly recognized as one of the building blocks that needs to be developed, and the benefit of data production need to be shared better at the local level. And these again are the building blocks for artificial intelligence. And when it comes to artificial intelligence, that of course is the buzzword of the last 2 years, there are some important initiatives that are being discussed here in New York and elsewhere that are set to make a big impact on the future of digital cooperation. Let me mention a couple of these. The first one is the creation of an international scientific panel on artificial intelligence, and these will be a bit like the North Star in the night for policymakers to understand from a group of international experts how they can shape their policies and to have an assessment of the risk of opportunities of AI. The second one, very, very important, will be a governance dialogue on artificial intelligence. And these will put together in the only inclusive forum that I can think of at the global level, that is the United Nations, a lot of regional initiatives, like the very good Kigali summit that took place a couple of months ago. And these will provide an opportunity for stakeholders and for member states that are not represented in the bunch of initiatives that have pretty much only the same powerful players around the table. The high-level advisory body of the Secretary General last year did a mapping and identified that over 120 member states are not part of any of the major global initiative on AI governance. So this will be a very important step introduced by the Global Digital Compact. And the last one, the Secretary General will present to member states before September a report on innovative financing options for artificial intelligence capacity building. And in this report, the Secretary General will provide actionable items for member states, from the private sector, for stakeholders, on how we can fill in the gap in terms of AI capacity building, where the power is concentrated, not even in a few regions, it's concentrated really in 2 member states out of 193. When it comes to how these two processes should come together. I think, again, as it was mentioned, there is no contradiction. They should be complementary. They should come together. And again, this conversation that we're having today is very, very relevant and is the way this thing should be. Meaning we have a framework that has some principles grounded in the Geneva Declaration of Principles, in documents that are 20 years old, and that should stand and be renewed. But at the same time, especially in these challenging geopolitical times, we should do whatever we can to build on synergies, on complementarities, and to make sure that, again, and I'm coming back to people, that what the UN is doing to support member states, to support governments, serve the people, so that we're building processes that think of the impact they can deliver, rather than getting lost in some bureaucratic arrangements that are very important, but we should not lose sight on how we can do better compared to what we've done already over the last 20 years. I'm gonna stop here, and again, going back to all of you in Cotonou and online, if you have any questions or follow-ups. Back to you, Chair.
For this, let me see if Liping is online to give us the outcome of the WSIS+20 process, the CSTD meeting.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Yes, I'm here, Magda. Well, I have received the questions this morning, so I've prepared some points based on the questions. The first question is an interesting one, basically about what is the CSD support to African countries in leveraging the WSIS+20 review process to influence the GDC in a way that aligns with the digital transformation priorities. So I will start by providing some background to the CSD's roles in the WSIS and the Global Digital Compact. And you have heard from me yesterday, CSD is not an implementing agency of the WSIS action lines. CSD is tasked with annual review of the implementation of WSIS outcomes at regional and international levels. So we have done so through the annual reviews at the annual sessions of the CSD. And because of its role in annual reviews of the WSIS follow-up implementation, CSD also conducted the 10-year and 20-year discussions during its annual sessions in 2015 and 2025 April, the outcomes of which were reported to the General Assembly via ECOSOCO for the General Assembly's review during the 10-year and 20 years anniversaries of WSIS. Now, GDC is in the implementation stage, and the GDC CSD is requested to establish a working group, multi-stakeholder working group on data governance at all levels relevant to development. So we have established the working group. It has 27 members from governments. Of the 43 CSD members and 27 members from non-governmental stakeholders. These are representatives from civil society, private sector, technical communities, and academic institutes. But the working group meetings are open to all non-member stakeholders who can also participate in the discussions. And they include governments who are not members of the working group, and also international organizations and the non-governmental stakeholders. So how to deal with the relations between the WSIS and GDC has been an important issue since the GDC was named. The converging view is that both processes should be seen as complementing each other. So the WSIS resolution from 28th CSD concluded in April 2025 reaffirms the overarching WSIS vision to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society as the foundation for aligning WSIS system and the GDC implementation, contributing to sustainable development goals. The resolution looks forward to continuing consultations and engagements towards the implementation of the GDC, building on the WSIS architecture, including the WSIS+20 review, and underlines the importance of ensuring synergies and avoiding duplications within the UN system and across various entities, building on established mechanisms and maximizing global digital cooperation. It also recommends that as an outcome of the WSIS+20 review, the GDC commitments are integrated as appropriate by the corresponding facilitators into the work of the WSIS action lines. And finally, it emphasizes the role of the CSCD in the follow-up and review process of the GDC and the need of ensuring the strongest possible convergence between the implementation of WSIS and GDC to avoid duplication and enhance synergies, efficiencies, and thereby impact. So if these are implemented, then resources will not be diverted between the WSIS implementation and the GDC implementation. This kind of diversion will hamper African countries' efforts in implementing digital transformation priorities. It's important as resources at national, regional, and international levels are often not sufficient. The second question is, what lessons from past WSIS implementation can be applied to ensure that the GDC delivers tangible benefits for Africa's digital economy? Well, I think lessons from past WSIS implementations could include, I give you some examples. First, I think a lot of efforts have been put on connectivity to internet and to IT networks. This is important. At the same time, I think the attention to meaningful connectivity should be given much earlier so that more people can benefit really from their IT development. Secondly, not enough attention to the special needs of some vulnerable groups like aged people, disabled people, women population in remote or rural areas, particularly in developing countries, have been given. Thirdly, collaboration and cooperation among stakeholders is not strong enough in many developing countries. For example, making affordable IT equipment available requires collaboration between IT ministry and finance or trade ministry, as the latter two ministries determine the import tariffs and also incentives. Another example is making reliable and affordable electricity supply available requires the Ministry of Energy to incorporate IT development into its priority work. We all know that reliable electricity supply is a must to reap the benefits from ICT technologies. Lastly, example is education curriculum does not often match the market or industrial needs, creating a gap between demand for and supply of manpower. Yesterday, we have heard from our colleague from ODET, GDC focuses on digital technologies, including AI and data, and these technologies require meaningful connectivity, affordable equipment, reliable supply of electricity, skilled manpower, and addressing the special needs of vulnerable groups. Therefore, it is important that African countries reflect regularly on their country's progress in these areas while implementing the GDC and in participating in the WSIS. These are key to the success of Africa's digital economy, in addition to good logistics services that are responsible to deliver goods to the customers without delay. Thank you very much.
Now let me ask now one representative of member state on your view on the alignment between WSIS and GDC at the member state level. What are the key challenges for you?
Thank you very much. Has been made by the Republic of Benin and the ECA to convene this meeting, which is crucial to the development of the digital economy and digital society within Africa. My name is Thomas Enaji from Kenya. I'm pleased to be here and also to participate in this. So to the question that has been raised, I would just say that integrating African priorities such as digital infrastructure development and inclusive digital transformation with the Global Digital Compact, while aligning with the WSIS+20 process is important and requires a strategic and collaborative approach. And there are various specific actions that should be taken. And at the onset, may I mention that from listening to the conversations from yesterday and today, it would appear like I'm preaching to the converted because there seems to be convergence on a number of issues. So I will just reiterate some of them. The experiences then that should be moved forward. First of all, to elaborate the need to elaborate very comprehensive national digital transformation strategies, which are aligned with regional initiatives such as the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy 2020-2030 is important. Another area that is important and needs attention, and also going by the presentation that has been made by Madame Liping, is really strengthening policy and regulatory framework that would then address the issues, the gaps that are still noticed, such as aspects of inclusion of the vulnerable people. And then again, very important is the area of investment in digital infrastructure, which is very important. And governments alone cannot do this, but they can work together with the private sector in a collaborative manner. And that requires creating conditions that can be able to facilitate the development of digital public infrastructure. Then, of course, we've heard of PPPs, public-private partnerships, are also very important to realize the aspirations of WSIS and also to integrate the GDC aspirations. There is also an element of building local capacity and promoting digital skills, are very important. In some of my consultancy works, I find there are issues of digital skills, and also as mentioned earlier and also by Madame Liping, as well as previous presentations on the curricula from the former Vice Chancellor of Namdi Ezekwe University. Curricula needs to be updated to address the issues of industry so that the graduates from universities become relevant to the industry. Moving on, there is the element, of course, inclusivity and community engagement, where that needs to be emphasized in the process of implementing WSIS+20 as well as the GDC, and engaging in regional and international cooperation by leveraging the frameworks that have been developed by the African Union, ECA, and also Smart Africa initiatives. And something to note is that there are various harmonized instruments that can be customized or domesticated in countries. And therefore, it would be imperative for member states really to accede or to adopt these frameworks to enable a seamless collaboration, including in data flows. Another area is broadly integrated infrastructure development. You find sometimes that ICT infrastructure is being developed, but there is no accompanying complementary infrastructure, including power supply, matters of right of way, and so on. And that is something which really needs also to be moved forward to ensure that everything works on well. And by really integrating, having integrated strategies, particularly ensuring that there is a very integrated infrastructure development, matters of some aspects of development of digital solutions lagging behind will not still continue affecting the country. And by integration, then Africa will pave the way for robust digital infrastructure development, as well as create an environment where technology catalyzes economic growth and social equity and innovative public service delivery. And the most current discussion is on artificial intelligence, and already the UN already passed the resolution on this, which is very important. Resolution A/78/L.49, ensuring safe, secure, and trustworthy AI systems of sustainable development. So this is also an area which is important, and in order to align the country strategies with WSIS aspirations as well as Global Digital Compact, is to elaborate AI strategies that are aligned with regional harmonized frameworks as well as the global resolutions and guidelines. So thank you very much, Dr. Mokhtar, for that and for an opportunity to intervene. Thanks.
Thank you so much for this. I think you provide a lot of key challenge where Africa should focus. Let me get the view of the parliamentarian on this alignment between WSIS and the GDC.
Okay, so thank you so much, Makta. I come back again here. My name is Jacqueline Amongin, a member of Parliament of Uganda. I am actually the only parliamentarian in the Africa that has served at the national level, at the continental level, the Pan-African Parliament, and now representing Uganda in the regional parliament. So I've served in the 3 parliaments in my last 13 years of parliamentary engagement. So, and that means that this question that has been posed to me is very relevant because we are looking at strengthening digital and legislative frameworks within our parliaments in the different member states. The World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS+20 review process, and the Global Digital Compact share complementary goals and objectives. And both initiatives aim to promote digital inclusion, bridge the digital divide, and ensure that the benefits of the digital technologies are equitably distributed. And in terms of complementary aspects, we are looking at digital inclusion, both at the WSIS and GDC emphasize the importance of digital inclusion and ensuring that all individuals and communities have access to digital technologies and opportunities. And then multi-stakeholderism, both initiatives recognize the same value of different stakeholders, engaging the different partners that we had already talked about. And over lunch, I had a very good debate and engagement with a wonderful lady who is actually, I called her an encyclopedia in this area. That is Anne. She runs the Niger ICT agency. And she was really able to give the different ways on which the different stakeholders are very relevant, including parliaments, in this whole process. So as we review the WSIS+20 today and the linkage with the GDC, it's important that we also look at the human rights, highlighting the importance of protecting human rights in the digital age, including freedom of expression, privacy, and access to information. And that's where I now get here. What is the role of parliament? I joined parliament when I was still a student. I was 23 years. And in my law school, they used to tell us that the only place where everything can happen, apart from changing Jackie into Makta, is parliament. So I was always looking forward to going to parliament because I was like, why don't I go in that space? Because that's the space where I can transform everything I wanted. So in this particular area where we're talking about the digital inclusion and leaving no one behind, realigning our engagements with the Africa Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, we are talking about emerging technologies and AI for sustainable development. All this cannot be underestimated at this moment. So legislative work, therefore, is very paramount. Parliaments can enact laws and regulations that support digital inclusion, data protection, and cybersecurity, aligning with the goals of WSIS+20. Okay, thank you so much. WSIS+20 and the GDC. If you analyze the Africa continent, the 54 engaging member countries, you will actually realize that most of the countries do not have the necessary legislations in place to be able to advance our digital engagements. So I think that gap has to be addressed as we are reviewing. Every year as we go for WSIS+, there is need to review in all the other sectors, but also the mandatory laws that we must have in country. We are also talking about cybersecurity, cybercrime, and cross-border. For example, for us in the East African region, you can commit a crime in Kenya. How are judges engaged? How are all the other stakeholders engaged to ensure that if you've committed a cyber crime in Kenya or in Tanzania, we have 8 federating countries, how they are able to rule on your, there's a gap, there's totally no law. So that's why it's important that we look at a modus operandi whereby the legislative frameworks are addressed in aligning to the WSIS+20 review and the GDC. Of course, that can only be the role of Parliament. And then, of course, oversight and accountability. That's what I do on a day-to-day basis on so many things. But of course, in Parliament, I've been specific. I'm more into climate action and internet governance. Parliament can conduct oversight and ensure accountability in digital policy implementation, ensuring governments and private sector are transparent and responsible in their digital initiatives. So stakeholder engagements, and Parliament can engage with diverse stakeholders, including all the ones I'd mentioned about, because when we are doing legislations, we just don't wake up and say, okay, we have a data governance law today. It's a whole process. Like right now, earlier on in the morning, I told you, we are initiating data governance and data protection legislation in the East African Legislative Assembly. This is an assembly that comprises of 8 countries. The process of engagement in the country, the process of consultations, the engagement of stakeholders will take a whole process for this law to be finally tabled in Parliament, debated and probably approved and enacted by the heads of states. And when this law is enacted by the heads of states, it definitely becomes the law governing all those East African member countries. So that means strategically, there are issues that may be very, very agreeable to other member states, and there are those that may not be agreeable to other member states, depending on their sovereignty and all these nitty-gritties that we are talking about. So in a nutshell, I would like to say that that is at the regional level, at the national level, but at the continental level, these issues that we are talking about, data protection, data security, and cyber security, are not limited probably to only Benin or to Zimbabwe or to Uganda. They are cross-cutting. That means if we come up with a model framework helps members of Parliament to still address the WSIS+20 action areas and the GDC by members of Parliament implementing and taking action in their area of niche. And that is in the area of legislation, accountability, and representation of the people. So as I conclude, I would like to commend the organizers of this WSIS+20. It's my second time to attend WSIS. My first time was in Dan. I was very excited. But this particular one, from there, we were like, we have to take action. That's how we initiated those bills that are apparently pending. I am sure by 2027, we would have acted them into legislations in the different member states. So that means by engaging parliamentarians, engaging the young people. I used to speak like her. I was very young. And every time I would go to a meeting, I would be like, where are the young people? That's what I would look at. But now I realize that there are other young people that I have mentored myself to speak for the young people. I speak for young people in the parliament. But this kind of gatherings needs all of us. Needs the young people, needs the youth, needs the private sector, needs the women. We are talking about digitalization. Women are totally at the back. They are the ones involved in agriculture. We're talking about e-governance. There may be those who are at a different level of understanding, especially in terms of internet governance. But in terms of comparison, you find that maybe 30% of the women in Africa are into this process. And yet they may need just the basics. So this could be high level, but I think it's important that we domesticate all these things that we discuss at the international level so that they make meaning at the local level. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Thank you. You are still young, you can speak for the young people. Let me get the view of the private sector. Osam.
Well, I'm lucky to come after such renowned speakers in such an important session. But let me start by pointing something is that digital transformation technology is progressing exponentially, touching all aspects of life. And with the artificial intelligence, it would require huge investments. This is a fact that we need to take it into consideration when we want to move forward. So investment in DPI, in security, in public service solutions, we can no longer think of it to do it on each national level, try and error, and invest in it a lot, etc. We need to learn how to integrate, to be efficient, and to learn from each other. And on the African level, it would be great if we are able to collaborate more closely, whether government bilateral or government multi-stakeholder with private sector and civil society to deliver the required in the most efficient way. If there is an experience of a project that is a successful project in a certain sector, tourism, education, healthcare, agriculture, industrial, we should replicate it. We should roll it out instead of trying from the beginning to learn how to do it and to spend a lot of money on it. We should also, together on a Pan-African level, try to negotiate and discuss with international companies in order to come with the best, most competitive solution that can be rolled out on Africa. As agreed, we all countries have been in the last 10 years working on SDGs and 2030 objectives. And we align our activities in ICT with that. Now there is more maturity, and we have now the Global Digital Compact. We have audit to follow up on that. We have WSIS, and we have IGF. What we were discussing on an international level is those all needs to be properly integrated in a puzzle so that they really help each other to move forward and help all members of the United Nations to achieve the results required and the impact required from digitalization. So, and based on that, there is always a priority which sectors we need to focus on in order to achieve our plan for the SDGs, and what is missing, what are the challenges that we need to go through. Private sector, some private sector are advanced in this, have done good momentum. And I would answer one of the questions said by my friend Mukhtar, how we really can collaborate together to move faster forward. First of all, one thing that is extremely important is creating awareness. Especially in our developing countries, jointly creating awareness about digital transformation opportunities and benefits in the specific priority sectors is extremely important. So we all align ourselves, put the right investment, and move all together to achieve a successful implementation of projects that would lead to what was in the report done by ECA, that 10% additional digitalization would lead to or is correlated with 1.8 to 4% economic growth, right? So awareness is extremely important and is missing in many sectors. And this would, in fact, result in defensive approach from people in the sector for several reasons. Some for they are happy with the chaos that is there. Some they don't want to lose their jobs. Some, they see there is an opportunity for bribery. So unless there is good awareness about how this would make a real change and implementing a pilot, then roll it out, we will face a lot of challenges and we will move very slow. The second one, it goes without saying, it's capacity building. If you want really to move forward, I'm not talking about capacity building within the private sector in the ICT. I'm talking about the capacity building within the government and within the different sectors. If we don't have proper understanding and CIOs and team that can relate between the sector activity and the digital transformation, then we cannot deliver. In agriculture, we need people who understand agriculture and can acquire the required digital transformation. Otherwise, private sector then faces a huge challenge and risk because you have client that does not understand what you are trying to do. And many projects does fail because of that. This is very important that each government, that part of the policy is to have CIOs in each sectors and each ministry, and that would be in each sector, industrial, agriculture, tourism, transportation, etc., specialized people that are able to bring the relation between the business side and the technical side. Capacity building is the key to move forward. Then public-private partnership. This is the only way to be able to put the right investment and move forward with the speed of the advancement of the technology. Government cannot on their own have enough capability to put investment. Especially now when we are talking about a lot of data centers, a lot of AI, a lot of IoT and sensors. So the best way is to identify a project where triple P is possible and when it is a joint investment with a joint return and to minimize the risk associated with that. It is very important, it was said by Jameson before and others, regulatory sandboxing. Sandboxes is extremely important to minimize the challenges, to test ground where areas are critical. This is why central banks in countries, mature central banks are doing so in order to move forward with financial solution. Because normally if you are going to implement a financial solution suddenly to the public and there is any error, it cannot happen. It will cause a lot of damage to the reputation. But mature regulatory authority do make sandboxing with private sector, try different solution on testing servers, provide enough data, come with a maturity of the solution, and then put the regulation that enables them then to implement on a public level that solution. Private sector cannot do it on its own and cannot do the risk alone. So it is very important whether regulatory, telecommunication regulatory authority or central bank needs to move in this direction. And then again, joint collaboration, promoting regional collaboration as ECA is trying to do and the African Union is trying to do is extremely important, but we need to have it more planned and with more clearer outcomes and impact. One comment that I was saying now for a few years, telecommunication regulatory authority is no longer suitable for the new era. We need digital society regulatory authority where we can handle healthcare regulatory for ICT, handle industrial regulatory for ICT, handle tourism regulatory for ICT, and all of that. Just to sum it up, in order to move forward, we have few areas: awareness, capacity building, fund, innovation, and collaboration. One thing is very important for the private sector, funding. The area of ICT moving forward, some private sectors have good money that can invest, but in all cases, we are not just going to put our money, we are going to bring investment along from banks, etc. The typical type of ICT is not bankable. And this faces a lot of problem everywhere. What we suggest to the government and the policies to be done is to put incentive to move forward, incentive for the client to buy, and incentive for the banks to provide the fund. So like insurance on the fund. So instead of me taking from the bank with a very high interest rate because they are fearing the risk of not being able to deliver, this risk would be covered by the Digital Transformation Authority. It's 2%, 2.5%, whatever, where if we cannot deliver properly, it will be covered by the insurance. And this will help a lot moving much faster forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osam. To provide the view of the private sector. Donc, d'après les différents panélistes, il y a des questions qui sont soulevées pour l'alignement du SMSI avec le global, le pacte numérique. Il y a les questions d'infrastructure, les questions de collaboration et surtout le rôle du secteur privé et son financement au niveau du développement des infrastructures. Et aussi le rôle du renforcement des capacités et aussi des digital public des infrastructures publiques numériques. Maintenant, on veut que cette session soit interactive, que nous puissions échanger franchement sur les questions clés et les priorités de l'Afrique. On va aller point par point et recueillir les contributions et commentaires de l'audience. Donc, je vous invite tout le monde à prendre la parole et aussi de dire ce que vous pensez les défis et comment on peut trouver des solutions. Donc, on va donner la priorité aux pays d'accueil. Donc, la question qui est revenue souvent, c'est les infrastructures et la participation du secteur privé dans le développement de ces infrastructures et les questions de financement du secteur privé. Quand on parle d'infrastructures technologiques, on pense d'abord, la première pensée, c'est au niveau des opérateurs de télécommunications. Est-ce qu'il y a des représentants des opérateurs de télécommunications ici? Il y a quelqu'un de MTN ou bien de notre opérateur présent dans la salle? MTN, voilà. Donc, vous avez écouté tous les orateurs. Le principal problème, un des principaux problèmes, c'est les infrastructures et le financement. Donc, au Niger, au Bénin, quels sont les problèmes dont vous rencontrez et comment aussi pensez-vous augmenter la couverture des infrastructures au niveau du pays? Et aussi, il y a l'accès, les coûts. Est-ce que vos coûts sont abordables ou bien vos coûts ne sont pas abordables? Comment vous allez faire pour les rendre moins chers? MTN.
Bonsoir, je suis Sylvain Olabi, senior manager en charge des affaires réglementaires et des politiques publiques à MTN Bénin. Au niveau de MTN Bénin, nous savons que oui, on ne peut pas parler de développement du numérique sans parler des infrastructures numériques. Et à cet effet, MTN Bénin, depuis 2019, nous avons mis en place un projet dénommé la modernisation de notre réseau. Donc, nous avons modernisé toute la partie accès de notre réseau par extension de la couverture et aussi renforcement de la capacité avec de nouvelles fonctionnalités. Ceci nous a permis de passer d'un investissement annuel de 17 milliards en 2020 à 37 milliards en 2023 ou plus. En dehors de ça, nous avons également commencé le déploiement de la fibre optique parce que quand on parle de réseau d'accès, lorsque on augmente la capacité, il faut penser côté transmission. Donc, nous avons commencé le déploiement de la fibre optique en interne depuis l'année dernière. Ajouté à tout ça, nous avons en 2024 déployé la 5G vous auriez certainement dû constater la 5G au Bénin, c'est effectif et ça marche bien. Voilà un peu ce que nous faisons pour accompagner le développement du numérique. Et l'inclusion. Les côtés inclusion financière, nous avons Mobile Money, MTN Mobile Money, qui aujourd'hui est, je dirais, dans presque toutes les rues du Bénin. Et par rapport au rapport annuel d'activité du régulateur en 2024, MTN Mobile Money détient 85%, plus de 85% de la part du marché en valeur. Voilà un peu ce que nous faisons. Nous avons, c'est vrai, nous avons aussi d'autres projets comme Prêt Express qui permet à la communauté, à la population d'accéder à des prêts à moyen court et à court terme. Et ce projet nous a permis quand même de toucher près de 9 millions de faire près de 6 millions de prêts au cours de l'année 2024. Voilà un peu ce que MTN Bénin nous faisons. Merci.
Une question au niveau de la réglementation. Est-ce que tout est parfait ou bien qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire pour que vous assurez une couverture totale au niveau du pays?
Nous, au niveau de la réglementation, nous avons une très bonne collaboration d'ailleurs avec les autorités béninoises, que ce soit notre régulateur principal, l'ANSEP, le ministère, et nous pensons travailler, renforcer la collaboration pour que nous continuions à déployer le réseau, à étendre la couverture.
Vous n'avez pas de problème de financement? Est-ce que vous avez des problèmes de financement?
Oui, le financement, c'est un challenge, c'est pour tout opérateur, pour tout opérateur, mais nous travaillons et nous travaillons pour relever ce challenge.
Je pense que applaudissements à MTN pour les efforts qui sont en train d'être faits. Mais je vais venir à vous. Je veux aussi un autre. Est-ce qu'il y a un autre opérateur de télécommunications ou de fibre optique ou bien un ISP Internet dans la salle?
Deux questions pour MTN.
Oui, vas-y.
Pour MTN, juste deux questions.
At the back, wait.
Move
Vous êtes de
Africa
quelle
Bénin.
structure?
Move Africa Bénin.
Allez-y, quels sont vos problèmes?
Alors, en matière de performance, Move Africa Bénin a investi dans les câbles sous-marins. Un câble de près de 9400 km avec 8 points d'atterrissement, dont un au Bénin pour un coût de 150 millions d'euros. Ça, c'est un premier pas que Move Africa Bénin a fait. Le deuxième, c'est lors des perturbations majeures pour Internet, Move Africa Bénin est resté opérationnel, celui qui lui a permis d'attirer beaucoup plus de clients. Aujourd'hui, en question Internet, nous sommes les meilleurs sur la place. Je ne voudrais pas empiéter.
Moi, je vais demander la question à MTN ou bien... Une question, oui.
Question pour les opérateurs. C'est quelque chose que sur tous les pays. Alors, est-ce que vous avez de problème de fréquence pour le 5G? Deuxième question, est-ce que vous avez un problème de taxes vis-à-vis des équipements? Ce qui fait que c'est pas facile d'avoir des portables, des smartphones. Parce que nous, on a des problèmes pareils en Égypte. Comment? En allant vers le 5G, il y a un problème de fréquence, d'availabilité. Et il y a un problème où il y a beaucoup de taxes qui arrivent plus que 30% sur les appareils. Ces deux problèmes minimisent l'avancement nécessaire, le progrès nécessaire des fois pour la transformation digitale. Je ne sais pas quel est le cas chez vous.
Merci beaucoup. Pour le cas de MTN Bénin, je disais tantôt que nous avons lancé la 5G en 2024 et ceci avec la collaboration du régulateur. En ce qui concerne les fréquences, nous avons eu des fréquences. Pour ce qui est disponible, oui, le régulateur a partagé équitablement les fréquences aux 3 opérateurs. Donc, pour l'instant, on ne saurait parler du challenge de fréquences pour déployer la 5G au Bénin. Et je rappelle de passage que la 5G au Bénin est déployée dans la bande 3500 en TDD.
Donc, une question importante, c'est au niveau des taxes, est-ce que vous êtes satisfait des taxes qui sont impliquées au niveau des équipements? Parce que les taxes, souvent, vous les répercutez aux consommateurs. C'est pourquoi les prix sont chers.
Aucun opérateur, voire même entreprise, ne dira jamais qu'il est satisfait des taxes. Nous travaillons avec les autorités en place. Les discussions sont en cours pour nous plaidoyer, nous demandons le support pour que les taxes soient revues à la baisse.
Vous êtes très prudent. Non, il ne faut pas prendre de risques. Attends, je vais demander aux parlementaires la question des taxes. Qu'est-ce que vous envisagez de faire? Oui, les parlementaires, les membres du Parlement. Non, bon, il y a un parlement. Allez-y.
Merci beaucoup. Permettez-moi de parler des taxes, mais également d'aller un peu dans la réglementation et puis la question de la formation.
On va aller point par point sur la taxe, les taxes d'abord.
Bon, sur les taxes, il faut dire qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'évolutions dans la taxation. Et la taxation des activités du numérique au Bénin, aujourd'hui, on peut dire qu'elle est suffisamment satisfaisante et consensuelle. Parce que cette question a amené beaucoup de bagarres entre-temps, je peux dire, entre opérateurs et gouvernants dans ce pays. Et tant et si bien que je me souviens dans le passé, il y a eu une grève des opérateurs économiques du secteur des télécommunications. Mais depuis ce temps, depuis que le juste milieu a été trouvé, on n'a plus trop de problèmes par rapport au GSM. Donc, je peux dire qu'aujourd'hui, on est à un optimum, quand bien même, il faut préciser qu'il serait toujours bien pour baisser les coûts de communication qu'on arrive toujours à revoir les taxes à la baisse. Mais ceci ne peut pas se régler seulement au Parlement. Il faut voir aussi les impératifs budgétaires de l'État qui sont surtout contrôlés par le gouvernement. Et donc il faut un arbitrage entre gouvernement, opérateurs économiques et après, nous les parlementaires, nous sommes là pour finaliser les choses lors du vote des lois de finances de chaque année.
Merci. Donc, je vais me demander aux parlementaires qui sont au fond. Chère madame, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de la question des taxes du secteur des télécommunications? Et aussi, surtout, la taxation des services en ligne. Vous avez Google, vous avez beaucoup d'Amazon, beaucoup de gens qui utilisent le réseau, mais l'argent ne vient pas au pays, ça va à l'extérieur. Est-ce que vous avez déjà pensé à une taxation pour ces services? Madame les parlementaires, honorables, président du comité.
Je pense que le moment est venu pour sérieusement penser à cette question de taxation. Honnêtement, je pense que ici, nous n'avons pas encore pris aucune décision n'est prise par rapport à cela. Et c'est le moment qui est venu pour que nous sérieusement penser à en bénéficier aussi parce que ça va nous rapporter comment l'appelle-t-on, ça va renflouer nos caisses. Alors, mes collègues parlementaires sont là et c'est bien qu'on soit tous ensemble pour que ce soit faisable. Merci.
OK, merci. Monsieur les parlementaires, les collègues de madame.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je pense que vous avez posé une question aux opérateurs, question à laquelle ils n'ont pas répondu. En ce qui concerne, en ce qui concerne le coût de leurs prestations, nous pensons que la transparence à ce niveau-là n'existe pas et que du jour au lendemain, les consommateurs se rendent compte que ça coule. Le crédit coule, tout s'accélère et le temps de consommation pour un même coût qu'il devient de plus en plus court. Si bien que la plupart des consommateurs se demandent au Bénin qu'est-ce qui justifie cela. Nous avons vu à un moment donné un éminent ministre dire que si c'est à cause du coût moindre des prestations que vous critiquez sur les réseaux sociaux, nous allons rehausser le coût à la consommation des prestations. Et ça a suivi dans notre pays. Et nous nous demandons qu'est-ce qui se passe à notre niveau, surtout en général dans nos pays où le TIC évolue à une vitesse exponentielle, mais par contre, les acteurs qui devaient suivre et booster cette évolution-là ne suivent pas. C'est vrai qu'il y a des acquis, mais beaucoup de choses restent à faire à ce niveau-là. Et c'est ça qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, malgré que nous avons virtuellement le Bénin qui a connu des avancées, mais beaucoup de choses traînent encore et nous demandons si les assises de ce genre peuvent permettre de régler un certain nombre de préalables et qu'on puisse aligner, par exemple, les coûts dans la sous-région ou bien que les opérateurs s'associent pour harmoniser les coûts à leur niveau. Ça aurait été quelque chose qui va permettre aux consommateurs de gagner.
Merci. Je pense que c'est important parce que bon, chaque pays a ses propres problèmes, mais c'est un phénomène général au niveau de tout le continent. Donc, je vais encore écouter. Il y a le parlementaire du fond, oui. Après, je vous donnerai la parole. Allez-y, monsieur.
OK, merci. Et moi, je voulais poser le cas tout particulier du TikTok, par exemple, où lorsque vous avez un compte TikTok, et si le compte n'est pas ouvert, soit aux États-Unis ou bien en France, quel que soit le nombre de followers que vous avez, vous savez, les ristournes que vous devez avoir si vous êtes très bien suivi, tout cet argent-là va là-bas, comme vous venez de le dire. Mais la population a tellement pris goût aujourd'hui que même si ils n'ont pas ces ristournes-là, le fait déjà d'avoir accès à ce TikTok et d'être suivi par un grand nombre de followers, si du coup, ou bien du jour au lendemain, le gouvernement décide que, voilà, nous arrêtons, ça va se retourner, donc la population ne sera pas contente. Parce que la jeunesse, aujourd'hui, ça donne tellement à ce TikTok-là, et c'est vous qui allez nous dire exactement ce que nous devons faire. Merci, monsieur.
Merci. La première rangée. Oui, allez-y.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Par rapport à la question du coût de la communication dans notre pays, je me demande si nous allons imputer le fait que les coûts soient relativement élevés aux impôts. Moi, je ne pense pas. je ne pense pas que ça soit dû seulement aux taxes. Je ne pense pas dans la mesure où notre pays en matière d'activité économique, c'est vrai, régi par un certain nombre de taxes et d'impôts, tout cela encadré par le Code général des impôts. Quand je regarde un peu le processus d'élaboration de la loi de finances, nous avons l'habitude de recevoir des plaidoyers, des structures et autres organisations. Et de bonne mémoire, je ne pense pas que les GSM en général, ces dernières années, aient émis des plaidoyers dans ce sens. Les GSM, tout comme les autres grandes entreprises, sont pratiquement en fonction de leur régime, bien sûr, soumis à la même législation. Donc moi, je pense plutôt que c'est un peu interne à cette entreprises qui veulent beaucoup trop gagner. Ça, c'est le premier point de mon intervention. Le second point va toucher à la couverture du territoire par leurs prestations, de même qu'à la qualité de leurs prestations. C'est vrai que beaucoup d'efforts ont été faits. Ça, c'est vrai. Mais reconnaissons quand même qu'il reste encore beaucoup à faire. Beaucoup à faire parce que quand je prends l'Internet, par exemple, ce n'est pas souvent facile. Ce n'est pas souvent facile dans notre pays de bénéficier du service Internet que l'on a payé ou auquel on a souscrit de façon vraiment aisée et de façon intégrale. Ce n'est pas facile. Le réseau n'est pas stable. C'est vrai qu'on peut peut-être souligner les problèmes d'énergie, les coupures de courant et autres. Mais tu est-il que dans l'ensemble, il y a problème au niveau de la qualité des prestations. L'autre chose également, quand elle prend les services de transfert monétaire, mobile money par exemple, mobile money, moi, je trouve personnellement que les frais sont élevés. Tous les frais sont suffisamment élevés, trop élevés même. Vous voyez, je donne mes petits exemples. Quelqu'un qui veut transférer 20 000 francs, il paye combien? Il paye 400 francs. Quelqu'un qui veut envoyer, par exemple, plus de 20 000, il se retrouve dans 700 francs de plus jusqu'à 50 000. Au-delà, il tombe dans 1000 francs comme frais. Vous voyez, quand on fait le point, si j'ai une urgence, je vais envoyer 500 000. Là, en même temps, je dois compléter de 3 500 francs. C'est beaucoup. Je pense que c'est beaucoup et c'est pour ça que je dis que la charité au niveau de ces entreprises, moi, je ne suis pas d'accord qu'on ait plus ça seulement aux impôts ou bien aux taxes. Je ne pense pas du tout. Pour aller un peu plus loin, pourquoi dans notre pays, nous sommes souvent obligés d'avoir plus d'une carte SIM? Ça dit quoi? Le Béninois est obligé, presque obligé d'avoir 3 numéros de réseaux différents. Pourquoi? Parce que nous avons remarqué qu'un seul réseau n'arrive pas à assurer entièrement la couverture. 1. 2. Vous arrivez dans certaines zones, dans certaines grandes agglomérations où vous voyez que certains réseaux, certains opérateurs n'ont pas du tout la connexion Internet. Vous voyez? Maintenant, l'autre problème sous-jacent est que pour les transferts monétaires, par exemple, vous voyez, lorsque je suis à Move, j'ai mes numéros Move, je veux transférer de l'argent à quelqu'un qui n'a que MTN, par exemple. Là, je suis obligé de faire un retrait ou bien d'aller... Attends. Je suis obligé de faire un retrait ou d'aller vers les distributeurs qui sont souvent qui sont au bord, bien dans les kiosques pour dire bon, voilà, je vais faire le transfert. Vous voyez, et le Béninois Landa va vous dire que le transfert de Move à MTN, de MTN à Move ou de Move à Celtis, que ça ne se fait pas. Ou bien que c'est difficile.
Merci beaucoup.
Je n'ai pas fini, mais merci.
Un autre parlementaire veut prendre la parole. Honorable.
Je m'excuse tout à l'heure, il faut dire que j'étais distraite. parce que je n'avais pas compris la question. Hein. Alors, je voudrais simplement dire que, et il est vrai que nous avons fait des progrès dans le sens de la téléphonie au Bénin. Et je soutiens, ou du moins je vais dans le même sens que l'honorable a débadé tout à l'heure, pour dire que peut-être il faut rencontrer les opérateurs téléphoniques pour nous expliquer. Et il n'y a pas que les mots qui viennent d'être cités. Moi, j'ai pu constater que j'ai chargé le téléphone pour 5 000 et 1 heure après, c'est parti. Et le moment est venu pour qu'on rencontre les opérateurs qui nous expliquent, eux, ils comprennent mieux ce qui se passe. Et parce que quand on se rapproche d'eux, ils leur disent que après, ceux qui sont là, qui ne sont que des agents, n'arrivent pas à expliquer. Alors, pour les taxes, je pense que les régulateurs devraient, l'Assemblée, je veux dire, les députés devraient rencontrer collaborer avec les régulateurs pour qu'ils nous expliquent le moyen, pour qu'on trouve ensemble le moyen de mettre les taxes de mettre les taxes sur les appels. Ça m'échappe ce que je veux dire. Excusez-moi.
Beaucoup. Maintenant, je vais demander à Raman, vas-y. Rapidement, parce qu'on va continuer encore.
Je vous remercie. Ce que je voudrais dire, je voudrais tout d'abord dire que quand vous avez parlé des infrastructures, on ne va pas limiter nos infrastructures au groupe GSM tout court. Et c'est une partie de la politique infrastructurelle du Bénin. Et c'est un élément important. Et le combat que nous menons aujourd'hui, 20 ans après, c'est qu'il faut qu'il y ait le secteur privé national africain qui soit intégré dans ce réseau. Pourquoi? L'espace a été géré et laissé dans les mains des GSM. Tout ce que les gens essaient de poser comme problème, c'est parce qu'il y a une absence de politique globale. Et en faisant le bilan aujourd'hui, c'est nous interpeller à une nouvelle vision pour permettre à ce que nous ayons un secteur privé qui participe dans le domaine des infrastructures, en dehors des groupes GSM. Et vous savez, les GSM ne sont plus simplement, à part le troisième opérateur béninois, qui est béninois, les autres, c'est des groupes sur le plan mondial, hein, et où leur management n'est pas seulement national. Donc, du coup, il y a un problème important en ce qui concerne la connectivité, l'accès, le coût et tout ça. Ça fait partie des études. Et je reviens sur un fait pour tout à l'heure, notre représentant du secteur privé parlait que le problème de la sensibilisation est tellement au cœur pour faire prendre conscience même aux parlementaires, pour que les parlementaires s'approprient correctement des politiques. Parce que c'est eux qui légifèrent. Il faudrait qu'ils aillent plus loin que de voter simplement les lois et de chercher à comprendre. Parce que nous engageons la vie et le futur des nations et des peuples par les lois que nous votons et montrer ensemble que dans les PPP que les États engagent, il faut qu'il y ait du local content. C'est-à-dire, nous engageons l'avenir des nations avec des partenariats de 15 ans, 20 ans, 30 ans, 40 ans, sans un secteur privé, une partie pour le secteur privé national. Or, nous arrivons à faire quoi? 20 ans après, où se situent les champions du secteur privé dans le domaine numérique? Et c'est ce souci que nous devons avoir pour dire que le financement que les États engagent, il faut que les États créent des fonds spéciaux en utilisant les fonds souverains, les fonds stratégiques pour appuyer le secteur privé. Et c'est là qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons l'avènement des startups, des PME et PMI qui se retrouvent dans ces réseaux. Mais si nous n'avons pas de fonds pour les accompagner et avoir le volet pour fabriquer assez de gars avertis dans le domaine du numérique en matière infrastructurelle, c'est-à-dire les former une masse critique, nous allons être dans une situation où l'IA est arrivée et l'Afrique est encore en spectateur. Et c'est ça, monsieur le modérateur, je voudrais remercier pour dire que le fondamental au Bénin, hein, c'est qu'il y a un plan d'infrastructure que dirige le gouvernement et les opérateurs GSM ne sont qu'une partie du secteur et que nous devons faire en sorte que le secteur privé national et africain soit au rendez-vous de ça et que ne soit pas laissé dans les mains du GSM. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Parmi les utilisateurs, je parle des Béninois qui utilisent les infrastructures. Quel est votre avis? Parce qu'on parle de tout ça depuis des années. Est-ce que tout est abordable, tout est bien? Qu'est-ce que vous devez relever parmi les utilisateurs? Il n'y a pas d'utilisateurs ici. Personne n'utilise les réseaux. Allez-y.
Bonsoir à tous. Moi, c'est Bawat Rakib, consultant en relations clients en stratégie. Je pense que tous ici, tout autant que nous sommes tous des utilisateurs, des consommateurs. Et un point qu'on réalise par rapport à ce qu'on utilise comme, si vous voulez, unité, forfait Internet, peu importe l'opérateur qu'on a, c'est-à-dire MTN, Move ou Celtis, on a l'impression pratiquement que c'est limite le même prix. Il n'y a pas réellement une concurrence intense comme dans d'autres pays comme le Sénégal, où tu vas là-bas, ou même le Ghana, où tu vas là-bas avec 400 francs, tu as un forfait de 1 giga, appel SMS illimité. On va dire qu'il n'y a pas une concurrence intense en réalité. En réalité, si vous voulez, le consommateur subit les tarifs. Ça, c'est la réalité. Et on ne peut pas réellement en vouloir aux opérateurs, puisqu'après tout, ils sont en fait limités par l'autorité de régulation qui est l'ARCEP, quelque part. Donc, pour dire en fait que l'État, si vous voulez, a peut-être une main mise par rapport à cela. Et je pense qu'à un moment donné, l'idéal, parce que qu'on le veuille ou pas, les propositions des tarifs, tout ce qui tourne autour de cadre juridique, c'est des propositions de loi. Et évidemment, ça va au Parlement. Et c'est bien d'ailleurs qu'ici, qu'on est pratiquement tous les parlementaires. Ça prouve qu'à un moment donné, que toutes les décisions qu'ils prennent là-bas, c'est nous, les utilisateurs, qui en subissent. Donc, ça serait bien qu'à un moment donné, comme l'a dit l'intervenant précédent, que, avant de voter, qu'on ait réellement vérifié le fond, qu'est-ce qui est réellement dedans, avant de le valider pour que nous, les consommateurs, tout autant que nous sommes ici, puissent également profiter de tarifs attrayants et intéressants et assez bénéfiques pour tout le monde. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Donc, on a bien écouté les intervenants. Donc, je vais demander aux experts qui sont venus des autres pays, par rapport aux problèmes soulevés, est-ce qu'ils peuvent nous donner un exemple, un bon exemple pratique dans leur pays qui peut aider à résoudre ces problèmes? Est-ce que vous avez des solutions dans vos pays par rapport à la question du financement des infrastructures, de l'accès, affordability? Did you have any experience to share from your country, best practices from your country? Jimson, private sector, you can.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank the chair for making it very lively. There's a question I want to raise first with regard to Universal Service Provision Fund. I remember at the IGF in this last year, we talked about, there was an analysis of the use of the Universal Service Provision Funds. Countries have used it very well to ensure that infrastructure is deployed to the underserved areas while collaborating with telco and smallholders in the telecom sector to deploy into the interior. So I want to ask you, how is it in Benin? Then I listened to these parliamentarians and I like the feedback. They are very frank. The parliamentarians are very frank. I want to suggest they can use sandboxes framework to really look at new laws these days. If they are enacting, let them look at sandboxes framework. So that could help a lot. And the chair, if you could permit me, I want to say a little something about WSIS and GDC. The WSIS is actually the mother of GDC, from my opinion, because from the WSIS, we had IGF and we have enhanced cooperation. Now, the enhanced cooperation was inconclusive in 2018. It was because it was inconclusive that the United Nations Secretary General set up this panel that involved Jack Ma and Melinda Gates, and they came up with the the period of interconnectivity, digital governance together. And after that, we have the Secretary General's, our common agenda. And after the common agenda, there was a decision that we should have a summit again. That was the Global Digital Compact. So then we have the Pact for the Future last year and the Compact. So in a way, WSIS is the mother of GDC. And so without having new mechanism to operationalize GDC, it can still flow within WSIS. Now, this is the change, the difference. Now, in WSIS, there was nothing like artificial intelligence. There is nothing like data governance, so which is objective 4 and 5. So, but objective 1, 2, and 3, they are covered in the WSIS action lines. So even when we are doing WSIS +20 review, the key things we should take down is that, okay, on the WSIS action line, because we have a place called C7 application. So artificial intelligence is an application from our perspective. So it can be incorporated as part of the application without changing the WSIS itself. So that could be very helpful. And then on the UNECA report, I want to commend UNECA. They just published a report on LinkedIn, and my friend make reference to it. I want to recommend that we should go through it. The parliamentarians should go through it. The business people should go through it. In fact, the government itself, the executive, because when you're talking about cybersecurity, it has effect on economic development, because trust, when you have strong cybersecurity maturity, then people will be able to invest more in ICT tool, and they'll be able to use it for their businesses, okay? And it will bring business to us as well in the private sector. So a 10% increase in internet penetration will yield up to about 8.2% increase in GDP per capita. Then even 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity will yield up to 5.4% increase in GDP per capita. And so there is also a model that supports the maturity, and that model is available, is part of our own contribution to strengthening our cybersecurity environment in the age of AI and in the age of quantum computing that is coming up. So that maturity can be checked on the platform tcmm.africa. tcmm.africa. So you can just use it and check your own cybersecurity maturity of your organization, of your ministry, of your company, and things like that. It's our own contribution, and it's the first in the Global South. Thank you very much.
Francis, 1 minute, on va clôturer.
Merci beaucoup. Juste 1 minute par rapport au sujet très chaud, à la tarification, les consommations, de la data. Bon, comme Maktar m'a permis de partager une brève expérience, nous, dans mon pays, ça fait exactement 1 année, il y a des équipements technologiques. C'est des équipements de qualité de service. Je pense que les gens de Move, ils connaissent les MTN ou les régulateurs. Depuis qu'on l'a installé, ça veut dire que n'importe quel Burundais-moi à partir d'ici, je pense que vous l'avez, parce qu'il y a 2 ans, j'étais au GSMA, je pense que j'avais vu un régulateur d'ici, ou bien à la ITU. Ça veut dire que ça pourra faire que n'importe quel citoyen béninois, où qu'il soit, il puisse voir dans quelle région, en temps réel, la disponibilité du réseau, la disponibilité du service, et ces technologies, elles implémentent. Moi, je peux savoir exactement ce que j'ai consommé. C'est quand les gens disent, moi, j'ai mis, par exemple, 2 gigas, on va dire 2000 francs CFA, tu peux savoir, au bout de 48 heures, exactement ce qui est parti. Et depuis qu'on a installé ça, avec le projet de l'appui de la Banque mondiale en cours, tous les opérateurs maintenant, ils sont en train de se rééquiper, parce que j'étais au mois de mars avec la ministre au GSMA Barcelone, et on a été visiter ces équipementiers, et on pouvait lui montrer dans ta province natale, maintenant, la 3G n'est pas disponible. Et là, le consommateur que vous êtes, avant d'être député ou moi-même DG, je peux écrire en étant chez ma tante à l'intérieur du pays, donc au village, j'écris à l'opérateur. Pendant 2 heures, je n'ai pas la 3G. Et le régulateur, il a automatiquement l'information. Donc, ça veut dire que ça permet justement, pour résoudre ce genre de questions, mais également c'est la transparence. Voilà, comme ça évite que l'opérateur se cache en disant non, vous savez, c'est un peu compliqué. Non, c'est un équipement qui est accessible. Je ne sais pas si... je sais que le même équipementier nous avait dit de venir faire le bâtiment au Bénin.
Merci,
Donc,
merci.
je permets de
Hassan, 1
partager
minute.
cette expérience.
Merci.
Well,
No, I'm going to close because we are on. Maktar? Okay. Hassan, 1.
Merci.
Une minute.
D'accord. Alors, comme j'ai expliqué hier dans la présentation par rapport au cas du Maroc, il y avait 4 plans numériques. Le premier, c'était un succès, les 2 autres, un succès mitigé. Et on a compris, l'État marocain a compris que financer les projets du digital, c'est coûteux et peut-être en fait, à un moment donné, il n'y avait pas les fonds nécessaires. Ce qu'il a fait, il a développé un partenariat public-privé avec plusieurs entreprises privées marocaines, des startups marocaines, pour développer des services e-gov qui sont normalement détenus par l'État, mais on partage les revenus. Ça veut dire, moi, par exemple, je veux une licence, en fait, ou bien une autorisation pour bâtir. Ce n'est plus maintenant de faire le circuit normal, en fait, dans les communes pour avoir, et les administrations pour avoir, en fait, les autorisations. Ce que je fais sur une plateforme, je fais la demande avec les documents nécessaires de l'architecte. Et une fois, je rassemble tous les documents, ils sont traités par les personnes d'une forme de workflow automatiquement. Après, une fois que j'aurai l'autorisation, ils continuent à suivre avec moi automatiquement à travers la plateforme. Ça veut dire à l'avancement de mon projet je peux en fait alimenter la plateforme et suivre avec moi les autorisations. Ça, un exemple de cas de financement. Aussi,
Merci.
pour les startups,
Un exemple suffit. Après, on va rapidement.
Rapidement, je veux dire une suggestion pour ECA. Si possible, selon ce qu'on vient de dire, c'est si possible qu'il y ait un projet, que ECA ait quelque chose comme 3 consultants qui travaillent sur North, East and West Africa, or South Africa, and compile les projets, les best practices, et comment faire pour engager alors les différents stakeholders, private sector et gouvernement, pour faire du rollout des projets de succès qui existent. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que cette session a permis de voir le lien entre le GDC et le WSIS et tous ces cadres réglementaires, cadre général, doivent être liés et doivent être complémentaires. Donc, on est d'accord que le GDC est important aussi pour l'ensemble du monde. Et ça permet de régler son alignement avec le SMSI, permet de régler les problèmes dont les pays africains font face. On a vu le cas du Bénin, la question des infrastructures, de l'accès, de la connectivité. Et ceci aussi, on a besoin que le secteur privé puisse être impliqué dans le développement des infrastructures. Mais cela va se passer par une facilitation et une revue de la taxation. Et c'est là où les parlementaires ont un rôle important à jouer. Ils ont parlé aussi de renforcement des capacités, des questions liées à la réglementation aussi. Et je pense que les parlementaires ont un rôle important à jouer là-dedans. Mais le plus important aussi, c'est le partenariat. Il faut qu'on puisse mettre en place un mécanisme de partenariat entre le secteur privé et le secteur public afin que les besoins du continent puissent être satisfaits en termes d'infrastructures, en termes d'accès et en termes de développement socio-économique. Aussi, la question de la sécurité est apparue plusieurs fois. Ceci aussi interpelle les parlementaires, les autorités publiques et aussi les infrastructures, les opérateurs, il faut qu'ils protègent le réseau. Et avec les infrastructures publiques aussi numériques, on en a parlé, c'est quelque chose qui est important pour les pays africains. En conclusion, il est nécessaire que les WSIS et les GDC soient complémentaires. On a écouté nos amis de l'autre côté, comment ça s'appelle, on a écouté le CSTD avec leur présentation, on a bien noté et c'était extrêmement important sur le process, sur les outcomes. On a écouté aussi ITU, on a écouté aussi le GDC, l'Office, le Tech Envoy Office, et toutes ces initiatives vraiment concourent à une amélioration de la connectivité mondiale. Je pense que MTN voulait dire quelque chose avant qu'on s'arrête. On vous donne 1 minute. Et quelle est la couverture nationale, le taux de couverture nationale?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais d'abord remercier l'Assemblée nationale et la Commission économique pour l'Afrique pour avoir associé MTN à ce grand événement et surtout pour la qualité des débats. Pour nous, c'est une opportunité et nous espérons que nous allons pouvoir continuer les discussions avec les différentes autorités et surtout avec les parlementaires pour que l'accessibilité, l'inclusion numérique soit encore plus renforcée au Bénin. Par rapport à la couverture, au Bénin, le Bénin a une large couverture en 4G, en 3G au Bénin. Voilà.
D'accord, mais en tout cas, merci beaucoup et on vous remercie aussi de vos efforts et aussi de votre contribution à la réussite de cet événement. Donc, on vous remercie au nom de l'ensemble des Nations Unies et de l'ensemble des participants. Et aussi, on vous encourage à baisser les tarifs et aussi à augmenter la couverture. Je sais que vous avez une très bonne couverture, mais il faut continuer parce que c'est là où on va créer des emplois. Merci beaucoup et on va clôturer cette session. On a 2 options. Soit on prend la pause café, 15 minutes, on revient, ou bien on continue pendant 1 heure, après on prend la pause café. On continue. Donc, je vais appeler, I call upon my friend from Zimbabwe, come to chair this session. Regional, international, and thank you very much for all panelists. Thank you also for our online panelists. Thank you. ITU, GDC, and CSTD, UNCTAD. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. It's good to see you all.
Thank you. Okay, come to.
Stay here. We just do a tweet picture. What do we tweet here?
Yeah, okay.
Just stand and
Let's
do.
Come.
Tanzania will take us or
Come.
Can I help you with a picture? Yeah.
You don't satisfy.
Sit here.
Oh,
Okay. I will guide you. Yeah. Tu es là. Ça va? Ça va bien? Oui, ça va. Tout va bien? Ouais. Ouais. On finit ici d'abord. Yeah. On va lancer. Bon, maintenant, tu as Andre is there. Maslow, what is Andre? Andrew is not here. Huh? Pierre is online. Pierre, let me check. Pierre Dangenou is online. Pierre.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Allô?
Yes, Pierre, tu es.
Oui, je suis là.
Where are you?
Allô? Vous pouvez m'entendre?
On vérifie ceux qui sont en ligne.
D'accord. Mais tu m'entends?
Anna. Anna.
Oui?
Très bien.
Bonjour.
Eklak. Let's prendre le thé. Ils sont partis prendre le thé. OK. Eklak. You know, now. Okay, we have Pierre online. Anna should be online.
Yes, I'm online.
Anna, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
All right. Soren, are you online?
Yes, Magda, I'm online.
Okay, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Eklak, are you online? Alejandro, you are online, I see you. Alejandro is there. Alejandro? Alejandro. No, I demand to ask Pierre first that.
Good afternoon. Let me call the House to order so that we can continue with our last session, session 7. Maybe by way of introducing myself, I am Engineer Leonard Jukwa from Zimbabwe. I do work within the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services. As has been the norm in our sessions, we have got limited time. So this last session, we are actually asking all the presenters to stick within 5 minutes of their presentation. To kickstart the session, let me call upon Pierre to give us his contribution, and maybe before Pierre comes in, this session actually is a session where we are saying we need to have a continental and regional programs that will enhance digital cooperation and harmonization, underscoring issues around how can we harmonize our operations in the digital space, but at the same time respecting the national sovereignty, while helping enabling regional integration. And also we should unpack issues around models of financing that best fits Africa's digital infrastructure gaps, as well as the gender responsiveness around digital policies to mainstream across the regions. And also this session, we are hoping to unpack issues around policy harmonization, localized solutions where we are saying, let's balance the global standards with African realities, as well as investment in people-centric digital literacy and entrepreneurship initiatives. So Pierre, from ICANN, you can take the floor and make your presentation inside 5 minutes. Over to you, Pierre.
Thank very much to you, moderator. I hope you can hear me. Hello.
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Pierre Dangino. I work with ICANN, and I'm the vice, president in charge of global stakeholder engagement and covering Africa specifically. But what is ICANN? Of course, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. What do we do? Basically, it's about coordinating those critical resources that make the internet work. Yeah, thank you very much because you do have my presentation there, but I'll be quick. So internet, of course, ICANN coordinate those resources, and one of them, or at least two of them, they are the IP addresses and also the domain names. Of course, the root server and all of this. So that's what makes the internet work. And also is about, the policy around those critical resources that we make, and based in California, but having hubs, all over the world. A hub that takes care of Africa is the one that is in Istanbul. But the thing I wanted to quickly, and I would like to, of course, thanks, the UNECA and Benin for this quite important, conference here, is that we are happy as ICANN to be invited here. And I've been hearing the discussions, the suggestions, the issues, and I have to say they are quite important one. And I also want to thank the organizer for having, the parliamentarians around. It's quite important also that we do have lawmakers, in these things. Of course, there are always issues about, lawmaking and the whole innovation and the process of it and the pace. All of these are issues that one can also discuss, and very happy to be hearing what you are saying. Maybe briefly, WSIS, and I'll say what is the need for ICANN when you talk about the word Summit on Information Society. Of course, if you can just move forward. It's already said on the Tunis agenda. What's important, what I would like to highlight here is the importance of a word that have not really been used during your meeting. Of course, I heard from the coordinator of one of the session there, the parliamentarian, I think from Uganda. It was about the multi-stakeholder model. How do we work, in such a way that everyone is at the table? And ICANN is about this. When I talk about making policies, when I talk about running the internet, it's not just a job for one, I would say sector. It's a job for everyone. And the way ICANN itself is, structured also show it. Government has their place, but of course the private sector and the civil societies and all of them. Hello?
Yes, continue, Pierre.
Okay, so quickly, why does the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance matter? In fact, since this adoption of the MSM of internet governance, the foundation for an open, secure, and interoperable internet has been laid. It's quite important. You've been talking about different things, but we have to bear in mind that internet needs to be open, secure, and interoperable. And that's what we do as ICANN. Let me quickly go for it because I only have, less than 4 minutes now. To say that the other thing for us is, why is the MSM an issue? This matter for many digital issues. You name a few of them. When you are talking about, innovative technologies that are coming up here, some of the issue, here, of course, can be addressed through what you have as ICANN. But when we come to others, it has to be done by others. So it's important that we globally, join forces to be doing this. And again, thanks for having the legislator here. So a unique, secure, and interoperable internet is only a foundation for a sound digital future. Of course, there are threats, to the MSM model that sustain and assure the smooth operation, and of course, that can put the future at risk. And we believe that these are things that we should be insisting on as we are working towards, continuing with the WSIS and also having the CDC. Let me pass this ICANN's objective for WSIS because we, of course, are for the continuation of the WSIS, and we also agree that WSIS and the GDC, we should find ways in which we harmonize them and then they work for the whole work. What I can just do here is maybe some of the things we did as ICANN to push forward to not only the MSM, but in fact, make sure that digital transformation in Africa become a reality. We would like to say that whatever you just said, you should consider internet. You should consider something within internet which is quite important. That's the DNS. The domain name system is important. All of this makes you really find whatever you are looking for on the internet, do whatever you want to do on the internet, but it has to be organized. It has to be secure. And that's what we do through the multi-stakeholder model. Some of you have heard on ITF or the IANA, the internet, assign names and numbers of authorities. We work with all of them, and that's what makes the experience, the user's experience, quite important. As we are heading to more than 5.5 billion of people, access to internet, is already possible. Now, what we need to be working on is the experience of the users and the innovative technologies that are coming up. Quickly, to end up, I would like to cite one of the flagship programs that we had at ICANN that is related to the WSIS, and is also addressing one important aspect, which is a digital transformation in Africa. And that program is called the Coalition for Digital Africa, that we launched in December 2022 at one of the IGF meetings. And the coalition is about, having a group of like-minded institutions that jointly contribute to advance development of local internet infrastructure and support the Group for Sustainability of Africa's digital economy. That's the first time ICANN is having such a program, and also that's happening in Africa. Currently, the coalition has 14 members and working, and our impact is already impacting, our work is already impacting 41 countries in the region. Our coalition has featured 8 initiatives. Let me cite them quickly, and of course, I will respond to any question, and also when we are in touch, provide more details on it. The first aspect of this program is enhancement of the DNS infrastructure, as I said before. The DNS is key, and it's key to security. That's why some of the projects we launched, we are called them DNSSEC Roadshow, and the objective is by signing your zone file, signing your destination. When you talk about .bg in Benin, you have to secure it. How do you do those things? We do have the technology, and we are having many capacity development, program to make sure that those who are managing those CCTLDs, I mean, country code top level domain, are able, to sign the zone file and make it secure for you. The second one is also what we are calling the meaningful connectivity. You spoke about, languages, being able to have languages, for instance, on the internet. We do have a program on that around what we call universal acceptance. One example that we did was in Ghana, where today 400 universities, in terms of Africa Association of Universities, were able to make the system compliant to universal acceptance. And universal acceptance is about the way you manage so that, all the, I would say languages, but in fact, could be represented, provided they do have the scripts. So you have to define the script and your language should be on the internet. We started that job in a few places in Africa, Ethiopia, Ghana, and now we have a pilot, UA modules, and that we are going to launch in 3 universities, curricula in Africa. One of them in Dodoma University in Tanzania, Kabale University, Uganda, and the University Cheikh Anta Diop of Senegal. Of course, we would like to extend this to most of the African universities. It's about a specific curricula that we didn't have. Capacity development is key to CDA, Coalition for Digital Africa. For that, we are trying to build capacity for the
Please quickly wind up your presentation inside a minute.
Wonderful. Okay, I'll do it. Capacity building also, because we understood that we need to not only train people, but we also need to provide more information. For instance, taking care of the lawmakers, the parliamentarian. One of our projects is about building capacity on internet governance in partnership with Smart Africa, where we will be publishing, a blueprint which highlight really what you have to do with the lawmakers when it comes to internet governance. Well, as I close, I would like to thank again the organizers of this meeting and say that we as ICANN are quite ready and are already, of course, pushing some of the effort in Africa in a partnership. We would like to be doing more, and we really are happy to provide any answers you may have. With that, thank very much for your attention, and I hand over to the moderator, please.
Thank you, Pierre. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for that enlightenment. At this juncture, let me call upon Andrei Maslov from the University of Moscow to make his presentation. Over to you, Andrei.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to represent our team here on African soil and to present briefly the scope of our program. This is the e-governance knowledge sharing program run by the High School of Economics, which is the Moscow University, and supported by ECA, the Russian government, and some other private and public entities. I can't see the slides from here, so I'll try to remember what is there. So our program is mainly focused on the knowledge sharing and exchange of knowledge about the best practices of empowering state institutions across Africa. We believe that, first of all, we started from the belief that the Russian experience might be of the value, the Russian experience of overcoming challenges and statecraft, let's say, construction d'État, comment on s'appelle en français, je ne sais pas comment c'est-à-dire en anglais, mais capacity building for the government institutions, it is what deserves. Oh, thank you very much. So kind. So now I'm even more challenged. I have to follow both. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's so what? Thank you very much. And if okay, so I can't can I manage it? Oh, that is me who controls the screen. Thank you. Thank you. This is the program vision. So the program vision is to empowering and enhancing the capabilities of the sovereign government institutions across Africa. We know that many international organizations and stakeholders do a lot for empowering the digital transformation across Africa. And we focus our program on the capacities of the government institutions. Because, for example, we are of the belief that governments are able to play more proactive and more and a key role in the digital transformation in at least certain areas of this transformation. Like, for example, personal data. Only the governments are in the position to aggregate, store, protect, and distribute personal data of the citizens if they are trusted by them, definitely. So this should not go to private sector. And to enable this, government need the capacity, first of all, and the human capacity as well. So what is the program about? Program about the events of knowledge sharing, and some of the esteemed audience, some of the participants of this forum also already have the experience of participating in the events. The leaders of the digital transformation from the government sector, first of all, share the experience and expectations and best practices of overcoming challenges. So these are the list of the stakeholders. Maybe this is the key slide. I will spend 1 more minute on it, and then I will go through the rest very quickly. So these are the stakeholders of the program. So some of them join us formally, like ECA. We signed MOU, and it was not even MOU. This was an agreement on the strategic cooperation agreement with a very concrete roadmap and resources committed on our side as well on implementation of the programs. So for international organizations, which are listed last but are not the least, so the value of the participating in this program, ECA is already participating formally. There are some others like regional organizations. They participate on the they participate but have not yet signed the roadmap. We're also open for partnering AU and ITU. And we believe that for these organizations, the value may be the synergy with the program they implement. So for the government, there's some opportunities. First of all, we are able to facilitate the exchange of best practices and help with the roadmaps, with the scope of works, with the assessment of the cost and finance, and how to implement these projects. We also commit some resources for enhancing the human capacities. And this is the knowledge exchange for knowledge sharing for the senior staff and trainings for the junior staff. As we signed, for example, with the Republic of Congo, this year in April, there will be a comprehensive program of empowering the capacity of the finance sector in terms of digital transformation supported by our government. Also, citizens will benefit from improving of quality of the services and experts and their organization, we urge all the experts from across the continent and the stakeholders to take more active role in the development of our website. On this website, there will be a couple of words about the website, but there are comprehensive profiles of digital transformation of the public administration across Africa. So these are the profiles recently updated. So these are comprehensive reports, and we even tested when GPT chat is requested about e-governance in an African country, in a certain African country, more than 50% the AI use is sourced from our reports, because they're quite comprehensive. They're big. We test every system available in open source. So we gather all the information together, and we follow up how the strategies are being implemented. So these profiles are being kept updated on the website, and are open for criticism. So, and they also impact the like assessment of the development of the digital transformation. We believe the international organization already use and will use it more extensively in their assessment and their rankings and ratings. So this is the analysis. We don't provide assessment ourselves, but we provide the ground for these assessments. We provide the unbiased information, what has been achieved so far and what are the best practices and solutions. So basically, the website consists of two parts. These are the country profiles, and these are the challenges register, we call it. So the register, the challenges we identify, these are the challenges we identify together with international organizations, also ECA is of the support to validate the challenges we identify, that we take them, we derive them from the practice and from the feedback and from the documents as well, from the documents of the forums like this one. And then for these challenges, we provide the analysis of the general solutions. So, and the idea is that the solution providers, they also have the opportunity to advertise these solutions. Not exactly the trademark of their products, no, but the approaches. And so that is how we engaged in this implementation of the program, the big Russian companies like Sberbank, Kaspersky, and now we see the interest of the African companies also to participate in this process, because we provide this opportunity. We don't charge them for this advertising them on this website, but if they have the comprehensive vision of a certain product, of a certain challenge, and the applicable solutions, we provide them the ground for the knowledge sharing. So also we partner in universities, like with some of them with some of them we work on creating the ground for the centers of excellence to provide training and educational facilities for the junior staff and the future staff of the government organizations, which is more important. We also have the capacity of the government scholarships provided by the Russian government. So if there is interest, we can make a focused a program focused on e-governance and invite some people to study in Russia. If they selected by the relevant authority within their country to be the future staff. So like, yeah, targeted programs. So that is how we partner also the universities in Africa. So these are the stakeholders of the programs of our program. The challenges register we develop. If again there is a feedback of any of esteemed audience, so we need to emphasize, or we need to, like, critical infrastructure is covered, financing projects is covered. If we need to cover something else, please give us provide us with the request, and we'll update it. So these are the country profiles, and we follow very carefully the continental agendas. So we don't impose our own agenda. We don't impose. We just provide the ground for the knowledge exchange, and so the African problems might have African solutions, not the Russian ones. We're just to share the experience of building up these sovereign institutions in Russia. So for you to make your own choice and build your own institutions. So we also published the yearbook together with ECA. We're now preparing the third one, which will be the second one was about balancing digitalization and self-reliance, and the first one was more like a handbook about everything. So the third one will be presented in the end of this year. So that's basically all. So that's what we are doing. So the products are the country profiles, the yearbook, and the training service for the staff, and the knowledge being shared between the stakeholders, which is most valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for extending invitation for training of experts within Africa. And also thank you so much for really localizing, coming up with the bespoke solutions that actually balance the global standards and the realities in Africa, realities on the ground. Thank you very much. Let me now invite Serene to give the presentation. Thereafter, we will have a follow-up from Nazaria. We want her to start, then you can come. Serene.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay. I think my colleague, Dr. Naz, is in the room. We will be co-organizing or co-presenting this part of our presentation. I would like to give him the floor first, and I will compliment. Thank you.
When I am presenting, I am presenting something that not only as a member of the African MAG, but as part of the host country that is putting all this together. So first of all, karibuni sana, Tanzania. That is Swahili for welcome. You are very welcome to Tanzania. The land of Kilimanjaro and Zanzibar, to come and experience the African IGF in the beauty of it. So the preparations are almost on the tail end of this organizing that is happening in Tanzania. And this African IGF is happening under the theme Empowering Africa's Digital Future. And in this meeting, we are going to have several tracks. These include the main forum, which has almost some 30 plus sessions discussing the Africa's digital future and where we are, where we need to go, and where we have been. So we have main forum. We also have the Youth IGF Summit. I think the young person from Benin was talking about young people, and this is where we engage the young people in terms of training and making sure that we actually transition them into the IGF space. We have a parliamentarians track and also the Africa School on Internet Governance. The thematic areas include digital public infrastructure and data governance, artificial intelligence and emerging technology, cybersecurity, resilience and trust, universal access and meaningful connectivity, enhancing digital cooperation. So we have five main thematic areas that we are going to discuss our issues in Africa this year. The key events, like I've said, we have AfriSIG that begins from May 24th to May 28th, and it is training on governance and WSIS+20 review. All these issues will be covered during the AfriSIG plus the normal curriculum from the global IGF. The Youth IGF Summit will take place on day 0, which is on 29th of May. It is about inclusion, youth inclusion, digital literacy, and innovation. On the same day, on May 29th, we're going to have the parliamentary track, discussion on rights, security, and legislation. The registration, unfortunately, as at this date, has been closed. It was closed on May 5th. And you can also, because this event is hybrid, for those who were not fortunate to register in person, I think you can still participate virtually. And that will be it for me. We are waiting for you guys down in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to host you guys, and we tunawakaribisha sana. You are very welcome. And now I give my mic to my colleague Sorin.
Thank you, Doc. Niza Kirama, for the invitation. Over to you, Sereni.
Okay, Naz did an excellent job presenting the overall organization of the 14th annual African IGF. I have no additional input. As he said, we welcome you to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Thank you.
Now, let me invite Anja from the Global IGF to give a presentation. Over to you, Anja.
Apologies, I think you can hear me now, I hope. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and it's a great pleasure to join you and to learn from you about everything that's happening in the region. It's so dynamic that it's really hard to catch up with everything, which I think speaks in favor of the wonderful leadership that exists across countries in the region. And I add to that fact that the African region is still holds a record as the region with the biggest number of national, sub-regional, and youth IGFs, and of course, the African regional IGF. We are, as the IGF Secretariat, preparing to participate in the African IGF in Tanzania, coming in a couple of days now. And the MAG chair, Ms. Carol Roach, will be present there in person, together with our colleague from the Secretariat, Ms. Celine Baal. And of course, the rest of us who are not fortunate to enjoy the beauty of Tanzania, we will be participating online. There will be a number of sessions that the Secretariat is participating in, and we are really looking forward to that. So on that note, let me make a connection between that meeting and the 20th annual IGF meeting. We at the IGF are very much focused on capacity development, running it throughout the year, and our critical partners in designing the capacity development strategy that's going to be relevant to people around the world, responding to a demand from stakeholders from all parts of the world, are certainly the NRIs, and African IGF and other NRIs in the region are among them. So in that sense, part of capacity development strategy is our work with members of parliaments. And I'm glad that you were citing the importance of this work several times. And I'm happy that we've heard from some members of parliaments also at the meeting. This is very important to us. Our parliamentary track has been ongoing since 2019. And this year, particularly, we are working with the Interparliamentary Union. And as I said, also cooperating very closely with the African IGF to deliver a whole day track on the 29th of May. And the sessions there will soon, I think, be part of the official schedule. They're quite diverse and they cover different digital issues of certainly the regional priority, but I would say of the global priority as well. In terms of the capacity development, we also work on engaging young people in our processes, in our discussions. We're trying to put together what we call the current generation of experts and leaders and the next generation of experts and leaders, so the young people. So the youth track has a set of activities throughout the year, and it's composed of 4 capacity development workshops plus the Global Youth Summit. The capacity development workshops are implemented in conjunction with the regional IGFs. And just 2 days ago, we had the very first one delivered at the European IGF with, I have to say, participation of many young people from the African region. And the upcoming workshop will be at the African IGF. And I am very happy that we have a confirmation on all the speakers, including young people who are coming not just from the African region, but also thanks to the work of the Internet Society and their foundation, they are also coming from other parts of the world there in Tanzania. So we will be discussing concept of social media regulation, especially in the context of age verification and the proliferation of related legislation. And that is kind of an introduction into the 20th annual IGF meeting, which will be hosted between 23rd and 27th of June. This year, of course, in Lillestrøm, hosted by the government of Norway. The overarching theme is building digital governance together, and the draft program is already available at the IGF website. Close to 200 sessions are developed around the main sub-themes of the program, which relate to digital trust and resilience, innovation, access, digital rights, and also digital cooperation. The high-level track, and that's a new addition this year, will have a different structure than previously. So usually you are probably used to having the high-level sessions concentrated during the first 2 or 3 days of the meeting. What we are doing this year together with our host country, Norway, is spreading all the sessions throughout 5 days. And so leadership from various disciplines, from various countries, will be gathering in Lillestrøm to discuss the topics related to information space, child protection online, digital public goods, artificial intelligence in the context of future work and labor rights, And of course, the topic that is critically important to all of us, I would say, gathered around these processes, that is the World Summit on the Information Society and its 20-year review. So a portion of the high-level track will be dedicated to specifically that topic. We expect the WSIS+20 co-facilitators, Kenya and Albania, to join us in person in the meeting, and it will be certainly a valuable opportunity that we all kind of interconnect better, understand in which direction the WSIS+20 is going. I think these meetings that you've just hosted are incredible asset and contribution to the WSIS+20 vision going beyond 2025. And then finally, the IGF in Norway will feature IGF Village of where more than 80 organizations will be exhibiting their internet governance related work. There will be certainly a setup for bilateral meetings where stakeholders, participants will be able to meet bilaterally in a private bilateral rooms with stakeholders of their interest. In terms of the registrations, I have to say that we are seeing really an increased interest from various stakeholders, particularly from the governments. And I believe that the IGF this year will see an increase in the ministerial participation. The deadline to register is 1st of June. So I use this opportunity to encourage you all to please visit the IGF website and to register. For those of you who will be fortunate to join us in person in Lillestrøm, please note that the ministry, especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is extending support in your visa application processes. But of course, time is short, so I do encourage you also to look at the IGF host country website for visa guidance and apply as soon as possible. And then my final point on the logistics relates to the accommodation. If you haven't booked the accommodation and you're planning to join us in Norway, then you may want to look at the host country website for the negotiated rates of certain hotels the host country provided offer for. So I will stop here, but I am here online and happy to respond to any of the questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Anja. And thank you for the invitation and also for coming up with initiatives that are all inclusive and bringing our youths on board where these discussions will be happening. Thank you very much for that. Let me now invite Alejandro Patino from the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean to give a presentation.
Thank you.
For Anja, just to hold on, questions will come at the end of the presentations. So over to you, Alejandro.
Thank you, moderator. Warm greetings from Chile. Thank you for the invitation. It's a really an honor to be joining the session on behalf of ECLAC. I would like also to congratulate the organizations for giving this space really to have exchange on other relevant regional processes regarding related to the WSIS and digital transformation. So thank you again for the invitation. I would like to share a few slides to really illustrate the work that we do here in Latin America and the Caribbean, and talk to you a little bit more about what we call the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. I hope you already see the slides. So this is really a very long process of cooperation. It's a 20-year process, really. It started back in 2005 as a regional process towards the WSIS. But then it was maintained as a ministerial conference, as a regional ministerial conference towards the year. Basically, the ministerial conference meets every 2 years. And in this ministerial conferences, countries gather and discuss what are the policy priorities regarding digital transformation at regional level, and based on that, agree on what's called, once again, this digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is basically a set of strategic objectives regarding digital transformation. Our last ministerial conference took place here in Santiago, Chile. Last year in November, we had basically around 350 representatives from 41 countries, 22 of them from Latin America and the Caribbean. It was a conference that was also held back-to-back with a European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean high-level policy dialogue. And as I mentioned, we were able to approve a new digital agenda towards 2026. The conference mainly have a governance framework, mainly composed of I would say, 4 levels of coordination. And the first level is obviously the ministerial conference. Then we have what we call a follow-up mechanism, where we have a board, the steering committee. Right now, the chair of that steering committee is Chile. And then we have focal points, which are really country representatives for the conference. And then we have a 4 level, which is the working groups. Right now, we have 4 working groups, one on AI, one on digital economy, another on meaningful connectivity, and another specific working group for the Caribbean. ICLAX works as a technical secretariat for the whole process, and we have also observers that are part of the process. They participate in the steering committee. We have organizations from the civil society, the technical community, international organizations, and the private sector. So I would say it's also, it could be seen as a multi sectoral process. In the last conference, we approved a new digital agenda, which is integrated by 38 strategic objectives. Here I would like to illustrate some of the instruments or mainly the tools that we at ICLAC try to provide to help implement that agenda. In November, we just launched what we call a Digital Transformation Lab, which is a space for experimentation and innovation to try to provide to the countries specific methodological tools and technological tools really to design policies. For example, we have designed a methodological tool about designing and evaluating sandboxes for AI that are right now we are implementing and providing that methodology to countries, once again, to help them design regulatory sandboxes. A couple of weeks ago, we also launched what we call a productive digital transformation simulator, which is based on some methodology regarding economic complexity to try to analyze within countries the level of digitalization that specific sectors have and how digital indicators are related to the level of digitalization of those sectors in order to provide them a more clear roadmap on how they can move forward in some specific strategies, for example, to push the digitalization of key sectors like agriculture or mining or tourism. We also have a digital development observatory, which is basically a platform that facilitate access to some indicators and statistics that tries to measure digital transformation, which is available online. We also organize every year on-site a capacity building program, what we call the School of Digital Transformation, which is a really process that has been going on for at least 10 years, where hundreds of policymakers have been able to come and participate in the program. And as I mentioned, we also coordinate 4 working groups for which we have really a working plan. And the idea of the working groups is to, between conference, ease the exchange of good practices, strengthen capacities, and generate knowledge on the specific issues that countries may want to address. So that's basically the quick presentation about the process here in Latin America. The idea was to give you a really slim landscape about the ministerial conferences, and I'll be here happy to answer any questions or comments that you may have. Once again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Alejandro, for sharing the experiences from Latin America and also ramping up on initiatives around 2 key and important sectors for Africa, that is agriculture and mining. Thank you very much for underscoring initiatives around those 2 key sectors. Last but not least, before we get into the question and answer session, let me invite Anna from UNEP to give a presentation. Over to you, Anna.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well. Yes. I am Ana Fernandez Vergara. As our moderator was mentioning, I work with the United Nations Environment Program, specifically within the One Planet Network. And we appreciate so much the opportunity to actually present during this very important meeting of the African member states and different partners, because we have a project that touches upon some of the key questions that you were raising throughout the day and through the sessions about harmonization and different platforms to reach agreements and consensus around key topics. And this one is one that we wanted to share with you. We are prioritizing the development of a global framework for data product information systems. This is an initiative that it's led by the United Nations Environment Program, but also by different international organizations, research institutes, and even some member states that are helping to facilitate the trajectory of transformation to accelerate and scale environmentally and socially inclusive circular economies. For us, the project around the global framework for data product information systems started because we identified that there was a trend among different countries and different regions that were pushing and were interested in designing and implementing what some of you might have heard as data product passports, but other countries and other regions are also naming differently, but it's basically to enable traceability and sharing of product information. Despite the benefits and the potential of these initiatives, there's also a high risk that they will create further fragmentation around how companies and governments are sharing information at the product level. So we identified this need to simplify and harmonize how this information will be provided, and specifically focusing on how we could build this consensus, at least at the data category and subcategory level. So let's say what will be included in this data product information system, such as data product passports, but also on key principles that will be governing and enabling the implementation of these systems, such as principles around accessibility, interoperability, traceability, and of course, technology openness. Now, there are multiple benefits, many of which you've already mentioned through your different interventions, but mostly around harmonizing and also enabling further cooperation to advance specific sustainability goals. And so how are we developing this framework? It is fully a co-development process, trying to build consensus, also leveraging existing standards that have already been developed. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. It's basically enabling a conversation at the global scale and building that consensus upon what already exists. And of course, on testing what is being proposed through the global framework. Now, our principles is to keep it as a global initiative. As you might know, for example, the European Commission has issued legislation around the digital product passport. And so this has kind of been leading into a conversation among certain countries or among certain regions, but we want to make sure that it is also open to other countries that are considering similar initiatives or that have already perhaps initiated with other traceability platforms or even extended producer responsibility schemes that have a digital component. This is sector agnostic, but we're building upon the lessons learned by a specific by specific sectors that have advanced more rapidly. So that is, for example, textiles and ICT. We have a life cycle perspective, and the key focus is to enable competitiveness and innovation. Now, in 2024, we focus more on analyzing the landscape, understanding what was the value proposition of developing this global framework. We had consultations with over 40 countries and 200 organizations. Specifically, we were prioritizing the engagement of the Global South. But in 2025, we are now entering the phase of development. So for 2026 and onwards, we will be launching this global framework. This is the outline that we're currently working with. So you will see that there is some elements around the data categories that we were mentioning, but also on key components of the governance or the technology architecture that will be required, even financial mechanisms and incentives that need to be in place. And one key component that we wanted to share with you is that we are also planning some pilot projects in the Global South. We are starting with one in Argentina, and we are exploring another one in Asia already. So there's also some interest in identifying synergies to have another pilot with an African country. And finally, we wanted to share that there's some upcoming engagement or stakeholder opportunities that we wanted to highlight. We have planned an online session for the 21st of May, in which we will welcome any interested stakeholders, especially from within this audience. We will be focusing on discussing these data categories and subcategories. We are also planning some in-person regional consultations. We will start with Latin America in July, and we are exploring the opportunity to have another one this year with African countries. So hopefully we will be able to invite any interested members and stakeholders present here. And finally, we have already planning or are starting to plan side event during the WSIS+20 high-level event in July in Geneva. And we are more than welcome to have any of you join us in this side event and present some of the exciting and very interesting national initiatives that we have heard today. I will leave it at here, and thank you so much again for the invitation.
Thank you. Let's give you a round of applause. Thank you, Anna, for sharing your presentation around DPIS and also considering piloting some of your initiative in the Global South. That would definitely enhance the South-South cooperation. And more importantly, coming up with solutions that would actually simplify and harmonize information, the core development aspects as well on building consensus and building on existing standards and improving on them. Thank you very much for such an elaborate presentation. Maybe right now, let me invite 1 or 2 questions or clarifications or input from the floor. The honors is on the house now. Hello, my sister from Uganda.
Thank you very much. And we thank all the presenters. My interest definitely is on the aspect of the support to the mining sector. And I would be interested to know how Uganda can be involved and how we can engage going forward. Thank you. I am Caroline Aguti and I work for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And definitely that's why my interest is on the mining sector in terms of digitalization of the mining sector, but also taking into consideration the aspects of environment sustainability in relation to the green minerals that feed into the ICT sector. Thank you.
Anna and Alejandro, maybe you can quickly respond to that inquiry from Uganda, how they can leverage on the development of the DPIS and bring it and utilize it in the mining and energy sector in Uganda.
Yes, I'm happy to respond on DPIS. Please do reach out to us. We are very interested in hearing the perspectives of Uganda and any other member states. We see this connection directly with traceability and how it can enable that we have a better control and reduction of waste for the ICT sector in particular, but in other sectors as well. So in terms of how you could be involved, we have this event coming up. We would love to have you participate and to hear the perspectives, integrate that feedback into the global framework and beyond, and yeah, explore other synergies as well.
Yes, my brother from Egypt.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and I wish to commend all the speakers for very interesting presentations and really very eye-opening insights. But actually, like my question is a very quick question to my dear friend Andrei from Russia. I really enjoyed your presentation. It was fabulous as usual, and I also enjoyed so much listening to you during the first meeting in Tanzania last year. So it's very interesting, and because specifically in Egypt we have a lot of collaboration between universities, Egyptian universities and Russian universities, and we're also interested in more or less the AI model of the Russian universities. So I saw your presentation, and but just want to make sure, maybe I missed it in the presentation. Do you have an AI track as well? That's the first one. And secondly, and of course, everyone knows that AI is driven by data, and data should be representing the targeted group. So for example, if you want AI applications for Africa to be able to be sold in Africa to most of the Africans, especially those in rural areas, the data should be representing the African context. So do you have any ideas or do you have any programs in mind that will cater to this problem? Because, yeah, I call this a problem or a challenge, just to be more diplomatically correct. It's a challenge that we're in Africa that we are facing, that we have very rare data that represents the African context. So, yeah, because we're more interested in AI applications and that represent the African context. So I would love to listen from you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Amr, for your compliments and for your feedback and the very insightful question. The first part is very simple to answer. Yes, we have the AI track, which is one of the most, I think it's the most advanced in Russia. So we have engineers, we have like in Sber, the leading Russian institution implementing the AI solutions and investing a lot in this domain. That most of the people leading this business within the institution are our formal staff and graduates. So we work close with the industry, and we have the program. We have opportunities to study, but we also participate as the institution. What we also would love to share with our African colleagues across the continent, that the universities can play the critical role in supplying the government with the draft regulations, with the strategies, with the ideas how to develop a certain sector. This is the role to play by the not only educate people, but to educate those ones who make decisions, the decision makers, to weapon them with the arguments, with the material. And the second, so I can share with you and those ones who are interested. I will share the details. I will share the details of what we have on AI available right now within HSE. And also for the data, that's a very, very important, I think, for the governments to invest. Even, national languages. So you can't develop the AI properly if you translate first from, let's say, Russian or Arabic or whatever language to English, then AI process the, so then you will import the decision making, not the not the solutions, but the concept. But if you develop your own AI algorithms based on the data you invested in, and so this is the role of the government to invest in the data and the quality of the data. So like all those data sets about the statistics, about the environment. So AI will play the crucial role to identify environmental challenges. And first of all, right now, we need to start gathering these data about the level of water in different rivers, lakes, everything. Everything is supposed to be measured carefully. And these data are of the strategic importance for the governments. These are where we can share the expertise, definitely, and maybe together with ECA, we can suggest a kind of a roadmap of gathering data in certain critical, like food security, food sovereignty, the availability not of the food itself, but of the resources critically important for the food security and food sovereignty of the nations, like water, like fertile land, etc., etc., and all those big data supposed to be collected and used by AI algorithms to support the decision making of the humans, finally. So I think it's very important to reflect in the roadmaps, and we, on our part, we are committed to do whatever is possible to contribute.
Thank you, Andre. Yes, Africa, we need to build our own data sets. We really need to create our own bespoke algorithms that speaks to our situations and solving our problems, and that we really need to do it. Let's build our own data sets. Before I take further questions from the floor, I have Alejandro who is online. He wants to respond. Alejandro?
Yes, I'm online. I think it's related to the mining sector, right? Hello.
Yes, come through.
Okay. No, just basically the tool that we have developed that we call this simulator for digital productive transformation is basically a statistical model based on economic complexity models. Economic complexity models are models that try to assess the competitiveness of a given country on a specific sector or specific product. So it helps identify, for example, it could be it could be Colombia, or it could be Argentina or Brazil, whatever, in what sectors or in what specific products there could be a good opportunity for them to be more competitive in our relative terms with other countries. So it's important to develop policies really to help produce or to introduce innovation or introduce technologies to specific sectors or specific products. So based with these already existing models, I think we have developed a new methodological innovation, which is we have related these models of complexity with digitalization and with a focus of sectors. So what we can do is analyze a country and analyze specific sectors in a country and see how a specific sector is, how digitalized is a specific sector and as on a specific digital indicators, for example, I don't know, digital skills or infrastructure or so on. So the idea of the model is to provide more knowledge to countries in order to them to develop better plans or strategic plans in order to digitalize strategic sectors for their economy. So I was giving mining or agriculture as an example, because those sectors also for Latin America are key sectors related to their weight on the GDP. So that's basically the idea of this model. We just recently launched it. Really was launched a couple of weeks ago. It's a partner that we have developed with a university in Argentina. And right now we're in the process of implementing the model with countries. Right now we're starting discussion with countries that are interested in implementing the model and help them build better plans for improving the digitalization of the specific sectors. And the thing about this is that it could help them see in time how, if they manage to improve some digital indicators on specific sectors, how that sector could evolve, could grow, could impact productivity, or could impact jobs, basically. That's the idea of this model, of this, I would say, this service that we're providing to countries. This is based on a general, broader idea, which is we think that in order to really attack structural problems in terms of productivity, we need to develop a specific strategies really to improve the innovation and technology adoption of specific sectors, really. So that's basically the general idea. I hope I kind of summarize it. And yeah, happy to answer any other questions.
Offering an opportunity for benchmarking and also helping up to come up with strategies going forward. I had two hands. Maybe we can have one, then a follow-up one from my sister. Over to you, sir. Just a quick one. We are now 6 o'clock.
Je vous remercie. Je voudrais tout simplement demander d'abord, pour vous de la Tanzanie et autres, quelles sont les dispositions que vous prenez pour construire les champions nationaux en matière de l'industrie du numérique? Parce que 20 ans après, au-delà de ces grands groupes du SM qui existent, nous voulons que les privés africains prennent le lead et deviennent des partenaires intelligents pour les PPP de nos différents pays. Et je sais que dans votre zone, et je voudrais voir le représentant de la Chili qui a parlé de l'Amérique latine. À ce niveau, si on peut avoir un retour sur les expériences des relations qu'ils ont tenu avec le secteur privé pour permettre à ce que nous sortons. Puisque moi, mon objectif à ce bilan, c'est de voir émerger la stratégie pour permettre à ce que nos privés soient au rendez-vous et que, puisque les PPP qu'on a fabriqués jusque-là, et si nous faisons bien ce bilan, c'est que nous sommes en dehors. Vous savez, les fournisseurs d'accès Internet qui existaient au-delà, aujourd'hui, n'existent presque plus dans nos différents pays, au moment où la nécessité de consommer le numérique s'est imposée. Donc, la nécessité de trouver des formules qui doivent permettre l'émergence d'un secteur privé responsable, fort et respecté par les dirigeants de nos pays s'impose. Et nous devons veiller à cela parce qu'aujourd'hui, les startups qui naissent ont besoin des mentors. Et on constate que la durée de vie des startups, c'est dit que c'est une situation alarmante dans nos pays. Hein? Pourquoi? Il y a un accès très limité pour des financements. Et nous regardons presque à ce rendez-vous, c'est là qu'il faut inviter les parlementaires pour qu'on étudie les dispositions pour les philanthropes, les fonds des philanthropes africains, hein, pour leur permettre de participer à la mobilisation au financement indirect et la nécessité pour que nos pays créent des fonds spéciaux pour accompagner cela. Et si nous ne faisons pas ça, et pour finir, notre ami russe qui a parlé, je vais inviter aussi le docteur Sek pour voir dans quelle mesure, avec nos institutions de formation qui existent, comment partager ces savoirs pour que les universités publiques comme privées puissent interagir et jouent en fin de compte leur rôle aussi, d'une manière pertinente et audacieuse. Parce que ce qui traîne pour ce pays et pour nos différents pays, je dis 25 ans, ceux qui avaient pris les décisions hier, la plupart ne sont plus au centre des décisions aujourd'hui, c'est une autre génération. Et les poids posés hier, ça continue par subir. Et ceux qui sont en charge, et surtout qu'il y a assez de parlementaires ici, c'est de savoir qu'ils ont une lourde responsabilité pour le futur dans leur participation. Et donc, par conséquent, l'institution qu'ils ont en main peut jouer un grand rôle parce qu'ils ont un pouvoir d'interprétation et de gestion avec l'État et d'ouvrir un espace de discussion plus intelligente avec leur propre secteur privé. Et finir pour dire qu'on ne peut pas faire tout ceci sans un plan de promotion avec les médias. Et c'est un élément important. Et quand nous parlons de la TNT, il faut savoir que la télévision numérique terrestre est une des résolutions, des acquis du SMSI. C'est par là qu'on a libéré ces fréquences UHF pour donner ça au GSM, pour faire les 4G, aujourd'hui les 5G. Voilà ce que je voudrais nous inviter à savoir que tout ce que nous faisons, nous devons créer les résiliences pour le futur et permettre à ce qu'une émergence plus solide soit au rendez-vous dans nos différents pays. Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable, for underscoring and emphasizing cooperation over fragmentation. We really need to leverage and unlock this cross-border digital trade and innovation for the benefit of Africa. My sister, you can come through.
Yes, thank you very much. And my question will go to the presentation from Russia.
Speak a bit louder, we can't hear you.
Okay, so my question will go to the representation from Russia. Uganda has got a very good working relationship with Russia. And definitely in terms of our energy transmission, distribution, and generation network, we have a very big challenge in terms of the digitalization. You can't hear me. Oh, okay. Now I don't know. So can you hear me now? Yes, so I was saying that Uganda as a country, this one, okay. So I'm talking to myself, okay. Okay, so I was saying that Uganda as a country, we have a challenge in terms of the digitalization of our transmission, distribution, and generation network. Because when our power is off, we can't detect where the challenge is. So in terms of capacity enhancement, is there a possibility that there can be specific training organized for the sector or a collaboration between your university with the specific institutions in Uganda that support the energy related training in the country, such that it can help us to improve on our ICT infrastructure specific to energy. Thank you.
Andre, in a minute.
Yeah, thank you. We visited Uganda last year and we've been to Makerere University. We presented the program to the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor. Yeah. And yes, the answer is yes, very short. So we have the energy sector is one of the focuses. And definitely the sustainability of the energy sector depends on the data available to the authority, to the relevant authority responsible for managing the system. So I know that most of the countries, they lack the control room, like for the energy sector. So there's supposed to be a control room, situational control room, where all the data from the private and public entities being gathered and aggregated by the state. It's just one of the examples. And informal sector is also supposed to be calculated because, you know, a lot of generation comes from the diesel. So we normally don't even know how many generators are installed, but everything matters. So yes, we can discuss, and if you send us a request in any form of your convenience, we'll process it quickly and propose some very concrete, let's say, programs, models, and products we have to at our disposal to share in this regard, like a concept of the control room for the energy, for the power sector, which definitely this is not the final solution. It will not solve all the problems, but it is one of the elements which can be utilized by the government in the way for improving that. So we have this concept developed as a model solution, and we can provide it together. So that's just one of the examples.
Thank you very much, Andre. Another invitation, another open hand to say, reach out. Let's leverage, let's collaborate, let's benchmark, let's come up with the best that we can. This is our time. This is our generation. We should make the difference. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you, Dr. Maktar, for this session, and to the Secretariat, and also Benin for giving us the platform to discuss.
I think the moderator, Tanzania was mentioned somewhere. So
all right, you would want to respond. All right.
I just want just 1 minute to respond to him. Thank you for your fundamental thinking in terms of you know, the way we need to co-create the future of Africa. And we have got in Tanzania, we have what we call Tanzania Startup Association that engages, you know, young people. And we have collaborated with the government to create sandboxes where if a young person has a solution of any kind in any sector, can go to the government and will be given like 6 months to try the solution. So it doesn't matter what sort of a solution, as long as it is a new thing, no taxes, no fees, nothing. You are given time to be able to test your solution, whether it is in energy sector, ICT sector, education, you name it. So I think that is one little contribution that we are doing in Tanzania. But I agree with you, sir, that we need to continue with programming of our future in terms of, you know, mentoring young people to not be like us, to be much more better than we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me end at this high note, and we really need to make deliberate efforts, deliberate plans, and concerted collaborations so that we actually build the Africa that we want, the society that we want. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Makta.
Thank you very much for this wonderful session. I think we learned a lot, but we are so tired now. Let's close the meeting until tomorrow. We start at 9 o'clock. Now you can have the coffee. 8 o'clock. We start at 8 o'clock. Why 8 o'clock? At 12. We start at 8 and we finish at 12. Now the coffee is outside. Thank you. See you tomorrow and good night. On commence demain à 8 heures parce et on finit à midi. Maintenant, le café est à l'extérieur. Si vous voulez prendre du café ou bien quelque chose. We need to take a photo. Okay. Yeah.
Attention, s'il vous plaît. Au cas où vous auriez retrouvé un téléphone par terre ou quelque part, quelqu'un a égaré son téléphone, s'il vous plaît. Someone has lost his mobile phone. Maybe if you find it, please. Thank you.
All right. Business people.
I forgot something.
Please.
Tomorrow we start at 8 because we have this Google training.
Photo.
Demain, on a la formation sur AI à 8 heures. Merci.
We'll take a good shot briefly. Thank you.
Retournons des moteurs.